Reborn in Konoha as the Anbu torturer, Chapter 201. As soon as Aoba said this, Minato was stunned. What idea? Minato immediately widened his eyes, and his blue eyes were filled with anticipation and desire. This period of time had made him extremely aggrieved. The more he wanted to contribute to the village, the more strenuous he felt. This made him feel that his whole body was full of fighting spirit, but he had nowhere to vent it. He could only silently suppress it in his heart, which felt very uncomfortable. Go to Mount Myaboku to learn senjutsu. Aoba stared at Minato's eyes. Now, Minato was about the same age as Naruto in Shippuden. Although his strength surpassed Naruto's, he felt that Minato had not learned senjutsu at this time. What senjutsu? Minato suddenly widened his eyes. His entire body was stunned as if he had discovered something extraordinary. He had never heard senjutsu before. This was like a brand new term for him. The most important thing was... Minato stared at Aoba doubtfully. How could Aoba know so many things? Senjutsu is... Aoba deliberately dragged out his voice for a long time, but he had no intention of explaining. Instead, he smiled and said, I don't know either. You don't know how you want me to learn it. Minato almost rolled his eyes at Aoba, it was like his joking at him. Minato, listen to me. I don't know what senjutsu are, but I know how you should learn them. The smile on Aoba's face became brighter. However, no matter what, Minato was the first person to make him feel warm in this world. Then let's help a little. In fact, in Aoba's opinion, this was not helping Minato at all but just pointing out a direction. This specific training depended on Minato's personal situation. According to Minato, who was later reincarnated using Edo Tensei, Minato was not particularly good at using Sage Mode. The time he could maintain it was limited, and he could not use it as a regular battle style. He wondered if there would be new differences after this change. After all, the Third Ninja World War was brought forward. In that case, Minato's strength should also be brought forward a bit. Otherwise, it would be difficult to establish merit points and push Third Hokage down. Although the Third Ninja World War was a disaster for Minato's team, it was also the peak of Minato's strength and prestige, and he successfully became the fourth Hokage based on the right time and place. If the Third Ninja World War were to break out right now, it would be a great battle. Even though Minato was currently very strong, he would not be the main character in this battle. It would be very difficult for him to build up the outstanding military achievements that would bring the Third Hokage down. What are you talking about? Minato was confused by Aoba's words. He blinked his blue eyes and stared at Aoba in confusion. Why didn't I understand it? You said you don't know what senjutsu is. And you said you know how to learn senjutsu. What the hell is going on? Hurry up and say it. I'm so anxious. Minato asked one after another. His heart had already become anxious, and he wished he could pull out Aoba's tongue and tell him to hurry up. The training of senjutsu requires you to go to Mount Myaboku. You can use the summoning technique to summon the toad from Mount Myaboku, and then let the toad use the reverse summons to send you to Mount Myaboku. Aoba said with a smile. Do I really need to go to Mount Myaboku? A hint of hesitation flashed through Minato's eyes. You don't dare. Aoba deliberately tried to goad him. That's not it, Minato shook his head and said, you also know the current situation. The Third Ninja World War can break out at any time. If I go to Mount Myaboku at this time, wouldn't it be an act of running away before the battle? Minato, you are thinking too much. Aoba shook his head. He now understood more and more why Minato could become the fourth Hokage that everyone in the village supported. This person really placed the village's safety in a very high position. He could even sacrifice himself for the village. With your current strength, even if you can kill some enemies in the Third Ninja World War, it will not cause a decisive change. You are not a match for Third Raikage. You might not be able to defeat the son of Third Raikage completely. If you enter the battlefield like this, all you can get is constant self-consumption and damage. This is not a good thing for your future development. Minato, you are very smart. What you need now is to calm down and spend time settling down so that you can advance to the next level. Aoba immediately said to Minato. Actually, he had been thinking about it since he watched Naruto anime. Minato's sage mode could not be maintained for too long. It was likely that he lacked time to master it. Since the Third Ninja World War broke out, Minato had been fighting on the battlefield until the end of the Third Ninja World War. After the war ended, it did not give Minato much time. Instead, he became the Hokage of the village. At that time, Konoha had a lot of things to take care of. After that, it was the Kyuubi rampage. Aoba felt that Minato did not seriously study the sage mode. It was even possible that he learned it casually during the war because he did not have enough proficiency and could not become a conventional weapon. No matter what the reason was, Aoba felt that as long as Minato focused his mind and studied the sage mode seriously, he would definitely not be worse than Jiraiya. But, do I really have to train during the Third Ninja World War? Minato pursed his lips and felt that this was not good. Yes, if you want to become stronger, now is the best opportunity. The Third Ninja World War will take a long time, long enough to wait until you come back to harvest the battlefield after learning Senjutsu. Aoba stared at Minato. If Minato had not said that he wanted to increase his strength, he would not have thought of that place immediately. Now it seemed. Letting Minato go to Mount Myaboku in this period of time was definitely the most suitable opportunity. This will not only protect Minato from any damage in the early days of the war but also allow Minato to accumulate strength with peace of mind and come back to harvest for the Third Ninja World War. Aoba was clear about the history of this ninja world and understood that it was impossible to wait until the Fourth Ninja World War. If Minato could not gain merit in the Third Ninja World War, it would be difficult for him to become a Hokage. But Minato took a deep breath. He already understood what Aoba meant, but he still felt that it was not good to leave like this. There is no but. Aoba shook his head and directly interrupted Minato. He raised his hands and carefully patted Minato's shoulder, afraid that he would accidentally touch Minato's head. Don't worry and go to Mount Myaboku. I will take care of everything here. I will help you take care of Kushina. You can be at ease over there. Trust me. Aoba nodded his head at Minato and assured him firmly. In a flash, a lot of question marks popped up in Minato's head. What the hell? How did it get to Kushina? Minato's heart suddenly tightened. Initially, he thought that after going to Mount Myaboku, he wouldn't be able to contribute to the village. The kind of thing that he wouldn't be able to see Kushina for a long time was initially a small matter, and he still had to prioritize the village first. But after Minato heard the promises that Aoba had just said, not only did he not feel at ease. On the contrary, he was even more worried. That about Kushina. I don't need to trouble you. The corner of Minato's mouth twitched as he spoke. He was no longer worried about the Third Ninja World War. What he was more concerned about was Aoba's so-called care. Who can withstand this? No trouble, it's my duty. Aoba shook his head and said. He had a mischievous smile on his face, knowing that he had successfully distracted Minato's attention. There's no need for that. Kushina can take care of herself. I think she's fine. Minato's eyes showed a hint of caution as he stared at Aoba. He suddenly felt that this was a trap that Aoba had set up. Well, I won't care about her. As long as you can train in Mount Myaboku at ease. After seeing the change in Minato's eyes, Aoba immediately changed the topic and did not continue with Kushina's topic. As long as one's attention was diverted from one matter to another, then making a concession in the previous matter suddenly became unimportant. This was a combination of the modern and ninja world memories that Aoba had accumulated. Are you sure? Minato asked suspiciously. I was just worried that you might have something to worry about. I'm so busy with Konoha Intelligence Division every day. I don't have time to help you take care of your girlfriend. You can rest assured and go train. Aoba waved his hand and said snappily. I am relieved. Minato looked deeply at Aoba. There was something in his heart that he did not say. That was. You were the one who worries me. Minato did not think too much at first, but following Aoba's rhythm, he was afraid that he would train for a few months, after returning, his girlfriend would run away with someone else. Aoba, I will ask Gamabuntai right now. Minato immediately raised his right hand and put his thumb to his mouth, ready to bite it. Stop! Aoba grabbed Minato's hand and stopped him. My room is relatively small. It can't accommodate a toad as big as Gamabuntai. And I'm ready to go back to sleep. Ask slowly when you go back. Remember to ask Third Hokage-sama for leave before you leave. But you must not tell anyone that this idea was given to you by me. You can't betray me. As Aoba spoke, he raised his head and gestured to his roof. His room was a simple room. It looked about 20 to 30 square meters, and it was not as big as an ordinary university dormitory room. If this Gamabuntai comes out from here, it could be said that he would directly destroy this Anbu's dormitory. The current Gamabuntai has fought with Jiraiya to fight Hanzo and helped Jiraiya win the Sunin title. Aya, I was too anxious and forgot about this matter. Minato scratched his head and revealed an apologetic smile. He really wanted to become stronger, so much so that he didn't want to let go of this opportunity. Aoba. I'll go back and talk to Gamabuntai later. As for my trip to Mount Myaboku, there should be no problem with Gamabuntai. But at this critical juncture, will Third Hokage-sama really give me a holiday? Minato hesitated for a moment and voiced his doubts. He felt that the war was imminent. Konohagakure was in need of people. How could he let him leave so easily? Third Hokage-sama will definitely agree to your leave. Don't worry and go ask for leave. Aoba said without hesitation. At this time, the third Hokage was most afraid that these few people could accumulate battle achievements. One of them was Minato. Chapter 202. Then I'll give it a try tomorrow. Minato was seriously considering this matter. Aoba's words had already moved him. During this period of time, there had been many setbacks and sullen incidents, which made him understand that what really limited the village's progress and growth was actually strength. When their strength reached a certain level, they could defend the peace of the village. When that time came, only then could they talk about love. Otherwise, all the so-called mutual understanding would be like a bubble, and a light poke could shatter it. Aoba, do you want to come with me? After thinking for a while, Minato suddenly stared at Aoba with a burning gaze. He thought of a good way to achieve the best of both worlds. That was to bring Aoba to Mount Myaboku as well. This would not only prevent the boredom of training alone. It could also prevent Kushina from being suddenly taken care of. This way, he would have no worries. Thinking of this, Minato stared at Aoba with expectation in his eyes. He even began to imagine what Aoba looked like when he went to Mount Myaboku with him. When Aoba heard Minato's words, he was stunned for a moment. He never thought that Minato would invite him to go to Mount Myaboku. This was a matter of learning senjutsu. In a moment, Aoba was a little touched. This was enough to show that Minato regarded him as one of his own. After a moment of hesitation, Aoba stared into Minato's eyes. I won't go. Aoba waved his hand and shook his head. This was the answer he came up with after a moment of hesitation and thought. He could not go to Mount Myaboku. Because if he went to Mount Myaboku, it was very likely that the Great Toad Sage would find out about the problem with his sage body. After all, the Great Toad Sage had once taught the sage of the Sixth Path Otsutsuki Hago Romo how to train senjutsu, so he was very familiar with sage body. Aoba was able to hide his sage body in Konoha. But it really comes to Mount Myaboku, the base camp of toads, where almost all of them train senjutsu. He would probably be unable to hide it. That would be too easy to expose. Moreover, apart from that, Aoba also had to think about Minato's self-confidence. Originally, in Naruto anime, Minato was not particularly good at Sage mode. Now, if Aoba followed him and before Minato could understand what senjutsu were, Aoba had already learned it. Wouldn't that be too hurtful? Regarding learning senjutsu, Aoba was not anxious at all. He already had Sage body, so learning senjutsu was just a matter of time. There was no problem with difficulty at all. For him, he wanted more to develop steadily, step by step, try to hide his strength, and keep a low profile in Konoha. Unless it were absolutely necessary, he absolutely would not expose his strength. Even if he exposed his strength, he absolutely could not let that person have the opportunity to spread the information. Only then could he live a comfortable life. If he ran to the Toad Camp's Mount Myaboku and trained senjutsu, he would not be able to hide the fact that he had Sage body. He would never be able to return to this quiet life in the future. This change. It was not what he wanted. He still hoped that everyone would view him as an ordinary person. Why? Minato did not expect Aoba to reject him without even thinking about it. His eyes immediately stared at Aoba. Isn't it good for you to train with me? Minato once again sent an invitation to Aoba. He really hoped that Aoba could accompany him so that he could double the buff in his heart. Minato, do you think I am you? If you want to learn senjutsu, you can learn it. I don't have that talent. Aoba said with a bitter smile, his face was full of helplessness. It's not like you don't understand my physical condition. If not for Tsunade-sama's help to treat me, I wouldn't even have the mood to read these books. I also want to learn, but I can't do it. If I go with you to Mount Myaboku, I will basically watch you train every day. This is also a kind of torture for me. Moreover, Konoha Intelligence Division still needs me to work hard. How can I leave my post without permission? Aoba immediately said several reasons. The most important reason was that he laughed at his lack of talent and could not learn. All right. Minato took a deep breath. He listened to Aoba and understood that if Aoba would not be able to learn senjutsu, it would only be a waste of time to go to Mount Myaboku. He was very clear about the matter of Aoba's body. It was indeed a big problem. Then I'll go by myself. Minato pursed his lips tightly. He stared at Aoba thoughtfully, and his heart was most concerned about Kushina's matter. Aoba saw Minato's expression and realized that his rhythm was a bit off, making Minato feel a sense of crisis. This won't do. If this were the case, Minato would feel uneasy if he went to Mount Myaboku. Then, Aoba's eyes lit up as he thought of a better solution. Minato, you just said that you wanted me to go to Mount Myaboku with you. I suddenly have a new idea. Aoba immediately said. You changed your mind and want to go to Mount Myaboku with me? Minato asked excitedly. I'm not going. Aoba raised his right index finger and shook it in front of Minato. The corners of his mouth curled into an enigmatic smile. Didn't I say that my talent is not good? I can't learn anything even if I go. When the time comes, I can only say that I will be watching you train from the side. It is also a job to accompany you. Someone is more suitable for this kind of job than me. If you let her accompany you, maybe she will have a chance to learn senjutsu. Even if just accompanying you, she is better than me. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up into a meaningful smile, and his eyes flashed with a mischievous light. Who? Minato was immediately tempted. He vaguely realized the name that Aoba was going to say, but he still hoped that the name would come out of Aoba's mouth and just passively accepted Aoba's opinion. This made him less embarrassed. All of a sudden, Minato's breathing became rapid, and his blue eyes were full of expectation. Uzumaki Kushina. Aoba smiled and said the name directly. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Minato in front of him. After you went to Mount Myaboku, it is indeed inappropriate for Kushina to be alone in Konohagakure. The last few times that Kumagakure came to Konohagakure, they also stared at Kushina. You know this better than me. If you let Kushina go to Mount Myaboku with you, it would be best if she could learn senjutsu to improve her strength. If she doesn't have talent, she can temporarily avoid the Third Ninja World War in Mount Myaboku. In this way, you can study senjutsu without worries. When you come back, you can end this war with Kushina. Aoba didn't think of this at first. He suddenly realized this after Minato proposed to go to Mount Myaboku with him. Minato kept thinking about Kushina. If there was hope that someone would accompany him to train. In that case, Kushina was undoubtedly the most suitable person. You make a lot of sense. A bright smile appeared on Minato's face, and all the worries in his heart vanished at this moment. I will go to Kushina tomorrow and ask for leave to go to Mount Myaboku to train. Chapter 203. Minato was in a good mood at this moment. He knew that Kushina would agree to his request and go to Mount Myaboku with him. This way, Kushina would be by his side. He didn't have to worry about anything. Aoba, thank you. I didn't expect that you would solve all my problems. You are really amazing. Minato stared at Aoba and said seriously. His blue eyes carefully looked at Aoba as if he wanted to see Aoba's mind through Aoba's face. He didn't know why. The more he interacted with Aoba, the more he felt that Aoba was not as simple as he seemed. However, he did not think about it that much. At most, there were some small secrets. In life, who doesn't have a little secret? This was nothing. Ha ha ha, your question happens to be something I can talk about. Moreover, what I'm talking about are just some theoretical opinions. Whether it really works or not depends on you. Aoba said with a smile. Aoba, actually, there is something I don't understand. How did you know that Mount Myaboku can teach senjutsu? Minato stared at Aoba and could not help but ask. He was still a little curious about this matter. Tsunade-sama said it, Aoba answered without hesitation. He knew that the faster he answered at this time, the more he would not think about it. When he raised the topic of senjutsu with Minato, he had already thought of an excuse. Tsunade-sama. Minato was even more puzzled. Tsunade-sama's summoned beast should be in the Shikotsu forest, not Mount Myaboku. How did she know about it? Just as Minato was puzzled. Aoba seemed to have seen through Minato's doubts and nodded at him. That's right. It was Tsunade-sama who said it. When Tsunade-sama was healing my body, at that time, she mentioned that the three holy lands teach senjutsu. At that time, Tsunade-sama also said that Jiraiya-sama also knew about this matter. I just don't know if Jiraiya-sama has already learned senjutsu. Aoba didn't answer the question confidently. After all, he didn't know if Jiraiya had already learned senjutsu. If Jiraiya hadn't learned senjutsu at this time and he said that Jiraiya learned it, he would have been exposed when Minato went to Mount Myaboku. It was better to say that it was Tsunade. Anyway, Tsunade would not return to Konohagakure for decades. She might as well take the blame for her student. So that's how it is. Minato nodded in realization. He would still believe his Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade-sama's words. I thought that Jiraiya-sensei came back just to sell books. Minato said with a smile. Sell books? Aoba immediately caught onto one of the keywords. He instantly understood it. Good fellow. So this was how the book Ika Ika Paradise came about. No wonder Eden said that it was a new book he bought some time ago. Looking at it from the time. Isn't that the time when Jiraiya returned to Konohagakure? Aoba, I won't stay here any longer. Now I have to ask Gamabunta about senjutsu. After confirming it, I will go to 3rd Hokage-sama for leave. When I leave, you must be careful. Minato reminded Aoba. In fact, he still cared about Aoba. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Aoba nodded. After he finished speaking, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw the box in the corner. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. Minato, if you can get me some more books before you leave, that would be even better. Aoba smiled and looked at Minato. He had just taken these books back and had not started reading them yet, but he knew that they would not last long. Minato would need at least a few months of leave. If there were more books in stock, then it would be a very good thing for his subsequent accumulation. You still want books? Minato stared at Aoba suspiciously. Just as he was about to carry out a few more sentences of preaching, he remembered that Aoba had just given him a suggestion. He immediately stopped what he was about to say. All right. Minato nodded and agreed. He still had a lot of books at home. Since he couldn't use them for the time being, he might as well give them to Aoba. After Minato agreed, the two of them chatted for a while. Then, Minato left Aoba's dormitory. After Aoba closed his room door, he returned to the iron bed. It's almost dawn. Aoba would never have thought that Konohagakure night, which was destined to be extraordinary, was actually spent chatting with Minato. On the other side, just as Aoba and Minato were chatting about the matter of Mount Myaboku and learning senjutsu, the boiling emotions of the Konohagakure people had pushed the matter to its climax. At this moment, the residents of Kumagakure's envoy group, Hari-sama, Konohagakure's Anbu is here. There are a lot of them. It doesn't look like they are here to negotiate. A Kumagakure ninja in charge of gathering information reported. Looks like we have to break out of the encirclement. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Hari's eyes. He knew very well that there was no longer any negotiation when things had developed to this point. This. Are we really going to do this? Is this okay? Isn't it too extreme? This is more dangerous. Some of the Kumagakure's envoy group members voiced their doubts. Not all the envoys were ninjas. After all, negotiations needed to be talked about. There were many staff officers here. Their mission was to argue with the 3rd Hokage and ask for the greatest benefits. Now that they were facing such an extremely dangerous situation, their hearts were all shaken. They already had doubts about Hari's arrangements. Don't you understand the situation? Hari looked at the crowd and narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes flashing with anger. Or you don't want to believe this result at all? Is there any use in deceiving yourself? Konohagakure's Anbu has already surrounded us. Staying here is equivalent to waiting for death. Only if we rush out will we have a chance to live. Hari looked coldly at the staff officers who came to negotiate and suddenly felt that he had brought some burden. They hadn't played any role. They started to panic when they encountered something. They didn't listen to orders. When they came, they were a group of burdens and would shout tired after walking for a while. When they were leaving, they were here to question his words. Hari's heart was very angry and dissatisfied because of these sudden events. Now he was being refuted face to face by these staff officers. All of a sudden, his body began to emit a dangerous aura. Hari-sama, I think there are other solutions to this matter. Konohagakure is afraid of Kumagakure's strength. It's not impossible to sit down and talk about it. The way we deal with things can't be too extreme, right? That's right. If we directly kill our way out now, only death awaits us. Even if Konohagakure's people caught us, they would still be afraid of Kumagakure and wouldn't dare to do anything to us. Right now, the matters outside are the only information that we have gathered. Gosui-sama's whereabouts are unknown. Perhaps it is a play that Konohagakure directed themselves. Hari-sama, I feel that we should not leave. Instead, we should cooperate with Konohagakure and then negotiate again. One sentence after another came out of the mouths of these staff officers. Each of them was gentle and refined. The long-distance running had already made them suffer. If they rush out against the Konoha Anbu, they would really die. These voices were polite at first, and they still respected Harry. But in the end, they became more and more suspicious, more and more distrustful, and even had differences in concepts. Have you said enough? Hari's face became more and more ugly. When he led Kumagakure's envoy group here, he did not expect that things would develop to this point. If you summarized it, there were no mistakes in his decision-making. There was no mishandling either. Not to mention the involvement of other forces. As for the problem, it could only be described with one word. That was pig teammates. They were all pig teammates. Harry looked at these noisy staff officers whose mouths were still chattering and felt that his ears were about to be broken by them. I'll ask you one last time. Are you guys leaving or not? Time is of the essence right now. The more we delay, the more casualties we will suffer. Hari's tone had already started to become impatient. He had suffered a series of ruthless blows this night. Following such a bunch of pig teammates to complete missions. He was already beginning to doubt the meaning of his existence. No. We are not leaving. We definitely can't leave. Leaving now is suicide. If you want to leave, then leave by yourself. Absolutely not. The staff officers of Kumagakure's envoy group shook their heads simultaneously. Almost no one wanted to leave with Harry and decided to stay. In their opinion, staying was the only way to survive. Leaving was a road of death. A bunch of burdens. After Harry finished speaking, he immediately looked toward the ninjas beside him. Let's retreat. Harry ordered. Yes. These ninjas followed Harry's lead and did not say much nonsense. All of them were ready to kill their way out. The two of you. Harry looked at the two Kumagakure ninjas beside him, and his cold eyes flashed with strong killing intent. Clean up this place. Hari's tone was murderous, and it instantly shook the bodies of the ninjas around him. Chapter 204. As soon as Harry finished speaking, the expressions of the staff officer in Kumagakure's envoy group changed drastically. What are you doing? What do you mean? What are you going to deal with? Speak clearly. The staff officers once again began to attack Harry with their mouths, causing Harry's head to hurt. Hurry up! Harry didn't want to hear their words anymore, so he turned around and left. The ninjas followed closely behind and quickly left this place. After that, as Harry and the ninjas left, the staff officers all looked at the two ninjas who were left here. Their faces were slightly pale, and their eyes were flashing with fear. They had already realized what was going to happen. Under the gaze of these staff officers, the two ninjas stretched their hands to their waists and pulled out the swords at their waists. The sharp blades of the swords flashed with a dazzling cold light under the light of the indoor lights. Then, the two ninjas looked at each other. They nodded at each other. Swish! Swish! The figures of the two flashed at the same time, charging straight at the staff officers. Swords flashed, and blood flew everywhere. As the swords in the hands of the two ninjas continuously slashed, the staff officers let out screams one after another. A few breaths later, the place quieted down. Every staff officer was lying in a pool of blood. Then, the two ninjas quickly chased after Harry. The next day, early morning, Aoba stretched and struggled to wake up from the iron bed. As usual, he went to wash up and prepare for work. For Konoha, the night that had just passed was destined to be a sleepless night. However, Aoba still slept peacefully for half a night. After washing up, Aoba changed into Anbu's ninja outfit, put on the cat face mask, and walked directly towards Konoha Intelligence Division. Not long after, Aoba arrived at his compartment. It was still the same as yesterday. Not a single prisoner was sent over. The entire Konoha intelligence division seemed to have been emptied and become very quiet. For such a situation, Aoba was also more than happy about this. He sat directly on the small bench, slowly closed his eyes, and began to reread Gosui's memories. According to Gosui's memories, Gosui was stronger than Otai, who had died in his hands earlier. Especially in the aspect of the lightning release body technique. His attainments were very high. Aoba carefully examined Gosui's memories, wanting to obtain some of the lightning release body technique methods and some of his experience. He didn't have any good feelings toward Kumagakuer. However, he still recognized their lightning release body technique Raiden Chakra Do, lightning release chakra mode, formed by the lightning chakra covering their entire body. Whether in terms of offense or defense, it was an extremely tyrannical and terrifying technique. If there was a chance, Aoba still wanted to learn it. Just like this. Time ticked by. It was almost noon. No one had been sent over. Aoba was completely immersed in Gosui's memories. Those memories were not something that could be finished in a short time. But for the other interrogator ninjas, waiting in this dark place was an intolerable torment. Another period of time passed. Some noisy sounds began to ring outside the compartment. These interrogator ninjas were too idle. It's like fishing at work and sleeping in class. If there was nothing to do at all. On the contrary, it felt like time had passed very long, and it was also very torturous. Everyone, gather in the black room. Right at this moment. A loud and clear voice rang out, instantly tearing apart the silence in the darkness, clearly entering everyone's ears. Everyone, gather in the black room. Everyone, gather in the black room. This person did not end after saying it once. Instead, he kept repeating the same words like a recorder. As he walked to the compartment door one after another. This person's voice. It also entered Aoba's ears. All of a sudden, Aoba opened his eyes. Finally, the corners of Aoba's mouth behind the mask curled up slightly. From yesterday's abnormal situation, he felt a sense of the calm before the storm. That was only the arrival of Kumagakure's envoy group. After what had happened last night, it had become a completely different level. The main theme of this meeting should be the state of war. Aoba slowly got up, tidied up his clothes, then pushed open the door of his compartment and walked out. Step step step. Aoba had just walked out when he heard the footsteps around him. The interrogator ninjas here all walked in the direction of the black room. Aoba glanced at it a few times. He discovered that there were quite a few people. There should be about 30 to 40 people. The surging crowd looked just like how it was when school ended. Aoba was mixed in the crowd. He was in an inconspicuous corner. He followed everyone to Konoha Intelligence Division's black room. Another period of time passed. Almost all of Konoha Intelligence Division's ninjas were here. The atmosphere now became quiet and solemn. No one discussed or spoke at this time. The people here were not like Aoba, who did not care about anything. Many of them went to watch the bustle last night and roughly knew that something had happened, but they were not particularly clear about it. Step 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 step. At this time, steady footsteps sounded. Along with the sound of footsteps, a man in a black trench coat walked out under the gaze of everyone and stood at the small table in front of them. This person was Konoha Intelligence Division Captain, Marino Eden. Eden was tall to begin with, and with his height, he could see everyone present. Is everyone here? Eden's deep voice rang out. His voice was not loud, but the atmosphere was too quiet. This voice clearly entered everyone's ears and immediately attracted everyone's attention. As he spoke, Eden's gaze swept over everyone. When he saw Aoba in the corner, his gaze stayed on Aoba for a second longer and gave him a faint look as if he was greeting Aoba. Then, he shifted his gaze to the next person. After all, there were many people here. It was not good for Eden to express anything. Everyone should be here. Seeing that no one answered his question, Eden answered himself. Since everyone is here, let's say something important. Eden's voice suddenly raised a few decibels, and his tone became more serious than before. This change in volume and tone aroused everyone's attention. All of a sudden, every ninja in Konoha Intelligence Division stared at Eden, waiting for his following words. About a year ago, I told you that the Third Ninja World War will descend upon the ninja world in less than 3 years. Eden's face was very heavy. When talking about war, no one was willing to face it. However, he doesn't know that Eden's words. When Aoba heard it, it gave him a feeling that the other party had predicted correctly. A sense of déjà vu. The war is coming. Eden's voice continued to ring. As he spoke, he looked around at everyone. Some of you may need to change your positions. We won't keep so many people to deal with the interrogation work inside the village. We need to use more people to interrogate the prisoners and spies brought back from the front line, as well as spies who sneak into the village at any time. I hope you can adapt to the latest work as soon as possible. Let us, Konoha Intelligence Division, do the logistics work for the village's battle. If anyone has any problems, you can come to find me. Eden's tone was filled with an unquestionable dominance. This was far more intense than what he usually showed. The aura of being in a high position for a long time was displayed in this instant. After saying that, Eden picked up a scroll. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly opened it. In a split second, everyone present held their breath, and everyone became nervous. They were very clear. This scroll was their latest planned position. Some people were worried. Some people were looking forward to it. Some people didn't care at all. The people who I read out their names will work in the compartment. They will be responsible for interrogating the prisoners in the village and maintaining the stability of the village during the war. After saying this, Eden paused for a moment as if he was trying to keep them in suspense before announcing the results. This position was the one that Aoba currently held. It belonged to the super salted fish. There wasn't much trouble every day, but there wasn't much room for improvement. Especially during this period of war. It could be said to be very comfortable, and at the same time, there would not be any achievements. Yamanaka Aoba. Eden directly read out the first name. It was Aoba's name. After he finished reading, he glanced in the direction of Aoba. The look in his eyes seemed to be saying, "If there are any problems, come find me later." At this time, Aoba also understood why Eden wanted to see everyone just now. He wants to tell their position in this war. The moment Aoba met Eden's gaze, he slowly nodded, expressing his satisfaction in keeping his current position. Eden received the information feedback from Aoba accurately and then began to read the next name. One name after another came out of Eden's mouth. Chapter 205. More than 10 minutes later, Eden read everyone's names. Most of the compartment interrogator ninjas were transferred to the positions of interrogator during the war. This was a temporary allocation for war. There was no other way. Everyone understood very well. After all, war was a sudden matter. Usually, they do not reserve troops dedicated to war. When war comes, they will make temporary deployment from regular departments. The above is the latest list of adjustments. If any of you have any objections to the arrangements on the list, come to me anytime. If there are no problems, just follow my newly arranged squad leader to prepare your respective positions. Dismissed. Eden's tone revealed an unquestionable determination. Although he said this, no one dared to raise any objections to him. This was Konoha Intelligence Division Captain, Marino Eden's arrangement. Even if there was an objection, who would dare to mention it? They still had to obediently do it. In fact, this point, Eden also knew. When he said this, on the one hand, he said some beautiful words, and he couldn't make everyone in the department think that he was a powerful person. On the other hand, he said it to Aoba. The war came suddenly. Even Eden hadn't been able to predict what had happened last night. Because of this, he hadn't slept the entire night. He rearranged these names overnight. However, he was dealing with Aoba's problem. He was unsure if Aoba was still willing to stay in his original position, but the consumption of sensory ninja was too great for the new assignment. He was very clear. Aoba was a student of Tsunade-sama, one of the Sunin. It was very likely that he would transform into a medical ninja in the future. Now, he could still stay in Konohagakure Intelligence Division purely because of Aoba's love for Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Then he could not disappoint Aoba's love. After thinking for a while, Eden decided not to change Aoba's position so that he could still be in the village. If Aoba had his own plans, he could just wait for Aoba to bring it up. Then, he would make other changes. This was Eden's most realistic thought. Once he entered a war post, the interrogators would turn from the people in the village to the people outside the village. Any situation could be encountered, and there might even be a situation where they would be attacked. This was what he did not want to appear on Aoba. Following Eden's dismissed, the crowd immediately dispersed. Many people were in groups of 3 or 5, followed by a squad leader to accept their new post. Aoba stayed in place for a few seconds. Looking at the busy crowd, he suddenly felt that it was good to have someone above his head. Brother Eden knows me. Aoba turned around and returned to his compartment with satisfaction. He did not want to interrogate the ninjas from the outside village at all. It should be known that almost all the ninjas caught were genin. The rewards that a genin could provide him were actually worse than ordinary people. It had been more than a year since Aoba came to the ninja world, and he was already very familiar with the mind-reading system. He discovered a very interesting thing. Reading the memories of ordinary people, there was a high probability that it was a chakra increase, and a small probability was a spiritual energy increase. This was a reward that could directly increase one's own foundation. Although it didn't increase much in a single level. However, the advantage was that it could be stacked continuously. It would accumulate over time. It would accumulate into more. After a long time, it would be a very terrifying upgrade. On the other hand, the upgrade brought by reading a ninja's memory was basically an upgrade of ninjutsu. This kind of upgrade could temporarily increase his strength when he first entered the ninja world, but with the passing time and coupled with the fact that Aoba could cheat training through Taj Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique, this increase was not so obvious. For the current Aoba, this kind of system basic reward from ordinary people was greater than genin. If one looked at it from another perspective, the most valuable thing was still intelligence. Aoba had already felt the power of intelligence countless times. In this ninja world, perhaps only Black Zetsu knows better than him. However, Aoba even knew all of Black Zetsu's plans, but Black Zetsu didn't know of Aoba's existence. Of course, there was another important reason why Aoba was unwilling to enter the battlefield. It was also intelligence. There were many opportunities to contact the ninjas from outside the village. There were many opportunities to read memories. There were also many opportunities to obtain information. As a result, Aoba might find some details in the war or even change the situation. At that time, he would be in a dilemma. He didn't want to make any contributions. But he also couldn't completely fish in that position. So, not going was the best choice. He could then avoid being sucked into all sorts of whirlpools. Aoba quickly returned to Konohagakure Intelligence Division's compartment. At this time, the compartment had lost almost 3/4 of his men. There were only about 10 people left here. A few minutes after he returned to his compartment, the guards in Konoha's prison escorted 3 people in and tied them to the compartment's pillar. The compartment has a crucifix-like wooden stake that binds people, and behind it are several load-bearing wooden pillars that support the canopy. Now, those pillars have been requisitioned to be used to tie up the prisoners for interrogation. Now, as long as there are any prisoners, we will send them over. We will no longer line them up. During this period of time, you must work hard and interrogate these people simultaneously. The leader of the prison guards said. Okay. Aoba nodded. He did not care about this at all. There was almost no difference between interrogation alone and interrogation simultaneously, and it could also increase his efficiency. But for other interrogator ninjas, it could interfere with the other. If there was one person who refused to say anything, that tenacious willpower would also affect the other people waiting to be interrogated, making them stand on the same side subconsciously and fight the interrogator ninjas together. At this moment, after the 3 people were all tied up on the wooden pillar, the guards left one after another. The compartment was left with only the 3 of them and Aoba. After that, the 3 of them looked at each other. They exchanged a knowing look and instantly reached a tacit understanding. When they knew that Konohagaku's intelligence division had some changes, they knew that their opportunity had come. They should have been sent yesterday. Now, they were brought here together. There would be an endless stream of people being sent in. All of these interrogator ninjas won't have much time to interrogate. As long as they held on to each other, it was very likely that they would be able to fool some of them and completely reduce the punishment. I know what kind of thoughts you have. Aoba's indifferent voice sounded. His gaze swept over the 3 people like a machine without emotion. If you are assigned to other interrogator ninjas, this loophole might work. But it will be very difficult here. You should sigh at the arrangement of fate. Aoba took a step forward and walked towards the 3 prisoners who were tied up. Actually, the 3 of you are much luckier. In the future, those who come here will suffer more. In peacetime, it is very contemptible to rely on thievery just because you cannot make a living. If Konohagaku enters the war and you people are still doing those unconscionable things to your own people in the village, I won't let it go so easily. As Aoba spoke, he walked directly to the first person and raised his hand to touch the first person's head. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, chakra increase. Along with the crisp sound of an electronic prompt. One by one, memories were added to Aoba's mind. He had obtained all of this person's memories. After that, Aoba walked over to the second person and raised his hand to touch the latter's head. Such a move. The 3 prisoners in this compartment were extremely puzzled. They wondered what this ninja in front of them was doing. The words he said just now were so ruthless. And the result? Just rub their head like this? Why did it feel like he was playing around? Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, chakra increase. Another crisp electronic prompt sounded, and a series of memories entered his mind. Aoba ignored the surprise of these prisoners. He turned and walked towards the last prisoners. The expressionless cat face mask reflected their vision. The feeling it gave them was not fear but rather a little cute. This interrogator ninja didn't seem too powerful. Right now, the 3 of them felt the same way. They had only been scratched in the head, and nothing like what they had imagined had happened. They had only been given a few harsh words. Soon, Aoba walked to the last person. He raised his right hand. He touched the head of that person. At the same time, the man even stuck his head out and deliberately lowered his head, acting as if he was waiting for Aoba to touch him. Aoba only glanced at it. He didn't care at all. He just took the opportunity to touch this person's head. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, chakra increase. Another clear electronic prompt sounded. Aoba finished reading the memories of the 3 people and under the gaze of the 3 people, he turned around and walked towards the compartment's small stool. Now he wanted to check it. Whose behavior was even worse? That person would receive the most priority. All of a sudden, Footsteps sounded at the door. Then, the compartment door was opened. It was still the guards of the prison just now. They had brought another person in. Focus on this guy. The guard leader stared at Aoba and said seriously. He waved to the guards behind him and asked them to bring this person in and tie him to a wooden pillar. Konoha Military Police Force received a report from the store owner. This person was suspected of stealing the village's ninja supplies for war. However, when Konoha Military Police Force's people caught him, they did not find any stolen goods. After the guard leader finished speaking, he took a deep look at Aoba and nodded heavily at him. I'll leave it to you. With that, the guard leader led the guards and left. During this period of time, the village was in a critical period, and even Konoha's prison became busy. Stealing war supplies. Aoba narrowed his eyes slightly. He stared at the young man who had just been sent in and was tied to a wooden pillar. Behind the mask, a sneer appeared on his face. It was fine if he didn't see it. It didn't matter if they weren't assigned to him. However, as long as it was a prisoner assigned to him, and if what he did was to cause chaos in the village in the middle of a war, then he would not let it go so easily. The young man tied to the wooden pillar did not seem to hear Aoba's words. He did not react at all and remained silent. When the other three prisoners saw this scene, they all smiled simultaneously. That smile seemed to be saying, "Let's see what you can do." After the matter of Aoba touching their heads just now, they had already felt that this interrogator ninja was not good. He only knew how to say harsh words. He doesn't have any real skills. It was not their first time committing a crime, nor was it their first time entering Konohagakure Intelligence Division. All of them were habitual criminals. From their own energy and experience, this interrogator ninja in front of them did not have the imposing manner of other interrogator ninjas. It seems. This time, Konohagakure Intelligence Division has some changes. They had arranged all the powerful interrogator ninjas to interrogate the enemy ninja in war. For a moment, the hearts of these three people also relaxed a lot. There was no worry at all. They immediately put on an expression as if they were watching a show. In an instant, the three people's eyes were all focused on Aoba. They were all very curious. How should this somewhat immature interrogator ninja respond to such a scene? Seeing that the last person who was sent in did not have any reaction, Aoba did not continue to talk. Instantly, Aoba took a step forward. Step by step, he walked in front of the last person. Under the gaze of several other prisoners, he raised his right hand and touched the latter's head. The young man did not even look at Aoba. He completely regarded Aoba as air. Aoba, on the other hand, slapped the young man's head very smoothly. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Binding Technique. Chapter 206. Along with this crisp electronic prompt, memories were loaded into Aoba's mind. Hey! Aoba looked at the young man and revealed a meaningful smile behind the mask. Something was wrong with this person. Usually, it should be a chakra or spiritual boost. But it was low-level ninjutsu. It seems that there was a traitor among these prisoners. Aoba instantly realized the problem, then turned around and walked in the direction of the small stool. He knew it. But now he's going to pretend he doesn't know it. Then, under the gazes of everyone, Aoba sat directly on the small stool, not caring about the gazes of these people. He sat on a small stool. He slowly closed his eyes. He pressed his finger against his temple. He was checking this person's memories. Almost in an instant, Aoba entered this person's memory. Kirigakure ninja. 3 years ago, he sneaked into Konohagakure disguised as an ordinary person and became Kirigakure's informant. A patrolling ninja had never caught him. This time, Kumagakure's envoys came to Konohagakure and had an accident. He realized that the war was coming and went to the ninja store to steal 3 boxes of military ration pills used for war. Originally, he was not discovered. But he was greedy. He didn't want to just take 3 boxes. Instead, he chose to continue stealing the military ration pills. Just as he went to get the 4th box, he bumped into the store owner, and there happened to be people from Konoha military police force patrolling outside the store. Interesting. Aoba muttered to himself. His voice was not loud, and it could even be said to be very weak. However, 3 people in this compartment were staring at him. They all heard what Aoba muttered. All of a sudden, the 3 prisoners looked at each other again. Everyone had a smile on their lips. In their opinion, the interrogator ninja in front of them was probably not skilled enough. He was not qualified to get a higher position. This was why he was arranged to be here. He should not know what to do now. Aoba did not care about the opinions of these people. He knew that this impression was only temporary, and they would not have this kind of expression in a while. He still got some useful information in the memory of this Kirigakure ninja. For example, Kirigakure had already agreed to Kumigakure's invitation, and it was very likely that they would send the 7 ninja swordsmen to attack Konoha. Maybe they would arrive soon. Apart from that, through his memories, Aoba already knew what had happened last night. The village had attacked Kumigakure's envoy last night. Blood spilled throughout the night. A lot of people died. Among them, the leader of Kumigakure's envoy, Harry, was caught. However, these were only approximate, and there are no details. After all, this Kirigakure's ninja did not know much, so there was no time for him to inquire about it carefully. At this point, Aoba felt that he had more or less understood the memory of this Kirigakure ninja. There was no problem with this case. The rest was Kirigakure information, which could be slowly read and checked later. Then, Aoba looked through the memories of the other 3 prisoners. None of them had committed any major crimes. It was just minor thievery. Being sent to Konoha's prison was only a matter of a dozen days. Moreover, the prison was also in charge of their food and accommodation. These 3 people were all habitual criminals. They had long been accustomed to this point. To some extent, entering prison would make their lives better. This led to the 3 habitual criminals not having any respect for Konohagakure Intelligence Division. In their hearts, Konohagakure Intelligence Division was just a program to enter Konoha prison. Alright. Aoba immediately opened his eyes. He already knew the memories of these 4 people and understood that they did not care much about Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Now that he had read the memories of these 4 people, to Aoba, they were transparent and had no secret to hide at all. Even those 3 boxes of military ration pills. Aoba also knew where they were hidden. Very good. Aoba said again. His voice became much louder and echoed in the quiet compartment. When the 3 habitual criminals heard Aoba's transformation, they were all stunned for a moment, and then they revealed different smiles on their faces. This interrogator ninja must be stupid. Why can't he even say any harsh words? Is this interrogation? However, at this moment, Aoba stood up again and walked towards the Kirigakure's ninja. From what he was showing, there wasn't much of a difference from before. Such a move. It immediately attracted the attention of the 3 habitual criminals. You were sent to Konohagakure Intelligence Division again. Aoba said indifferently. His words were directly directed to the 3 habitual criminals, and the content was the script he made up. Pfft. In an instant, a piercing sound rang out. This scene caused the 3 prisoners who were watching to widen their eyes in shock. This is... What does it mean? The 3 of them were all stunned. Aoba's right hand directly turned into a knife hand and stabbed into the chest of this Kirigakure ninja. The moment he inserted it, his right hand was pulled out again. Puchi. A line of blood directly flowed out from this person's chest. His eyes were wide open, and the indifferent expression on his face had disappeared. What replaced it was the distortion and paleness brought by the intense pain. Ah! This person could not bear the pain in his body and screamed loudly. He clearly felt that the right hand of the interrogator in front of him had entered his body and then pierced through the tendons in his chest, making him feel an extreme pain accompanied by blood flowing out. However, this level of injury, it was only an external injury. It did not hurt his internal organs. It was not fatal at all. But it hurts. At this moment, the bean-sized beads of sweat scattered on this Kirigakure ninja's forehead. It slid down his cheeks. It continuously dripped onto the ground. It mixed with the blood that sprayed out. This Kirigakure's ninja only screamed and closed his mouth. He did not make any more sound, obviously trying to endure the pain away. This scene was reflected in the eyes of the other 3 prisoners, and they were all stunned. What was this situation? This was far beyond their imagination. Wasn't that torture? You should at least ask first. If you are not satisfied with our answer, it is not too late for you to take action. The most important thing is, aren't you going too far? In the eyes of the 3 prisoners, Aoba was no longer interrogating them, but killing them. This was a madman. These words came from the hearts of the 3 prisoners at the same time. At this moment, the way they looked at Aoba changed. There was no longer the sneer from before. You can still hold on. Aoba looked at this Kirigakure ninja, who had already stopped making a sound. This person's willpower was still quite strong. He only shouted at the beginning. At that time, he was caught unprepared. If this Kirigakure ninja was mentally prepared, he might not even shout. I want to see just how tough you are. Aoba did not treat this Kirigakure ninja's wound at all. This degree of injury would not kill anyone. He hadn't played enough yet. He wouldn't let this Kirigakure ninja die just like that. What's more, he couldn't die in Konoha Intelligence Division's hands. Aoba reached into his ninja bag and immediately took out a handful of kunao. He aimed the sharp tip of kunao at Kirigakure's ninja and slid it back and forth on the latter's body. You should have this kind of awareness the second time you come here. Aoba stared at this Kirigakure ninja with deep meaning. Now, he had rich medical theories and practical experience. He knew how to make a person suffer great pain but would not die. Aoba quickly shook the kunao in his hand and suddenly slashed at this Kirigakure ninja. Swish! With a burst of blood, a small thing the size of a quail egg instantly left Kirigakure ninja's body and fell to the ground. Ah! This Kirigakure ninja instantly opened his eyes wide and roared. His round eyes were filled with bright red blood. This time, the pain was even more painful than the previous one on his chest. Hiss! After the 3 prisoners saw this scene, they all trembled simultaneously. They all knew what the little cutie that fell was, so everyone could not help but feel some egg pain. You! What are you doing? This Kirigakure ninja clenched his teeth and said. Because the pain under his body was too intense, he used too much strength that even his gums were broken, and blood was constantly oozing out. What do you think? The people who came to my place for the second time are all treated like this. Don't worry. You still have one more. As Aoba spoke, the kunao in his hand slid out again and instantly cut the other one. Another little cutie, mixed with blood, fell to the ground. In an instant, it was covered by the soil on the ground. Ah! This Kirigakure ninja was already in so much pain that he could not even speak. Even his screams became sharper and less hoarse. Blood kept dripping down. Cold sweat was also dripping down. This Kirigakure ninja was not the only one who was sweating cold sweat here. Even the 3 prisoners were terrified. When they saw Aoba waving the kunao, they felt a chill. They couldn't help but tighten their legs to feel their good brothers. Let me tell you about our rules. Aoba slowly opened his mouth. Because of the existence of the cat face mask, he was like an extremely emotionless person. In an instant, everyone here felt intense pressure. This place has never been heaven. It's a hell that you can't imagine. If it's the first time they sent my place, I will give them a chance to change their ways. But if they come to my place for the second time, then they have to accept my punishment. I will help him change his gender for free and become a woman. As for you..." Aoba paused for a moment and looked at the 3 prisoners next to him. "The next time you see me, this is the end." Aoba's voice echoed in this compartment, which made the 3 prisoners feel relieved. Fortunately, it was only the first time they had met. Because this was their first time, they could still protect their treasure. At this time, they couldn't help but rejoice that they had not encountered this silent cutting-egg wild demon. As for the future, they didn't dare. They really didn't dare. When they saw this Kirigakure ninja's miserable state, they all felt extremely painful. As for this Kirigakure's ninja, he was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, but he was very puzzled. "You must have remembered wrongly. This is also my first time. Didn't you see? Didn't I bleed just now?" Just as everyone was bewildered, the kunao in Aoba's hand slashed again. A thick sausage the size of a thumb fell off this Kirigakure's ninja body. At this point, Aoba had already helped this Kirigakure's ninja complete his gorgeous transformation. He had officially stepped into the next chapter of his life. Chapter 207. You. This Kumigakure ninja clenched his teeth tightly, and his entire body was in a state of extreme pain. This made him somewhat unable to bear it anymore. He wanted to explain to this interrogator ninja in front of him that it was not his second time here, but his first time. But it was already too late. His treasure was already gone. In a short period of time, his pants were already dyed red with blood. In this situation, whether it was the first time or not was no longer important. Hiss! The 3 prisoners who were watching from the side could not help but gasp once again. Their hearts beat wildly, and they felt as if their hearts were about to jump out. Too ruthless. It was really too ruthless. This was a bit too terrifying. They had just witnessed the whole process with their own eyes. The seemingly young interrogator ninja was so bloody when he attacked. For a moment, an unprecedented thought of turning over a new leaf appeared in their minds. It was not that stealing was not exciting. It was that the punishment was too severe. They thought that if they were caught again and sent to Konohagakure Intelligence Division, they would encounter this interrogator ninja in front of them. Maybe they would turn into women after more than 10 days. Just as they were in a state of extreme shock, a violent turmoil broke out in their hearts. Aoba moved again. Only to see. Under the gaze of the 3, Aoba stretched out his hand. A hazy blue light appeared on his fingertips and directly cut open this Kirigakure ninja's throat. Puchi! Another red line of blood spurted out like a fountain and almost hit Aoba's mask. Such a scene! Together with the bright red color. Once again, the 3 prisoners here were shocked. Even the rhythm of their breathing had changed, and they no longer dared to continue watching. Murder! At the same time, this thought appeared in their minds. They all knew that they would be tortured when entering Konohagakure Intelligence Division. Still, when it comes to the people in the village, they were usually more merciful and did not use too extreme torture. Unless they encountered something particularly serious. When this Kirigakure ninja was sent in, the prison guard leader did warn him, but that level of torture should not be like this. You have to know. This interrogator ninja did not even ask from the beginning. He stabbed and cut the balls. Now he directly cut the throat. This was too terrifying. However, their shock was not over yet. Aoba's next move came. Under their gaze, Aoba raised his left hand and directly grabbed at the throat of this Kirigakure ninja who was cut open. In an instant, he went deep into the throat and crushed the bones in the latter's throat. Kaka! This sound was not clear. It was not as clear as the sound of eating chicken bones. However, It was this weak sound. The three prisoners turned pale with fright, not daring to imagine what kind of pain this was. Now I'll help you remove your Adam's apple. After Aoba finished speaking, his left hand reached out from this Kirigakure ninja's throat. His right hand directly cut across the latter's neck and used Senjutsu, mystical palm technique, to instantly heal the wound. After this Kirigakure ninja's throat was cut and healed, he immediately made a sharp sound just like a woman, but slightly hoarse, which shocked him greatly. But because he was in so much pain, he couldn't speak a complete word. I. Don't worry. There is still one more step. Take your time. Aoba's indifferent voice slowly sounded and echoed in this compartment. He raised his hands and directly pointed at the chest of this Kirigakure ninja. Hum. Green chakra lingers in Aoba's hand. This gentle chakra penetrated deep into the body of this Kirigakure ninja. It instantly stimulated the latter's hormone secretion, causing the middle area of this Kirigakure ninja to become a rare career line. Then, Aoba controlled the chakra in his hand and spread it towards the wound of this Kirigakure ninja. Then, Aoba's chakra was attached to the wounds of Kirigakure's ninja body and stopping the latter from bleeding. Because this Kirigakure ninja was still bleeding a lot, his entire body was in a state of extreme weakness. Aoba stopped the bleeding for him. It was just to prevent this person from dying like this. Clap, 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 clap. Aoba clapped his hands together and applauded this Kirigakure's ninja. The loud applause echoed in this compartment. Congratulations! You have become a woman. I hope that you will be able to change your mind and be a new person after you get out of Konoha prison. Aoba said seriously. However, he was not saying these words to this Kirigakure ninja but to the three prisoners who had not been dealt with. At this moment, the clothes of the three prisoners had been soaked with sweat. But they seemed to feel nothing. They didn't even bother to breathe. Because the interrogator ninja not far away had already turned his head to look at them. The expressionless cat face mask. It looked like the face of a demon. Through the actions just now, Aoba had left a deep mark on these three prisoners and became a shadow they would never be able to let go of in the future. It's your turn now. Aoba's voice was still as indifferent as before when he first saw these three prisoners, as if he had no feelings. These three prisoners thought that he could only say harsh words at that time. But now, it had completely changed. When they heard Aoba's voice, they began to tremble, especially when they felt a chill down below. Even their throats felt itchy. I will give you a chance. I was a little tired after dealing with that person just now. I don't want to do it anymore. Aoba said slowly. When his voice entered the ears of the three people, it immediately caused the three people to open their eyes wide, and a sense of relief flashed through their eyes. I will give you a confession letter now, and you will clearly write down what you have done. Remember, my request is for you to write down all the mistakes you have done. As long as there is one less. Even if I am a little tired, I will help you complete the transformation of your lives. Don't doubt my words. And don't think that you can hide it from me. Do you understand? Aoba's gaze swept across the faces of the three people. His indifferent tone coupled with his cold voice, these words that originally seemed like harsh words to them had already become the curse of a demon. Understood. 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 The three nodded at almost the same time. No one dared to disobey Aoba at this time. For them, it was not a problem to write down what they had done. They had also done it in the past. And they would just stay in prison for a few days. When they first came in, they wanted to keep their mouths shut. It wasn't that they didn't want to say anything at all, but they felt that as long as they didn't tell him too much, they could be imprisoned for a few days less. But now, none of the three of them dared to take the risk. That was a life-threatening risk. Moreover, not only did they not dare to write less, They were even more afraid that if they did not write enough, the interrogator ninja in front of them would think that they were deliberately missing something, so they wanted to write as much as possible. Very good. Aoba nodded in satisfaction. From a certain point of view, he was killing the chicken to warn the monkey example. Instantly, Aoba turned around and walked towards the small cabinet beside him. He took out 3 confession letters and pens. He handed them over to the 3 prisoners. In order to allow them to write more about what they had done, Aoba untied the ropes for them. Even though they had regained their freedom. However, these 3 people had been scared out of their wits by the scene just now, and they did not dare to have any thoughts of resisting. They all picked up their pens and quickly wrote down what they had been through. They were even afraid that if they wrote too slowly, there would be some punishment. For a moment, this compartment was filled with the sound of the tip of a pen rubbing against the paper. Sha 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 sha. Just as the 3 people were writing their confession letters. And because of the help of Aoba and SH, Senjutsu, mystical palm technique, that Kirigakuer ninja no longer continued to bleed and the pain gradually decreased. It was not unbearable as before, and he could now speak. Where is mine? This Kirigakuer ninja's lips turned deathly pale. Now, he also wanted to quickly write a confession letter and then be transferred to the prison by the guards. The prison was even safer than here. This was simply hell. This Kirigakuer ninja no longer wanted to dwell on the issue of male and female. He only wanted to keep his life and didn't want to continue to stay here. He was afraid that he would never see the sun again. The words of this Kirigakuer ninja. They immediately attracted the attention of the 3 people, but they did not dare to turn their heads and look in that direction. Still, they pricked up their ears and listened to what might happen over there. After all, it was their first time. And the sister over there was already in his second time. They definitely didn't want to come here to experience this second time, so they were quite curious about what would happen the second time. You don't need to write a confession letter, Aoba said lightly. Why? A dumbfounded expression appeared on this Kirigakuer ninja's pale face. The 3 people who were paying attention to this side also became confused. Wasn't this Konoha Intelligence Division the place where the prisoners confessed through interrogation? Why didn't he need to write confession? For a moment, small question marks popped up in their heads. They had no idea what Aoba meant. Just as they were extremely puzzled, Aoba's voice rang out faintly, clearly entering their ears. I haven't played enough yet. How can I let you go? Chapter 208. When Aoba said this, the faces of the prisoners in the compartment changed dramatically. They all realized a very terrifying thing. That was that this interrogator ninja might not be interrogating him for information. It was pure love for abuse. Like, turn a prisoner into a woman. This made the hairs on the 3 prisoners stand up, and goosebumps appeared on their bodies. Fear. Right now, a strong sense of fear emerged in their hearts. No one dared to speak. Quickly write a confession letter. It was already a very good thing for them to be able to write a confession letter. After the Kirigakuer ninja heard Aoba's words, he was completely dumbfounded. He wanted to explain that it was also the first time they had seen each other. However, after thinking about it, he did not say that. Since things had come to this, then so be it. Fortunately, the secret was kept secret. He didn't embarrass Kirigakuer. When this Kirigakuer ninja thought of this, his heart suddenly felt much more comfortable. He was no longer so uncomfortable. Gradually, the compartment returned to tranquility. After a while, the 3 prisoners had already finished writing their confessions. However, none of them dared to call Aoba. They could only wait for Aoba to discover it himself. Oh! Aoba was keenly aware of this matter. He looked at the 3 of them and asked, "Have you finished writing the confession?" The 3 of them immediately nodded. "Let me take a look." Aoba walked over to the 3, took the confession letters they had written, and read them carefully. Aoba nodded as he read. It was the same as what he read, and nothing was missing. It seemed that this method was quite useful. The ancients were still wise. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. There was nothing wrong with what they said. After Aoba confirmed that there were no problems with the confession letters of these three people, he turned around and walked out of the compartment, then signaled the guards. After a while, these guards came in and took the three people and confession letter away. When these three people followed the guards out, they could no longer suppress the emotions in their hearts and directly cried tears of joy, leaving 2 lines of tears. This made the guards a little puzzled. They don't know what was going on. They haven't seen each other for 1 or 2 hours. Why do these 3 prisoners look at them as if they have seen their savior? Was Konoha Intelligence Division that scary? About half an hour later, the prison guard sent another 4 prisoners in. They tied the 4 people to the wooden pillar. At this time, the guard leader noticed the Kirigakure ninja tied to the wooden pillar with blood all over his body. Is there no result yet? The guard leader asked. Don't worry, he is my mascot. He is of great use to me, Aoba replied indifferently. The village needs to know the whereabouts of that batch of military ration pills. The guard leader did not say it explicitly, but he was already urging Aoba from the side. Got it. Aoba nodded. He knew where the military ration pill was, but it was not enough just because he knew it. He needed to interrogate this Kirigakure's ninja and tell it himself. The prison guard leader looked deeply at Aoba and did not say anything else. He just turned around and left. Next, Aoba was facing the 4 new people. He followed the routine operation and touched the heads of the 4 people. He read their memories and confirmed their identities. They were all ordinary people. They were all small things and did not betray the village at this critical moment. This was nothing. Then, under the puzzled gazes of these 4 people, Aoba walked toward the Kirigakure ninja. Since it's your second time here, then you should pay the price for coming here for the second time. Just becoming a woman is not enough. Aoba said. His right hand took out a kunai from his ninja bag. One slash after another. He slashes this Kirigakure's ninja body. Every time a white blade entered a red blade exit, it greatly stimulated the 4 people who had just arrived here. Ah! 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 No matter how much this Kirigakure ninja could endure, in the end, he was still a human. Moreover, after being castrated earlier, he had exhausted all of his strength. It was simply impossible for him to hold on and not make a sound. In a split second, the voice of this Kirigakure ninja echoed in Konoha Intelligence Division's compartment. Because not long ago, Aoba had just removed his Adam's apple and used Senjutsu, mystical palm technique, to stimulate the latter's female hormones. This made this Kirigakure ninja's voice especially sharp. It sounded like a woman's voice, coupled with the rhythmic screams. A strange sound rang out from the compartment. However, for the 4 people that had just been brought in, they were not in the mood to appreciate this kind of voice that could make one's heart ripple. Everyone was in a state of fear. Small question marks popped up in their heads. Here. It really was. Konoha Intelligence Division. Time ticked by. Unknowingly, it was time to get off work. Aoba sent off batch after batch of prisoners. It was unknown if it were luck or misfortune. The prisoners who were sent to Aoba's compartment did not receive the slightest injury. Aoba's only contact with them was the gentle touch of their heads when they first arrived. It was just. This action had become a demon threat in their eyes. It made them think that it was some kind of mark to tell if they came to Aoba's compartment for the second time. In fact, there was nothing wrong with thinking this way. After all, Aoba's mind-reading system could only read one person once. If there was no reaction the next time he touched their head, it could be confirmed that this was the second time the person had come here, not the first time. Hey! Aoba called out to the Kirigakure ninja, the only prisoner left in the compartment. At this time, that Kirigakure ninja had already lost all of his strength. His entire body was soaked in cold sweat and blood, and he even had a slight fever. However, the symptoms of this body, it was not difficult for Aoba to cure it at all. Every time he sent out those criminals who had written their confessions, Aoba would treat this Kirigakure ninja. Where is the military ration pill hidden? Say it. Aoba said to this Kirigakure ninja. His words had a very strange tone, as if he had been asking for a long time without getting an answer. You didn't ask me. This Kirigakure ninja said weakly. The expression on his face became very helpless. For a whole day, prisoners were coming and going in this compartment. Only he was constantly being abused. The location of each abuse was different, but there was a common feature of avoiding all fatal points. The most terrifying thing was, this interrogator ninja was actually a medical ninja who could heal his wounds and make new wounds. This was no longer a simple abuse. This was a double physical and mental torture. You still refuse to tell me? Aoba's voice suddenly became cold. Then, he directly walked in front of this Kirigakure ninja. He raised his right hand and directly slashed at the latter's shoulder. Ah! This Kirigakure ninja was already unable to cry out. After the pain in his body continued to deepen, even after the follow-up treatment, the pain in his nerves continued to stack up. I'll tell you. This Kirigakure ninja could not withstand it any longer. If Aoba did not ask him, he would think that Aoba was just abusing him and did not want to know anything. Now that there was a chance, then hurry up and say it. Confessing the position of the military ration pill was nothing. Even if these 3 boxes of military ration pills would affect the war, it was not the decisive effect. He did not know what kind of cruel torture awaited him if he did not speak. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of this torture. If he was tortured to death, he would not be afraid. But injuring him, and then these injuries were treated little by little. Then, repeated this step again and again. Didn't know when the end was coming. This kind of feeling was too devastating to a person's will. No matter how strict this Kirigakure ninja's mouth was, he was still just a genin. Go ahead. Aoba stopped what he was doing and looked at the prisoner through the peephole of the cat face mask. There was a hint of impatience in his tone. This gave Kirigakure ninja a very special feeling. It seemed this person did not want to know where the military ration pill was. This feeling was very obvious. It was as if he would still interrogate him after he finished speaking. However, he didn't dare to not speak. After all, if he didn't say it, he would definitely be tortured. If he said it, there might be some hope. After I stole the military ration pills, I placed the 3 boxes under the bench across the street from the ninja store. If you dug a little, you would be able to see them. This Kirigakure ninja said. All right. Aoba nodded lightly. No matter how he looked at it, he did not seem to care. He had long obtained this information from this person's memories. The most dangerous place was the safest place. When Aoba saw this Kirigakure ninja dig a hole in the night and bury the military ration pill under the bench opposite the door of the ninja store, he knew that if they did not interrogate this thing, it would be impossible to find the real buried place. Who would have thought that the batch of military ration pills that had been stolen were at the opposite door of the ninja store? At least you know how to behave. Aoba stared at this ninja. His right hand suddenly slapped the arm of this person. At this moment, a stream of chakra emerged from the palm of Aoba. This chakra drilled into the arm of this Kirigakure ninja, then formed a small circle. This small circle was very small. It looked like the little red mark left behind after vaccination in modern society. This circle was Aoba's Flying Thunder God formula. Aoba was going to go off work. However, he did not intend to hand over this Kirigakure ninja, nor did he intend to let the latter leave. In that case, he still needed to pay more attention to leaving this person here alone. After all, the latter was a ninja and could still use the most basic escape techniques. I'm off work. See you tomorrow morning. After speaking, Aoba directly turned around and left Konoha Intelligence Division's compartment, leaving this Kirigakure ninja here alone. A bunch of question marks appeared in this Kirigakure ninja's head. Could it be that he only asked about the location of the military ration pill and won't do anything else? What kind of interrogation method was this? This was too torturous. This Kirigakure ninja had many things in his heart that he wanted to vomit, but he didn't dare. He could only silently watch Aoba leave. Who? After Aoba left, this Kirigakure ninja heaved a heavy sigh of relief. The torture of this day had finally come to an end. He just didn't know what the future waiting for him was like. After Aoba left the compartment, he told the guard leader about the location of the military ration pill. The guard leader mainly wanted to find the military ration pill. After obtaining this information, he also expressed his understanding of Aoba's late handover. Normal. The Konoha Intelligence Division's people. They were more or less prone to abuse. The guard leader did not ask too much. He only told Aoba not to kill him. After talking to the guard leader, Aoba returned to Anbu's dormitory. His eyes fell on the box of books that Minato had brought him. According to the normal rules of his life, the time now should be to take the book to the woods and read it quickly through Taj Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. But right now, the entire Konohagakure was in a state of alert. Konoha military police forces people even covered Konohagakure in a carpet style to search for the possible hiding spots of Kumagakure's intruders. In this kind of environment, it was not suitable to arrange a shadow clone for training for the time being. If he was a little careless, he would be exposed. Aoba pursed his lips and thought about the conversation he had with Minato last night. I wonder if Minato has brought up the matter of training in Mount Myaboku with Third Hokage. If Minato's training application is passed, according to the agreement, he will give me a batch of books. Why don't we go take a look at Ramen Ichiraku? Aoba immediately decided in his heart. He changed his Anbu's ninja clothes into a new set of casual clothes. He looked a lot more refreshed and did not have the same aura when being in the compartment. Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House had already become a stop for him to contact Minato. Aoba was very clear. If Minato wanted to go to Mount Myaboku, then even if he couldn't come over and tell him personally, he would tell Toki about this matter and let Toki tell him. Then, if you want to know about Minato's current situation, just go directly to Ramen Ichiraku. Instantly, Aoba walked out of Anbu's dormitory and walked in the direction of Ramen Ichiraku. Chapter 209. Half an hour later, Aoba arrived outside Ramen Ichiraku's entrance. It was time for dinner. However, it was not very lively inside. The entire Konohagakure was shrouded in the dark clouds of war. This was something that had already been felt when Aoba walked all the way here. The number of people coming and going on the streets had decreased. The people in the village had already begun to store food in their homes. Occasionally, he would encounter some people passing by, and the expressions on their faces were a little dull, as if they didn't know where the future was going. The village seemed to be in low spirits. Suddenly, Aoba lifted the curtain and walked into Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House. He could only see a few people in front of him. It was far less lively than usual. Brother Toki, give me a bowl of ramen. Aoba greeted Toki. Okay. Toki immediately responded. His face became much duller and not as cheerful as before compared to usual. Brother Toki, what happened? Aoba asked, knowing that there were not many people in the shop, so he just chatted with Toki. Don't you know? Toki looked at Aoba in confusion. I'm not too sure. Aoba shook his head. Last night, Kumagakure made a scene in the village and killed someone. Third Hokage-sama was furious and led an Anbu team to capture all of Kumagakure's envoys. This matter might lead to Kumagakure declaring war on Konohagakure. Now, rumors of the war are flying everywhere, making people panic. Even fewer people are moving into the village. Toki said with emotion. So there are fewer people coming to eat noodles. Aoba nodded. More than that. Toki shook his head helplessly. The corners of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. He said, several members came today to ask me for their money. This is indeed a problem. Aoba nodded. Now that the war was about to start, people were still more willing to control the money in their own hands. This was the distress of the period of war. There would not be such a problem if it were in a peaceful era. Moreover, even if there was a problem, Ramen Ichiraku could use their final interpretation right. After that, Aoba asked, Brother Toki, how will you deal with this? I gave them a refund. Toki said as he cooked the ramen. He looked a little helpless, but it was also his current state at the moment. These members are all loyal old customers. They are willing to give me the money. They already trust me very much. I can't let them down. Toki was quite honest in this aspect. He did not use the final interpretation right that Aoba had given him. However, Aoba still approved of this very much. Brother Toki, you did the right thing. This is a critical period. In a critical period, there must be a special period of practice. Compared to those losses, you have maintained a more important reputation. After the war, everyone will still deposit money on Ramen Ichiraku's members. Actually, I think so too. If not for the war, these problems wouldn't have happened. I don't know when the war will end. Toki sighed helplessly. This kind of thing was not a natural disaster but a man-made disaster. The other party directly invaded your head and couldn't stop it. What could he do? This war won't last long, Aoba said with a smile. How did you know? Toki looked at Aoba suspiciously. He now seriously suspected that this kid knew everything. Just now, he deliberately asked him what was going on and took him for entertainment. Because Minato is going to train. When he comes back, this war will end. Aoba directly told Toki about Minato. Initially, he came to ask about Minato, so it was not a problem to talk about it now. Are you so confident in Minato? Toki was stunned for a moment. He squinted his eyes and smiled. He picked up the noodle strainer and began to fish up the noodles, saying, I already expect that day would come. I am very confident in Minato. Aoba nodded. This sentence was not flattery, but he really thought so. The current Minato had already mastered Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, but the Raise Nan had not been developed yet. But with the war as a catalyst, he believed that it wouldn't take long for Minato to develop the Raise Nan. Now, he had a chance to master Sage Mode earlier than before, and might even have a deeper understanding of the Sage Mode. On his side, Uzumaki Kushina might become a perfect Jinchuriki. If it was handled well, maybe she can enter Kurama Chakra mode. From another perspective, Kushina belonged to a branch of the Ashura bloodline, which also belongs to the Sage Body bloodline. In terms of Senjutsu training talent, she might even be above Minato. After all, Naruto had such an abnormal physique because he had inherited Uzumaki Kushina's physique. This time, Minato and Kushina went to Mount Myaboko together. When they returned to Konohagakure, it was likely that they would become a ninja couple who could enter the Sage Mode. At that time, whether it was Kumagakure, Iwagakure, or Kirigakure, they would all be afraid of Konohagakure's power. The war naturally could not continue. As for how long this Third Ninja World War could last, The time that Aoba gave in his heart was the time that Minato finished training on Mount Myaboku. When Minato returns, the Third Ninja World War would end at that time. Ha 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 ha, I see that you are so confident in Minato, and I am also confident. Then let us wait for Minato's good news. Tuka laughed loudly. After chatting with Aoba, his mood improved, and he was no longer as depressed as before. That's right. Aoba nodded as well. He was also looking forward to it. If Minato could rise up quickly with his relationship with Minato in the future, no one would easily destroy his peaceful life. The ramen is ready. While talking to Aoba, Tuka had already poured soup on the noodles that he had fished out. Tuka turned around and placed the ramen in front of Aoba. Enjoy it slowly, Tuka said with a smile. After chatting with Aoba, he found that the road ahead was not so difficult to travel. The flames of war that were about to ignite might be extinguished soon. Thank you. Aoba thanked Tuka. Then, he put his palms together and made a simple gesture of courtesy. He picked up his chopsticks. He prepared to eat ramen in front of him. Just at this time, a voice came from outside Ramen Ichiraku. The voice came very suddenly as if it had appeared out of thin air. Brother Tuki, 2 bowls of ramen. This voice was Minato's voice. As soon as the voice fell, Minato lifted the curtain and appeared in Ramen Ichiraku. Minato held a big box in his right hand, and Kushina, who had her red hair tied into a ponytail, walked in with him. Minato, what a coincidence! We were just talking about you, Tuka said with a smile. He immediately put the noodles into the streamer. Now he views Minato with friendly eyes, waiting for Minato to end the war. Ha 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 ha. Minato laughed directly and smiled that seemed to contain a healing warmth, dispelling the traces of depression that remained in Ramen Ichiraku. Aoba, I knew you were here. I just mentioned you to Kushina. Minato's eyes fell on Aoba and directly ignored the cooking Tuki. At the same time, Kushina's eyes were also focused on Aoba. The way she looked at Aoba had changed, and she was no longer as vigilant as before. Instead, she looked at him as if she was looking at her friend. As the saying goes, eyes are the window of the soul. Through the change in Kushina's eyes, it could be seen that her impression of Aoba had changed. It was the night before. After Minato confirmed that he could use the reverse summoning technique to head to Mount Myaboku and learn Senjutsu, Minato went straight to Kushina. It was midnight at the time. Minato directly used the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, mark beside her to come to her room. It scared her a lot at the time. So Minato had to comfort her first. What happened next was not the main point. The point was that Minato told her about learning Senjutsu, and it was Aoba who said that it was better for her to go with him. Such a simple attack. It directly changed Kushina's impression of Aoba. Of course, Kushina didn't know that Aoba was the one who suggested Minato learn Senjutsu. According to Minato's explanation, Gamabunta told him about this matter, and then he inadvertently mentioned it to Aoba, who asked him to take her. Oh! After hearing Minato's words, Aoba instantly looked at Kushina next to Minato. Kushina immediately nodded at Aoba. Aoba also nodded. Then, he turned his eyes back to Minato, not asking what he had said to Kushina. None of this was important. He directly started the next topic. Did Third Hokage-sama allow you? Aoba's tone was faint, and it seemed like he was asking. In fact, it sounded like a chat or the kind of chat waiting for an answer. Yes, Third Hokage-sama agreed. I will take Kushina to Mount Myaboku to train. If there is any urgent matter, we will rush back to the village. Minato nodded. He did not say the full detail to Aoba. That was not his secret. It was Kushina's secret. Kushina was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, one of Kyuumigakure's targets when the war started. Right now, Kushina couldn't use the power of the Baijuyu too skillfully. If she rashly went to the battlefield, it might become an uncertain factor. Moreover, the village wasn't that weak, so she was allowed to hide in Mount Myaboku. This trip to Mount Myaboku, for Kushina, not only would it be a breakthrough, but it was also a form of protection as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki. This was a power similar to nuclear weapons. Before the other side uses it, they were not in a hurry to release it. Minato did not tell Aoba everything about Kushina. It was not that he did not trust Aoba, but he promised to keep it a secret. It was like when Minato helped Aoba keep a secret. Minato did not tell anyone about Aoba's secret, including Kushina. This was the principle of his life. As he spoke, Minato carried the box and walked to Aoba, finding a seat to sit down. Kushina followed behind Minato and walked over. After the two of them sat down, Minato looked around, then approached Aoba and asked in a low voice. Aoba, there's actually a question that I'm very confused and don't understand. Why are you sure that 3rd Hokage-sama will approve my vacation? After leaving Aoba's dormitory, Minato had been very puzzled. It was reasonable to say that the village was in need of people now. He should not be allowed to leave and should be sent to the battlefield. As he asked this question, Kushina also stared at Aoba curiously. She discussed this issue with Minato, and no matter how she thought about it, she didn't think there was any special reason. You can't say it was just a lie, can you? It was because neither of them understood the logic behind this. They could not help but ask Aoba. This hat. After hearing Minato's question, a smile appeared on Aoba's face. He first looked at Minato, then looked at Kushina. He found that the two were very curious. It's actually very simple. Because 3rd Hokage-sama doesn't want to start a war at all. Aoba said in a low voice. He had long felt it. Even at this point, the 3rd Hokage was still trying to find a way to solve the problem through negotiation. Chapter 210. When Aoba said, Minato was silent. He already had that feeling in his heart. He had been striving for this period of time, hoping that the village could avoid or occupy a favorable position in the Third Ninja World War. However, it had to be said. Many opportunities had been missed. That kind of miss was something that made people unwilling to miss. It was not that they could not get it at all, but they had not even tried it. These things. It was also the reason why he wanted to become stronger. Ha! Minato took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. By taking a deep breath, he could calm his emotions. I understand. Minato nodded. He did not repeat this topic, nor did he ask this question again. He knew very well that it would not be very nice if this topic continued. Aoba, Kushina, and I came here to say goodbye to you. I guessed that you might come, but I would let Brother Tuka send you a message even if you did not come. Minato suddenly changed the topic. His face, which had just become serious, returned to a warm smile. He had already decided not to think about the matters of the higher UPS of the village. He should concentrate on this trip to Mount Myaboku to learn senjutsu and increase his own strength to advance to the next level. This box contains what you want. Minato held the box in his hand and placed it directly under Aoba's feet. Overall, it did not look light at all. Quite a lot. From Minato's posture, Aoba could tell that the weight of this box should be much heavier than the previous one. There were definitely more books in this box than before. Minato was quite honest. He really brought over a pile of books. Thank you. Aoba nodded at Minato. He did not know what the contents of these books were, but he knew that these books would definitely be of great help to him. I don't know how long I will be gone this time. I thought I might not be here if you needed me again, so I took more. Minato smiled at Aoba, then looked at Kushina, who was next to him, and the smile on his face became even more gentle. Yesterday, after I went to look for Kushina, she knew that you wanted to learn sealing technique, so she specially added some of the Uzumaki clan books about seals. It's just that the difficulty of these sealing techniques is higher. You can try learning them. Or just pick some books that are more suitable for you. Minato stared at Aoba and said. Just as he was talking about Kushina, she suddenly blushed. She reached out to Minato's waist and pinched him hard. Ouch! Minato cried out in pain. He turned to look at Kushina with eyes full of confusion. It was just. When he met Kushina's eyes, he was terrified. Minato, what's wrong? Aoba asked with a meaningful smile. He had caught these details just now, but he pretended not to know. No. It's okay. I accidentally bumped something. Minato waved his hand. He didn't know what he had said wrong. This girlfriend was good at everything, but her temper was too fiery. Occasionally, she would get angry for no reason. As expected, a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Ha 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 ha. When Aoba saw the two of them, he couldn't help but laugh. He was sincerely happy for Minato and Kushina. When he watched Naruto anime before, he had almost never seen any overly tender interactions between the two of them. The impression of the two people in his memory was more of the tragic feeling of life and death. Now, the history of the whole ninja world had changed. The Third Ninja World War had arrived early. There was also a high possibility that it would end early. Then, whether the Battle of Konoha Bridge would still happen or not was a question. Of course. No matter what changes occurred, Aoba had already acknowledged Minato as a friend in his heart. He would never let Minato have any problems with the mission. As the fourth Hokage of Konohagakure, it would be better to pass the position of Hokage to the fifth generation personally. When are you going to set off? Aoba smiled and stopped laughing. He stared at Minato and asked. After he asked this question, Toka had already brought Minato and Kushina's ramen up and stared at Minato curiously. He was also looking forward to the answer to this question. This was not only because of the relationship between Toki and Minato but also because he now knew that when Minato returned, it was the end of the Third Ninja World War. Tomorrow morning. Minato also put away the smile on his face, and his expression became serious. He turned to look at Kushina and said, Kushina will go with me. I know. You have to be careful. Don't go for a few months and get Naruto out. Aoba said casually. Naruto. When Minato heard Aoba's words, he was stunned for a moment, and his head slowly became puzzled. At this time, he had not read Jiraiya's book yet, so he was not clear about Naruto's name. Minato blinked his eyes and stared at Aoba. Kushina also pricked up her ears to listen. She was also very curious. It's nothing. I was just casually saying. Aoba smiled and waved his hand. He did not continue the topic and directly changed the subject. Right, Minato, what happened in the village yesterday? I still don't know anything. Aoba immediately asked seriously. Didn't I tell you yesterday? Minato was stunned for a moment. Last night, he went to Aoba's dormitory and told Aoba about Kumigakure's ninja attack on Konohagakure. He also told Aoba to be careful. I'm not talking about this. I heard that Third Hokage-sama led the Anbu directly to attack Kumigakure's envoy group. Aoba asked. He was more concerned about this matter. He wanted to know how far the matter had developed. This matter. Minato looked around and happened to see that the only customer left had finished eating and got up to go out of Ramen Ichiraku. In Ramen Ichiraku, only Aoba, Minato, Kushina, and Toki were left. Let's close the shop and talk about it. Toki was also very curious about this matter. As a person who opened a noodle house in the village, he also wanted to know what the current situation of the village was like. Then, Toki walked out from behind and walked in front of Ramen Ichiraku noodle house. He put down the door curtain. Closing the door. He also turned over the in business sign hanging at the entrance and changed it to close. After Toki dealt with these things, He returned back and picked up a chair, then sat opposite the three people. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Minato curiously, waiting for Minato to explain the village situation. Among the people present, only Minato had more contact with Konohagakure's higher UPS. He was able to obtain more information. I shouldn't have told you all this, but I will be leaving tomorrow. I will warn you a little, and I will be more at ease. However, don't tell anyone about these things, or it will bring you unnecessary trouble. Minato said seriously. All right, hurry up and say it. Kushina patted Minato on the shoulder. She was very curious. If it weren't for her going to Mount Myaboku with Minato, she wouldn't know about them. Don't worry, I won't say it. I just want to know the current situation. Aoba said. My mouth is the tightest. Toki patted his chest and promised. As the three people expressed their opinions one after another, Minato nodded. His eyes swept past Kushina, Toki, and finally fell on Aoba, staring into his eyes. You know about Kumigakure Ninja's sudden attack, right? Now, let's talk about what happened next. Because of Uchiha Sekai's death and the explosion of Hyuga Dojo, the people of Uchiha and Hyuga went to the Hokage building to collectively protest, which brought great pressure to 3rd Hokage-sama. Left with no choice, 3rd Hokage-sama brought his direct Anbu subordinate to arrest Kumigakure's envoy group. But Kumigakure's envoy group has no intention of sitting down and talking at all. Their resistance is extremely fierce. In this arrest operation, many people died on both sides. The village suffered a great loss, and just now, they captured Kumigakure's Anbu leader, Harry. When Minato said this, he took a deep breath. There was a faint fluctuation in his blue eyes. He seemed to recall the night and felt a sense of sorrow. There was still a soft part of his character. He had a deep love for the people in the village. He did not want to see any casualties in the village. But the reality was always cruel. The current him could not prevent this from happening. He could not stand up and protect the village behind them when they encountered danger. This kind of situation happened one after another. It further motivated Minato to become stronger. Aoba, you don't know what kind of situation it is. When the Anbus entered the residence of Kumigakure's envoys, they found that all the staff officers in Kumigakure's envoy group were dead. They died very miserably. Minato said seriously. Harry did it. Aoba frowned slightly. This Harry was not simple. He was definitely someone who would not do wrong things. The death of these staff officers could be said to have cut off the possibility of Kumigakure continuing to negotiate with Konohagakure. That's right. Minato nodded heavily, and a hint of anger appeared in his blue eyes. As the leader of Kumigakure Anbu, Harry failed to protect the people of his village. He even killed these people directly. But now, the blame for killing these staff officers is all on us, Konohagakure. Minato said indignantly. This was what made him even angrier. If Harry had not resisted so strongly, perhaps things would not have developed to this point. Konohagakure and Kumigakure might not have the possibility to continue fighting. But now, it could be said that there was no hope at all. War could break out at any time. Where is Harry? Aoba suddenly asked. I don't know either. Minato shook his head. He thought about it and added, I only know that he was taken away by Danzo-sama. Chapter 211. Shimura Danzo. Aoba's heart moved slightly. When he asked this question, he vaguely guessed the answer. But when he really heard it, he could confirm it. It was indeed in Danzo's hands. It was not sent to Konohagakure Intelligence Division. It would not be sent to Konohagakure Intelligence Division again. Aoba thought of the time when he treated the remnants of the old era in the village. Tetsu's body that Danzo brought back had never left the route. Now Harry entered the route. It was basically impossible for him to come out. No matter if he was alive or dead. The roots would be his grave. Aoba thought silently in his heart. He felt that Hari was very smart, so he wanted to read Hari's memories if there was a chance. Now it seems. It was very, very difficult. It was almost impossible. Aoba would not risk entering the route just to read Hari's memory, even if he knew how to enter the route after reading Tatsuma's memories. This was something that Aoba understood when he used the contact method of Tatsuma and Danzo to transmit the news of Kumigakure's ninja's invasion. This kind of thing with special characteristics. It could only be used once. From that time on, Danzo already knew that Tatsuma's memories had been read by Yuta. Therefore, would he make any adjustments? No one knew. Aoba naturally could not take the risk to sneak into the routes. What awaited him might be a large net. This net was not necessarily prepared for him. Aoba faintly felt that Danzo had locked Hari at the route to use him as bait to hook up those who intended to save Hari. In just an instant, Aoba had already thought of many things. Regarding reading memories, he was still very easygoing. If there were a chance, he would give it a try. If there were no chance, he would definitely not force it. Otherwise, if he was even a little careless, the disguise that he had painstakingly built up for so long could be torn apart. That was not something he wanted to see. This matter has been fermenting for a whole day. If there are no accidents, Kumigakure has already received the news. According to my understanding of Kumigakure, they will not let this matter go. Minato continued. His voice was low and dignified, revealing an extremely serious feeling. Kumigakure ninjas will be here soon. Aoba nodded. This was nothing unexpected. The problem now is not just Kumigakure's attitude, because Kumigakure's attitude is very clear. They are going to be hostile to Konoha. The most difficult to deal with are Iwagakure and Tsunagakure, who are watching from the side. Now, we don't know their position at all. If they intend to attack Konoha, the village will be attacked from both sides. Minato sighed and said. When he said these words, he was thinking about Aoba's advice. If the third Hokage was willing to listen to Aoba's advice and have a good relationship with Iwagakure, then it was very likely that they would have a strong ally now. It was enough to put pressure on Kumigakure. This was a decision that could reverse the situation. And Kirigakure? Aoba silently added. Kirigakure is too far away. When they get the news, it will take at least 3 days. They can't pose a threat to the village immediately. Minato shook his head and said. Don't be so sure. Everything is possible. If Kumigakure found Kirigakure early and agreed to benefit from it, Kirigakure will be a force that cannot be ignored in this battle. Aoba said in a low voice. He read a Kirigakure ninja memory, but he could not say these words clearly. He could only use Minato. It's hard to say. Minato's expression instantly changed. He just thought that if Konohagakure had contacted Iwagakure earlier, then they would have formed a power to resist Kumigakure. But such a principle. If Aoba could think of it. It was hard to say whether Kumigakure would think of it. If Kumigakure really joined forces with Kirigakure in secret, then the current situation would not be good. Minato's eyes became very serious. He felt that the water in the ninja world was too deep. Not only were the villages calculating, but the villages were also fighting openly and secretly, and there was an atmosphere of conspiracy everywhere. I want to tell Third Hokage-sama about this. Thinking of this, Minato stood up directly. Just as he was about to go out, he felt his arm being pulled. The person who was holding his arm. It was Aoba, who had just mentioned that Kirigakure might be working together with Kumigakure. Hey! Minato looked at Aoba doubtfully. He did not know why Aoba wanted to pull him. These are just guesses we casually made. There is no need to be so sensitive. Aoba shook his head and said. But, if, just as Minato was about to say something, he was interrupted by Aoba again. This is all based on speculation. If it's just theory, any village could be united with Kumagakure. Then we can't let Third Hokage-sama guard the entire ninja world. Aoba said with a smile. You're right, Minato sighed helplessly and sat down again. Minato, don't think too much about the village now. Train well in Mount Myaboku. When you return from your training, the world is still waiting for you to save it. Aoba said with a smile. It's not that exaggerated, although Minato said this, he secretly made up his mind. After arriving at Mount Myaboku, he must work very hard in his training. The following time, the four of them talked about other topics, including how Ramen Ichiraku would operate in the future. They no longer talked about the big matters of the village. Gradually, the situation became more and more complicated. It was already deep into the night. Minato and Kushina left Ramen Ichiraku together, leaving only Aoba and Toki here. Brother Toki, I'm leaving too. Aoba nodded at Toki and picked up the box that Minato had given him. He directly applied Kij, Gan no Jutsu, ultra-lightweight rock technique, on it, making the box seem weightless. Aoba had the strength. He could carry this box. But he did not want to carry it away directly. After all, he could make the box lighter. Who would still insist on taking it? Aoba, these days, if you have nothing to do, come and eat ramen often. Toki said with emotion. Okay. Aoba nodded. He understood what Toki meant. After Minato left, there were not many familiar faces who could go to the store often. Moreover, there might be a war. The store might become even more deserted. After that, Aoba walked out with the box. When he reached the door, Aoba cautiously cast a transformation spell on the box and turned it into a bag, which looked like a pack of ramen. This was not enough. Aoba put papers on the bag again. He used Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, paper person of God technique, to disguise it. After all of this was done, only then did Aoba feel at ease and walk in the direction of Anbu's dormitory. Aoba did not go to other places. Instead, he directly returned to Anbu's dormitory. Then, he placed this box that he had just brought back in the dormitory. Now, there were 2 boxes of books piled up. But there was no chance to see it. Let's wait a little longer. Aoba was not in a hurry anyway, so he directly turned his head and prepared to sleep. The next day, early in the morning, Aoba arrived early at Konoha Intelligence Division's compartment. Before entering the dark corridor, he suddenly met a tall man wearing a black trench coat. This man was Konoha Intelligence Division Captain, Eden. At this time, Eden was the only one in front of Aoba. There was no one else. It was not that there was no one inside Konoha Intelligence Division. Rather, the people here saw Eden standing there. No one dared to stand beside him. Brother Eden. Aoba immediately greeted Eden. He vaguely felt that the other party had come here to wait for him. Come to the office with me and have a chat. Eden nodded at Aoba, then did not say any more nonsense. He directly turned around and led Aoba to his office. There were many people here. There were many things that were inconvenient to say. They had to go to the office. Not long after, Eden brought Aoba to his office. Eden directly sat on the chair behind the desk. Then, he raised his hand and gestured to Aoba, sit. Okay. Aoba sat in front of Eden. He seemed very quiet. He could almost guess what Eden wanted to say, but he didn't say anything. He just waited for Eden to speak first. Eden tidied up the things on the table. He poured 2 cups of tea. He left 1 cup in front of him and pushed the other to Aoba. Aoba, you must be tired yesterday, right? Eden picked up the teacup and took a sip. He stared at Aoba. It was obvious that there was something else in his eyes that he wanted to ask. I'm not tired. I'm fine. Aoba said with a smile. I didn't adjust your post. You don't have any objections, do you? Eden took another sip of tea. This action looked very relaxed and casual, but it was to cover up the nervousness in his heart, making him seem less concerned. I think it's quite good. I like this position very much. This is very consistent with my idea. Thank you, Brother Eden. Aoba nodded in satisfaction. That's good, Eden breathed a sigh of relief. He had been thinking about this matter yesterday. He was still waiting for Aoba to come and find him. However, Aoba had not come, so he had to ask him personally. Brother Eden, it just so happens that I'm here. Let me show you the results of my creation in the past few days. Aoba's mind moved. Now was indeed a good opportunity. First, he wanted to give Eden a copy. This way, the latter would be attracted by the plot. In the future, as long as he came to find him, it would be easy to grasp a topic. After saying that, Aoba took out the notebook that Fugaku had given him from his pocket. He handed the notebook to Eden. Brother Eden, take a look. I think the story I wrote is quite interesting. Aoba directly boasted that the story was written by himself. Anyway, the ninja world did not know about the modern world. As long as he wanted. Many of the cultural industries in the modern world belonged to him. This book of yours. When Eden saw the book's cover, his eyes immediately lit up. He cast an ambiguous look at Aoba as if he had seen a kindred spirit. It's very special. Eden added. After he took the book, he put it on the table and stared at the cover carefully. He did not open it immediately. Professional. This was professional. Eden carefully stared at every detail on the cover. Suddenly, he was looking forward to the story written by Aoba. You should know. Just from the perspective of this book cover selection, this story was definitely not bad. After that, with anticipation in his heart, Eden opened the book with the wonderful cover. One word after another. It entered his line of sight. Eden carefully read the words written by Aoba and could not help frowning. This was not right. Why did it enter the plot directly? The books by Jiraiya that he likes to read most are all very deep and detailed. But Aoba's books? There was no detailed writing. Instead, it directly entered the plot. And then through the plot to drive emotions. It was more of a special feeling. On the contrary, it brought him a great space for imagination. This. Eden widened his eyes flashing with shock. All of a sudden, his heart began to compare. Jiraiya-sama's book. The detail was extremely meticulously written when he reads the text in the book. An image could appear in his head. But when he saw Aoba's book, he didn't have a detailed picture. He only explained their clothes and identity. All that was left was the drive in his emotions. This allowed Eden to imagine Teacher Baiji in any way possible. On the contrary, he felt an uncontrollable urge in his heart. Aoba, you're so awesome. Eden took a deep breath and forcibly controlled his eye. He moved them back to Aoba from the words in the book. Fortunately, it's good. When I really started writing, I found out how powerful Jiraiya-sama is. I am not as good as Jiraiya-sama. Aoba directly took out his unique move. It was flattery. No one would not like to listen to it. After all, Jiraiya was Eden's idol. Aoba, don't belittle yourself. You and Jiraiya-sama are two different styles. Is this book only have the first chapter? When will the latter part be written? Do you intend to publish it? Eden also became nervous. He knew very well that as long as this book was published, it would definitely be a storm that would directly engulf the dull and boring ninja world. Let's talk about publishing it later. This thing is quite troublesome. I can write some more when I have free time. I'll show it to Brother Eden first. Aoba said with a smile. When he was writing, he understood something. The feeling was something more important than the picture, and the picture was often used to find the feeling. Great! The expression on Eden's face immediately became excited. He had only read one chapter and was completely attracted by this plot. This kind of feeling is that the more I want to read it, the less I can't stop reading it. Aoba, can you tell me about your creative inspiration? How did you think of this story? Eden blinked his eyes and asked curiously. He increasingly felt that Aoba, although his physical fitness was ordinary, his mind was still very good and very talented. How should I put it? Aoba was really stunned for a moment. This was a bit hard to explain, so he simply put on an enigmatic appearance. Brother Eden. This is a feeling. It can only be understood but not spread. Aoba shook his head. It was not that he did not want to say it, but he really had no way to say it. Could he say that this inspiration came from the internet? Brother Eden, there are still some people in my compartment who I haven't finished dealing with. If there is nothing else, I have to go to work. Aoba said with a smile. Well, there is something else. Eden stared at Aoba with embarrassment. He wanted to say something but stopped. Finally, he gathered his courage and slowly said, "Can you lend me this book? It's the only book. I'm afraid of losing it, I want to make a copy and record it by hand." Aoba smiled casually and waved at Eden. He said, "Brother Eden, you can use it. Remember to return it to me when you're done. I still have to continue writing." Chapter 212. No problem. A smile bloomed on Eden's face as he nodded repeatedly at Aoba. "You still don't trust me? Look at my collection of books. I didn't dirty any of them. I was just afraid that this only book would be lost. After I finish copying the first part, I will send it to your compartment." Eden patted his chest and promised. When he thought about how he could take this only book to admire it alone, he felt that every cell in his body was excited. "Ha ha ha ha, good." Aoba nodded at Eden, then got up and prepared to leave. "Brother Eden, take your time. I'm going to work." After that, Aoba walked towards the office door. He didn't want to stay here too long. After all, there was no shadow clone outside to do the mission. There was no meaning in staying for too long. It was better to take care of Kirigakure Ninja, who had been locked up in his compartment for the whole night. Moreover, he had to leave some space for Eden to play. "I won't send you off." Eden quickly took out a delicate book from his desk, picked up a pen, and began to read the story in Aoba's book. Aoba pushed open the office door. He left directly. He walked towards his compartment. Not long after, Aoba arrived in his compartment. Because he got up early in the morning, and even if he went to Eden's office, it was still very early. "Did you sleep well last night?" After entering his compartment, Aoba immediately looked at the young man who was tied to the pillar. He was wearing a cat face mask. No one could see his expression clearly. "You." This Kirigakure ninja's face was ashen, his lips were slightly dry, and he already had symptoms of dehydration. He felt like he was about to die. However, it was very difficult for him to even faint. He didn't know why. It was as if he had been injected with stimulants. He always felt that this interrogator ninja had done something to him. "You must be hungry." Aoba looked at this Kirigakure ninja and smiled. He said, "Don't worry. I will give you some food later. I promise you that you won't die. I confess." This Kirigakure ninja had already realized that this interrogator ninja in front of him was not interrogating him at all. It was completely torturing him. However, he still wanted to try. He did not want to stay here any longer. It was too painful. He already had a deep shadow over this kind of place. Just last night, he had already thought it through. As long as he could escape this calamity, he would return to Kirigakure and no longer go to the other villages to be a spy. Especially Konoha, the Konoha Intelligence Division here was too scary. What do you want to confess? Aoba stared at this Kirigakure ninja with deep meaning. The corner of his mouth behind the cat face mask curled up slightly and he assumed a listening posture. I should not have stolen things. I admit that I stole the military ration pill. Yesterday, I told you the location of the military ration pill. I am willing to accept all punishment. This ninja said in a tearful tone. He was willing to do anything as long as he did not stay in Konoha Intelligence Division. I know everything you said. Is there anything else? Aoba asked lightly. His tone was not very friendly. He clearly found that this Kirigakure ninja still did not want to be honest. The rest. There was no hesitation on Kirigakure's face. He shook his head and said, no more. Then you can continue to stay. From the memory of this Kirigakure ninja, Aoba had already seen what kind of brainwashing training this Kirigakure ninja had received. It could be said that he was the kind of person who was secretly used as a spy to be absolutely loyal to the village. He would rather sacrifice himself. He would not reveal any information. It was almost impossible to pry anything out of such a person's mouth. At this time, a Konoha Intelligence Division's sensory ninjas would read his memories. However, not everyone would just read someone's memories. So there were still plenty of spies who can roam the village in various disguises because of these. After Aoba said this, he no longer paid any attention to Kirigakure's ninja. About half an hour later, the prison guard leader sent 4 people in one breath and tied them all to the wooden pillar. Aoba repeated the previous steps. He read the memories of these suspects in turn. He then began to abuse this Kirigakure ninja to intimidate the people who made mistakes in the village so that they would not dare to enter Konoha Intelligence Division easily. In the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. Aoba repeated the same thing every day. It's just that compared to before, he has always attacked the same person in his compartment. It was that Kirigakure ninja. The other prisoners that were sent over could be said to be completely unharmed. Another day, early morning. When Aoba came to his compartment this time, he directly brought breakfast to this Kirigakure ninja. He placed the breakfast in front of this Kirigakure ninja and untied him. After a few days of the devastation, this Kirigakure ninja already had no strength left, let alone breaking free. Even if he opened the compartment's door now, he would not have the strength to escape. Can I ask why? This Kirigakure ninja grabbed the rice and stuffed it into his mouth. Right now, he only had his last bit of willpower left. He did not want to die here. No, Aoba said indifferently. This Kirigakure ninja was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a strange person in his life. If he had known earlier, he would not have asked this. He then began to ask different questions. This Kirigakure ninja immediately opened his eyes wide. He looked at Aoba and asked directly. Why are you only targeting me? He had been holding back this question for a long time. He did not feel that he had exposed anything. He was just an ordinary person like everyone else. Why did he have to bear so much? Others only have their head touched and were frightened. This was really unfair. Even if it were to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Why was he a chicken? This question had troubled him for several days. If he did not ask, he would not be willing to die. So this is the question. A smile appeared on Aoba's face behind the mask. Because of the smile, his eyes turned into curved shapes. Through the eyes of the mask, they focused on this Kirigakure ninja. Actually, it's very simple. Because you are the chosen child. Aoba said indifferently. Then, he no longer paid any attention to this Kirigakure ninja. After tying him up again, he entered his daily state. At this time, it was about 5 days after Kumigakure's envoy arrived at Konoha. Kumigakure had already received the information that had been sent back. Country of lightning. On a mountain peak shrouded in clouds. In Raikage office. The third Raikage sat on the largest chair in the middle of the Raikage office, wearing a white vest, which highlighted the brown muscles on his body. His brown hair was spread behind him and extended all the way to his waist. There was a tattoo with the word lightning on his right arm. His serious look gave people a very dangerous feeling. Is there any news from Konoha? The third Raikage asked in a low, muffled voice. His voice was very loud and it sounded like thunder. It shook the eardrums of the others in the office. Reporting to third Raikage-sama. The one who spoke was a dark-skinned ninja. He stood in front of I, his face cold and expressionless. The envoy group lost contact after entering Konohagakure. From then on, I immediately went to Konohagakure to inquire about the news. This ninja began to talk about these things. After a few days of investigation, I got very accurate information. The third Hokage ambushed the envoy group led by Hari-sama, and now they have been completely wiped out. Only Hari-sama is still alive. All the staff officers of Country of Lightning have been killed. I found the wreckage left by the wild beasts outside the barrier to the south of Konohagakure. It can be roughly determined from the clothes that it is from our Kumagakure. It is likely Gasui-sama who has gone missing. According to the information, I can confirm right now. When the ninja said this, he suddenly paused and stared at third Raikage. Third Raikage-sama, Konohagakure should have launched a war against our Kumagakure. When the ninja said this, the people in the Raikage office were shocked. None of them had expected that the team personally led by Hari to Konohagakure would suffer such a thing. Konohagakure is the first to start a war. The expression on third Raikage's face became angry, and his round eyes flashed with a cold light. I didn't expect that the third Hokage is so brave. Konohagakure lost its vitality in the war with Omegakure a few years ago and has not recovered yet. Now it dares to challenge our Kumagakure. Ah. When the third Raikage finished speaking, he immediately laughed aloud and stood up. Pass down my order. Half an hour later, all the Jonin teams in Kumagakure will gather. Prepare for battle. We have to rescue Hari, who is trapped in Konohagakure. Third Raikage shouted loudly. His voice was like a loud bell. Everyone around him could feel his aura. Yes. The people in the Raikage office immediately responded, and then they quickly dispersed to inform the different Jonin teams. At this time, they all understood a very important matter. The Third Ninja World War began. Chapter 213. A week later. Early morning. Aoba walked towards the small forest behind Konoha's prison, carrying a seemingly weightless box in his hand. Now the matter of Kumagakure's intruder had passed. The village gradually returned to peace. The people continued to live their normal lives. About the war. They were no longer as nervous as they were at the beginning. Aoba walked into the depths of the forest and formed a seal with his hands and used Taj Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang! 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 In an instant, one shadow clone after another that looked exactly like Aoba appeared in the forest. There were more than 1,000 of them. Let's start now. Aoba nodded at the clones. They immediately split into several groups. Everyone went to the boxes and took out a book, ready to enter the state of reading. Swish! Paper after piece of paper flew around, instantly simulating Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, paper person of God technique, and covering everything around him, forming a natural barrier. After a while, all the shadow clones here were hidden. After that, Aoba took a step forward. He walked in the direction of the Konohagakure Intelligence Division. During this period of time, he had not trained and completely avoided the current limelight of Konohagakure. After so many days, Konoha military police force did not find any traces of Kumagakure's ninjas. In addition, the war was approaching. All the fighting forces in the village focused on the war. They no longer wasted their time and energy searching the forest. Konohagakure Intelligence Division Compartment. As usual, Aoba pushed the door open and walked in. His gaze fell on the Kirigakure ninja on the wooden pillar. "Did you sleep well last night?" Aoba's puzzled voice entered the ears of this Kirigakure ninja. It immediately made this Kirigakure ninja shudder, and his body trembled instinctively. When he heard Aoba's voice, he already had a physiological reaction. This person was too devilish. He had been here for nearly 10 days. Even he himself did not know how he managed to hold on. If it were willpower, it would have collapsed long ago. But if it were about the body, he was still being taken care of by this interrogator ninja in front of him every day. There was no way he could die even if he wanted to. Begging for life, seeking death but not being able to. Such words could not be more appropriate to describe him. You. When will you let me go?" This Kirigakure ninja felt that he was no longer a human being. "I never intended to let you go," Aoba said indifferently and then ignored this Kirigakure ninja. After this period of medical research every day, Aoba understood that this Kirigakure ninja was very tight-lipped. But he couldn't say that he did a secret mind-reading technique in him. Moreover, even if this person was a spy sent by Kirigakure, this person's actual value and information were not much. Compared to the reward of reporting this person's identity, it was far lower than him being exposed. Then, Aoba decided to tie him up and ask slowly. Anyway, stealing military ration pills during the war was not a small matter. He slowly interrogated. The prison did not urge him. Aoba was already prepared to treat this Kirigakure ninja as his compartment's mascot. No matter who came in, take this Kirigakure ninja and stimulate him. He can also make this guy show some residual heat. Not long after, the prison guards sent people in again. Aoba once again returned to his normal life. Konohagakure, the Hokage office. At this time, a group of jonin gathered in the Hokage office. They were all wearing Konohagakure's ninja uniform, and their expressions were particularly serious. "Today, I have gathered you here. I think you all know what is going on." Hiruzen stood in front of these people and swept his eyes over them. His deep voice echoed in everyone's ears. As he spoke, these ninjas did not respond. No one spoke. They still maintained their original posture. That's right. When Hiruzen saw that no one responded to him, he simply nodded his head. According to the information from the scouts in front, Kumigakure ninjas have entered the territory of the Country of Fire and are heading straight to Konohagakure. There is no need for me to say anything. You all know what this means, right? The war is coming. At this point, Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In the end, they still couldn't avoid this war. Sakumo. Hiruzen immediately looked at Konoha's White Fang and called out the latter's name. Yes. Sakumo immediately responded and was ready to receive orders at any time. I appoint you as the chief captain of Konohagakure's elite team, leading the elite team to meet Kumigakure ninjas. You must stop them outside the village, and absolutely cannot let them break into Konohagakure," said Hiruzen in a deep voice. At this time, he found that the only person he could rely on was Konoha's White Fang Sakumo. Yes. Sakumo immediately responded. His face was very serious, and he knew what this position meant. He suddenly felt that the list on his shoulder was even heavier. Later, you can choose your own members to fight. The Jonin is the main, and the Chunin is the auxiliary. There is no need for Genin to fight for the time being. Hiruzen explained. Yes. Everyone, including Sakumo, responded. They all understood the meaning of their third Hokage. Jonin and Chunin were the village's main fighting forces. They could directly go to the battlefield to face the enemy. Even in the unfortunate event of death. At the very least, it will make the enemy suffer. Genin represents the future of the village. Usually, students who had just graduated from the ninja school would directly be promoted to genin. It's very dangerous for them to go on the battlefield. Unless the war reaches a forced stage, the resulting manpower consumption needs to let genin also go to the battlefield to kill the enemy to protect the village. Otherwise, most of the time, genin mainly focused on training and accumulating experience. They would not easily let them participate in the mission of the vile nature. This was also the reason why the ninjas were divided into levels when they received their missions. Hurry up and get ready. Hiruzen waved his hand at everyone, indicating that they could go down. Then, the Jonins left the office one after another. In their hearts, they had almost thought of a companion they wanted to partner up with. Either their student, or in the same period. Those who knew each other's strength and could entrust their backs to each other were the companions they would choose when they went to the battlefield. At night, Aoba completed the day's work. Another day when he tortures the Kirigakure ninja. This Kirigakure ninja no longer had any resistance and was completely flat. His nerves were stabbed by Aoba so that he didn't fall asleep deeply. Aoba left Konohagakure Intelligence Division and walked into the forest. Soon, he arrived at the place where he arranged Taj Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Then, Aoba reached out his hand and passed through Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, paper person of God technique, instantly removing the barrier that blocked his vision. Bang! 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 After that, the sound of explosions rang out. The shadow clones returned to Aoba's body. Almost at the same time, the vast knowledge of information was quickly stuffed into his brain, so much so that he became absent-minded for a moment. Aoba eased for almost 5 minutes and recovered from this feeling. After taking a few deep breaths, he put the scattered books into the box and returned to Anbu's dormitory. After putting the big box back in Anbu's dormitory, Aoba changed his ninja clothes and walked towards Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House. He hasn't been to Ramen Ichiraku for a while. Aoba planned to go over and take a look. He couldn't let Toki appear too lonely. 10 minutes later, Aoba came to Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House. He pulled open the curtain and walked in. The first thing he saw was 2 people wearing green tracksuits. They were Dua and Guy. The father and son were currently eating ramen. The 2 of them were extremely abnormal. They did not eat as quickly as they usually did. Instead, they slowly tasted the noodles and did not speak to each other. Such a scene. Aoba was immediately confused. What was going on? This doesn't seem like the normal appearance of this father and son. Aoba keenly caught the abnormality of the 2, but he did not say anything. He directly walked in and came in front of Toki. "Brother Toki, give me a bowl of ramen," Aoba said. "Okay." When Toki saw Aoba walking in, he immediately narrowed his eyes and smiled. He warmly chatted with Aoba and said, "Today is the day that the villages Jonin and Chunin set off. Those heroes have all gone to the battlefield, and the shop has become a lot quieter. So that's how it is." When Aoba heard Toki's words, he immediately understood what was going on. He knew that Toki was not explaining why Dua and Guy were here. He was just chatting with him. But the content of the chat, it just so happened to explain his doubts. "Actually, I think it's good for Minato to go to Mount Miyaboku. Otherwise, Minato will go to the battlefield now." Toki continued to chat with Aoba with a smile. "Who says it is not?" Aoba chatted idly with Toki. He looked in the direction of Du from the corner of his eyes. Looks like Du, a 10,000-year-old genin, was not invited to participate in the battle. From the expression on the father and son's faces, it was obvious that he was upset about not being able to contribute to the village. What kind of enlightenment was this? Aoba looked at Du. He thought about how the other party felt uncomfortable because he could not go to the battlefield. In contrast, he was avoiding the opportunity to go to the battlefield. Sure enough, the ideological awareness was different. Step 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 step. However, at this time, there was a series of fine footsteps outside Ramen Ichiraku's entrance. One by one, children around the age of Guy ran over. Most of them were freshmen of the ninja school. In the ninja school, there were many people who ridiculed Guy. After all, this kind of ninja who did not know ninjutsu was quite rare. It's them, father and son. That's right, I heard that Guy's father wanted to fight. But in the end, they did not want him. He's too weak. It's safer to stay in the village. He'll only be throwing his life away if he goes out. He's just a genin. He doesn't even know what he's thinking. He thought he could fight the Third Ninja World War. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The mocking voices of children the same age as Guy came from the entrance of Ramen Ichiraku. As they spoke, he even made faces at Dua and Guy. After saying that, the group of children quickly ran away. All of a sudden, the father and son pair, Dua and Guy, ate at a slower pace, and the atmosphere became even more oppressive. Drip drip. Drip drip. All of a sudden, there was the sound of water dripping. Guy pursed his lips, and silent tears flowed down his cheeks to his chin, dripping into the soup. They are wrong. However, at this time, a faint voice sounded. The owner of the voice was Aoba. Aoba's voice immediately stunned Dua and Guy. Especially Guy. He turned his head and looked at Aoba. He ignored the tears that flowed down his face. He opened his mouth which still had noodles in it. What did they say wrong? Guy's voice was filled with unwillingness and helplessness. What made him feel the most helpless was that he could fight with them, but deep in his heart, he felt that what those children said was the truth. The genin did not participate in the war. It is not that genin is the weakest, but it is the opposite, because... Aoba smiled and looked at Guy. Facing the latter's puzzled gaze, he said a sentence that shook his ninja concept. Konoha Gaku's genin is the strongest. Chapter 214. Aoba's voice echoed within Ramen Ichiraku, causing Guy's pupils to slightly expand. A moment later, Guy shook his head. He expressed his disbelief towards Aoba's words. Don't try to trick me. Guy shook his head and curled his lips at Aoba. I'm not a fool. The most powerful people in the village are genin? How can genin be the strongest? This is a lie. Ha 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 ha. After hearing Guy's words, Aoba suddenly raised his head and smiled as if he had heard a joke. I'm talking about Konoha's genin, not a simple genin. Their strength cannot be judged by simple ninja ranks. That is the most terrifying power in the ninja world. In the future, you will slowly understand. Aoba smiled slightly. He spoke like an old faker, putting on an enigmatic posture. As he spoke, he even looked at Du. They looked at each other and nodded at each other. No matter what. Aoba read Du's memory. He knew what kind of effort Du had put into his training. He also knew what kind of potential this person had in his body. This was an existence that could open the hatch Iman Tonk. No Jin, 8 inner gates formation. One had to know. Not everyone can achieve the limit one by one. A taijutsu ninja as powerful as Rock Lee, until the finale, can only be by the side character to add to the fun. Under the circumstance of limited physique, he could not open the 8 gate of the 8 inner gates formation. Genin, Chunin, Jonin. These so-called ranks. In Aoba's opinion, it was impossible to determine a person's true strength. It could only mean that this person was not willing to participate in the examination, or was not suitable for the examination. That was all. Aoba did not remember the exact age of Du's death, but judging from the age of Du in his memory, it was considered an early death. If he could survive. If he continues to temper his body day after day. In the future, he might be able to erupt with even greater power. The advance of the Third Ninja World War might very well prevent Do from dying. As a result, Konoha Gakure will have another trump card that no one else knows. What do you mean? Guy was directly confused by Aoba, feeling like he was playing a word game. Isn't Konoha Gakure's genin a Konoha's genin? Guy stared at Aoba doubtfully. Although in his heart, he hoped that his father was an invincible hero. But even he had to admit that what those children outside said was correct. Your father is not an ordinary genin. He can be considered Konoha's genin. He can burst out with amazing power, which is definitely not what you can imagine. After saying this, Aoba slowly got up and took a step toward Guy. It was only one step. He did not continue to approach. However, from the momentum of this action, it was a bit stronger. Your father is your best teacher. Now he is teaching you a very important lesson in your life. That is forbearance. As Aoba said this, he suddenly thought of the overwhelming crooked-mouthed Dragon King that he had seen when he was surfing the internet. No pain, no gain. Your father has extremely powerful strength, but he is willing to bear these scoldings, which is to exercise your heart. In the future, you must become a powerful Konoha's genin like your father. After saying this, Aoba turned around and returned to his seat. He thought that he needed to take this step back, and that step he took just now was meaningful. After he finished speaking, the young man no longer said a word. What was left behind for Guy was endless imagination. Is it true? Guy had a suspicious expression on his face. Why did he not believe it? He did not have any intention of looking down on his father. However, this made him feel very confused. Could it be that his father's true strength was not just forbearance, but he was just concealing his strength? Father! Guy turned around and looked at Du. His eyes flickered with questioning light, and his mind was already in a mess. Eat ramen. Du grinned at Guy, and his smile directly motivated Guy's blood and youth back. After we finish eating, we still have to continue with training. Du added. Okay. Guy swept away the haze in his heart. He knew very well what kind of effort he had put in and even more clearly what kind of sweat he had poured into accompanying his father in training. Those people who laughed at them. They don't understand them at all. On the contrary, this person. Guy glanced at Aoba from the corner of his eye again, silently remembering Aoba's appearance. This person said something he had never heard before. Although there was no reason or logic, and there were many loopholes, it even sounded like it was all made up. But he was willing to believe. All of a sudden, Du and Guy were like a whirlwind and ate up all the ramen in the bowl. Finally, they walked out of Ramen Ichiraku. The ramen is ready. After Du and Guy left, Toki placed a bowl of steaming hot ramen in front of Aoba. Hey! The words you just said. The so-called Konoha's genin. You made it up, didn't you? Toki said with a smile. He had heard everything just now, but he didn't interrupt Aoba because he also felt the verbal violence and depression that the father and son had suffered in the face of gossip. I'm not talking nonsense. Aoba lowered his head and picked up the chopsticks. He directly picked up the ramen and put them into his mouth. Du is Konoha's genin. Aoba said while chewing the noodles in his mouth. In his heart, Du was worthy of such a title. Although Du was far inferior to Naruto and Sasuke in the future. However, Naruto and Sasuke had not been born yet. The current Du. It can be called Konoha's genin. You mean, the gentleman who hides his strength and doesn't look very conspicuous is very likely to be Konoha's genin. Toki narrowed his eyes and stared at Aoba. Ah! Aoba was stunned for a moment and vaguely felt that Toki's eyes were a little strange. Are you a Konoha's genin? Toki stared at Aoba and asked. When he asked this question, his narrowed eyes suddenly opened a lot, as if he wanted to see through everything about Aoba. I'm just a useless Konoha ninja. Aoba said in a self-deprecating manner. As he spoke, he stuffed noodles into his mouth. Just now, he saw that Dua and Guy were somewhat depressed. He could not help but comfort them a few times. He should have left a good impression in their hearts. Ha 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 ha, stop joking around. I have something serious to tell you. Tuka looked around. Now, there was no one else in Noodle House except for Aoba. He directly bowed forward and moved a little closer to Aoba. Two people came to my place last night to eat ramen. They are all wearing masks. They are all Anbu's people. Tuka said seriously. When he said Anbu, Aoba had already stopped chewing. And then Aoba stared at Tuki and asked. He vaguely felt that Tuka seemed to know something, and his expression immediately became focused. I suspect that someone is trying to harm you. Tuka's tone became cautious. His voice and tone were like telling a ghost story. If it were someone with less courage, they would have goosebumps all over their skin. What do you mean? Aoba looked at Tuki in a daze. What was going on with this person? Why couldn't he finish everything in one go? Why did he have to keep them in suspense? It was like squeezing toothpaste. He asked a little and said a little. I heard them mention your name and another name. That name is Oman. Tuka's voice became more and more hoarse. If this voice went to the radio station to broadcast ghost stories, there would definitely be a lot of audiences. It was too immersive. In a split second, Aoba's eyes became serious. Oman. He knew this name. It was the name of that Kirigakure ninja. Of course. He wasn't sure if this was a coincidence. Brother Tuki, don't torture me anymore. Just say it in one breath. It will be hard for me to do this, Aoba spread out his hands and said helplessly. He had cooperated with Tuka several times, but he had already asked, but the other party didn't say anything. All right. Tuki immediately stood up straight and rolled his eyes at Aoba helplessly. He felt that this kid was not interesting and was not fun at all. Last night, two Anbu ninjas were eating ramen. They talked about a ninja named Oman. They wanted to save him quietly, but that person was imprisoned in Konoha Intelligence Division. The person responsible for the interrogation was you. Tuka said in a deep voice. That's it. Aoba was stunned for a moment. Good fellow, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Just this. That's it. Tuka nodded. After seeing Aoba's expression, he said unhappily, do you think it's so easy for me to hear this kind of information? If they find out, my life will be in danger. Brother Tuki, thank you. Aoba immediately smiled and thanked Tuki. That's more like it. Tuki put on a proud expression. Aoba. I'll tell you seriously. Be careful. I feel that their tone is not very friendly. Now that Minato is not here, don't let anything happen to you. Tuki warned Aoba. But even if those two ninjas were eating, they still wore masks, so he could not see their faces clearly. Chapter 215. Brother Tuki, thank you. Aoba thanked Tuki in front of him. If not for Tuki's reminder, he would not have discovered these things. This helped him a lot. We are old friends. This is nothing. As long as you are fine. Tuki narrowed his eyes and smiled. He only said what he had heard. He did not care about the rest. As an ordinary person, he would not participate in the ninjas' matters. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Aoba nodded and promised Tuki. The next time, Aoba chatted with Tuki about some daily matters of life. Gradually, it was late at night. Aoba got up from his chair. Brother Tuki, it's getting late. I should go back. Aoba said. You have to be careful, Tuki warned again. Yes. Aoba nodded, then directly strode towards the direction of Anbu's dormitory. After walking out of Ramen Ichiraku Noodle House, Aoba's thoughts began to move quickly, and his heart was also somewhat puzzled. Anbu. What is going on? After Aoba read the memory of the ninja named Oman, he went through the memories in detail. There was no other connection. This was a Kiri ninja who sneaked into Konoha on a mission alone. In the past, he sent the information personally. There was no one in the village that he knew. Otherwise, Aoba would have found that spy in the village long ago. But Toka's words were obviously not fabricated. The other party knew his identity and knew that Oman was in his hands. Moreover, the other party was Anbu. These conditions were stacked together. Aoba suddenly realized a problem. Inside Anbu, there are spies. This could be said to be the most reasonable explanation he could think of. Good fellow, it really is all-pervasive. The intrigues between the 5 villages are really... Aoba could not help but smile helplessly. He still remembered when he first arrived at Konoha Intelligence Division. Eden asked him to check if those children were suitable to be spies. After he selected a few people, he never saw those people again. Right now, they might be slowly growing up as a ninja in other villages. Or they were discovered and killed. It was not easy to be a spy. If one was slightly careless and was discovered, that was the abyss of eternal damnation. In Aoba's memory, whether it was the anime he had seen before or the memories he had read, the most powerful spy among the spies were still the Kabuto. He was indeed very strong. Now that Aoba had read through the memories of many spies, he found that none of them could compare to the Kabuto. There was one main reason. Those spies no longer had any heart. To be precise, the spies had been brainwashed from a young age and became machines to obtain information for the village. They could sacrifice themselves for the village at any time. And in their eyes, sacrifice was a great honor. Once this concept was formed, it was very difficult to change throughout their life. However, Kabuto was different. It could be said that he was more selfish. Kabuto would constantly be looking for his own way. Unexpectedly, the spy industry has been involved. Not only did Aoba sigh, he silently made a judgment in his heart. If there are no accidents, the 2 Anbu ninjas who were chatting were Kirigakuru's spies. They should be higher-level spies. These 2 people knew about the existence of Oman, but Oman did not know about their existence. Then, the reason why these 2 people took the risk to rescue Oman. There is only one reason. Oman had been trapped in his compartment for too long. As a result, the spies that Kirigakure had left in Konoha could not sit still. They are afraid that Oman will spit out something and that something will go wrong. Let me think. Aoba rubbed his forehead as he walked. Since Oman is not a pawn that could be casually sacrificed, then there must be something in Oman's memory. That thing. It had been overlooked by him. It should be something very important. Aoba was now heading in the direction of Anbu's dormitory. He was only thinking about these things and did not immediately search for Oman's memories. However, he was a little curious. What was Kirigakure thinking about? This was something he had not figured out when he was watching Naruto's anime. In this Third Ninja World War, what did it have to do with Kirigakure? Why did they send the 7 ninja swordsmen to attack Konoha? Is it just to act as the background play for Do to open the 8 inner gates formation? It couldn't be. There is no love for no reason, no hatred for no reason, everything had root. There wouldn't be a sudden attack without purpose. Kumigakure's attack on Konoha can be attributed to their desire for Byakugan and Jinchuriki's strength. Then, Kirigakure is willing to cooperate with Kumigakuren to sneak attack Konoha. Moreover, they had sent out a powerful attack force. They didn't just casually send out a few cannon fodder. It can really be said to have come across the ocean. Aoba vaguely felt that these details that he did not notice might be the answer to Kirigakure's sneak attack on Konoha. Go back and think about it slowly. Or read the memories of those higher-level spies. Aoba couldn't think of the result, so he simply didn't think about it. This thing didn't rely on imagination. He had a mind-reading system. This could be said to be a bug-level intelligence collector. These questions, he could slowly find the answer. After throwing away these distracting thoughts, Aoba quickened his pace and walked in the direction of Anbu's dormitory. At the same time, he controlled his own perception. He sensed the movements around him. After all, the other party already knew his name and could take advantage of this opportunity to launch a sneak attack on him. However, at this time, the people around him were not paying attention to him. How do I find them? A question mark popped up in his head. He was now being targeted. This was not a problem. He was not afraid of thieves stealing, but afraid of thieves thinking. Aoba disliked the feeling of being secretly observed. I got it. Aoba suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a good solution. I don't know who they are. But they know who I am. As long as they come to me. High-end hunters often appear in the form of prey. After thinking about it, Aoba immediately had a plan in his heart. He continued to walk calmly in the direction of Anbu's dormitory. The road was extremely quiet. Until Aoba returned to Anbu's dormitory. He didn't even feel like he was being watched. Obviously, the spies hidden in the Anbu were very cautious and would not be easily exposed. At this time, Aoba sat at the table in Anbu's dormitory. He took out the notebook that Fugaku had given him and then took out a pen. He opened it to the second chapter page. He quickly started writing. Rustle, rustle. The sound of writing continuously rang out in the room. These sounds were especially clear in the quiet environment. As time passed, Aoba wrote 2 chapters of the story. The entire process was very focused. He was very satisfied with the content. He closed the book in satisfaction. His hands began to form hand seals. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Aoba directly used Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, 3 shadow clones appeared in the room. Including Aoba's main body, there were a total of 4 people. The 4 Aoba all lay down. Among them, Aoba's main body lay on the bed, and the remaining 3 lay on the ground. Almost at the same time, all 4 Aoba closed their eyes and began to flip through the memories of the ninja named Oman. Scene after scene appeared in the minds of 4 Aoba. Including Aoba himself, the division of labor was very clear. Each of them flipped through the memories of different periods of time. The next day, early in the morning, accompanied by 3 explosions, Aoba slowly opened his eyes. His pitch-black pupils flashed with a hint of understanding. I really almost missed something important. Aoba had only roughly read the memory of that Kirigakuer ninja named Oman to find if there were any other spies, but he didn't think so clearly about other things. After reading it again, Aoba found a very hard-to-find detail. This Oman was actually a spy with light and dark lines. From the surface, he was the spy that Kirigakuer had arranged to enter Konoha. But in the dark, this Oman was a secret spy of Gen, a Kirigakuer higher up in the country of water. From beginning to end, Oman had never seen Gen before. He had only seen the mission Gen left for him in the scroll. This has been a thing in Oman since he was very young. As for the mission, it was actually a relay mission. Even Oman himself did not know what the mission was. He just asked him to go to the woods behind the Hokage building to take something inside a trunk. There was a mark outside the trunk. It looked like a small snake. This small snake was not Orochimaru's small snake, but the appearance of the snake staff in Gen's hand. Good. Aoba was curious about that thing. In addition, he knew more about this matter in his heart, and he already knew what to do. This time, just treat it as a gift for Minato in advance. After all, after Minato returns from Mount Myaboku, he can officially take over the position of Hokage. The corners of Aoba's mouth slightly curled up, and his eyes flashed with the light of scheme. Even he himself did not know. Was it because he had read too many memories? He was often in this kind of environment. Compared to fighting openly, he liked to trick people more. That kind of feeling of sneak attacking in secret. It was really too cool. Especially the feeling of torturing people to death. Before the other party died, he did not know how he died. He also did not know who killed him. The completely inexplicable feeling would bring Aoba a great sense of accomplishment. Let me see how many spies Kirigakure has taken root here. Aoba got up from the iron bed and quickly washed up. Then he changed into Anbu's clothes, put on the cat face mask, and walked out of Anbu's dormitory. Aoba did not go to his compartment. Instead, he walked directly in the direction of Konoha Intelligence Division's black room. He needed an alibi for what would happen later. Not long after, Aoba arrived at the door of the black room. Dong dong dong. Aoba gently knocked on the door, then pushed it open and walked in. At this time, Eden, who was wearing a black trench coat, stood in the black room. There was an iron square fence in front of him. It was Eden's Kukiyos, Monday Heya, summoning, torture chamber. In this torture chamber, there was a ninja locked up. From the clothes and signs on his body, this was a ninja of Iwagakure. Sure enough, Iwagakure still wanted to attack Konoha. Aoba only glanced at this Iwagakure spy and had a general answer in his heart. Aoba, why are you here? Eden looked at Aoba in confusion. He had just warmed up and was ready to interrogate this spy. Aoba saw this scene. He suddenly realized that he had been reckless. It was now the time of war. Konoha Intelligence Division also got busy. He didn't go to the other side of the war, so he didn't really feel the cruelty of the battlefield. That. Brother Eden. I'd better come back at a different time. After Aoba finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Just as he took a step, Eden's eyes suddenly lit up as he realized something very important. Wait. Could it be? It had been updated. Chapter 216. Eden looked into Aoba's eyes, which were already beginning to emit green light. This period of time was when he had been waiting for the update to sprout. Ever since he had read Teacher Bai of the Ninja Academy that Aoba had created that day, when he looked at the other books that he had collected, they were no longer fragrant. He couldn't continue reading. Every day, he was thinking about the plot behind Teacher Bai. As a result, he had no choice but to read the first chapter many times repeatedly. He was about to take it down. It was precisely because he had read too many times that this chapter did not feel any novelty. It was already not very useful. He needed a new chapter to supplement it. Yes. Aoba nodded at Eden. He had known that Eden had this kind of hobby before. However, when he was flipping through Eden's memories, he deliberately avoided this. He focused more of his attention on the information. Great. Eden walked directly towards Aoba. He raised his hand to pat Aoba on the shoulder, but his hand stopped in the air. Follow me to the office. Eden said directly in a commanding tone. He couldn't wait any longer, and his whole body itched. This. Aoba looked at Iwagakure ninja and could not help but ask, is he all right? He is just a spy of Iwagakure. I already asked almost everything I needed to ask. There is nothing to dig. If I continue, it is just to beat him up to vent my anger and punish him. Eden said anxiously. This Iwagakure spy was not worth mentioning in front of Teacher Bai's temptation. All right. Aoba smiled helplessly and followed Eden toward the office. Just as he took his first step, a piece of paper fell from his feet. It was stuck to the ground. There was an inconspicuous black circle on the upper right corner of this piece of paper. After Aoba left with Eden, this piece of paper started to move. It was suffused with a faint chakra fluctuation. A figure suddenly appeared. He squatted on the ground and picked up this paper. This person was wearing a cloak that covered his face, and there were many scars on his face. This person. It was Aoba's advanced paper clone. He immediately simulated the appearance of Oman. Aoba's advanced paper clone quickly shuttled through Konoha Intelligence Division. After a few flashes and without anyone noticing, he arrived at the door of his compartment. Creak. Aoba's advanced paper clone directly stepped in. His gaze fell directly on that Kirigakure ninja. Who are you? Oman looked at Aoba's advanced paper clone in confusion. Just after the two of them met eyes, Oman opened his eyes wide, and his eyes were filled with shock. Impossible. Oman's voice was very sharp, and it sounded less and less like a man's voice. The person in front of him suddenly came in wearing a cloak. He looked exactly the same as him. Even the injuries on his body were the same. You need to change your location. Aoba's advanced paper clone walked to the front of Oman, raised his hands, and directly pressed them on the latter's body. Flying Thunder God technique. Aoba's advanced paper clone instantly controlled his chakra to wrap around Oman's body. Then, he found the coordinates he had set up beforehand. Oman's body trembled slightly and suddenly disappeared. In the compartment that belonged to Aoba, there was no one left. Now I don't know if they will take the bait. Aoba's advanced paper clone imitated Oman's walking posture and walked out of the compartment. The moment he walked out, he seemed to be Oman himself. In the darkness of the compartment, he found a chance to escape. He quickly walked towards Konoha Intelligence Division's entrance. It was still early. After a few turns, Aoba's advanced paper clone walked out of Konoha Intelligence Division and ran into the forest behind them. The whole process was unusually smooth. No one noticed. Suddenly, in the woods, Aoba's advanced paper clone made a big turn and walked toward the woods behind the Hokage building. At first, he didn't feel any movement. As he got closer and closer to the back of the building, he immediately felt two pairs of eyes staring at him, and they were following behind him. They had taken the bait. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly. He knew that Kirigakure's spies who were lurking in Anbu would follow him after seeing him leave. Now, the two people behind him did not intend to go forward and greet him. Instead, they were separated by a relatively safe distance, as if they were afraid that Oman would find them. Aoba did not care about them. He was also curious about what the Kirigakure higher UPS wanted. He continued to use Oman's appearance to walk into the forest. Just like this, Aoba's advanced paper clone walked in front. The two Anbus followed behind. This situation lasted for about half an hour. Aoba's advanced paper clone came to the forest that Oman's mission pointed out. Not far ahead was the Hokage building. Suddenly, Aoba's advanced paper clone began to search for the little snake mark on the trunk. According to the time of the mission in Oman's memory, and considering that the tree would grow over time, the little snake mark would also grow higher. Suddenly, Aoba's advanced paper clone found the carving mark of the little snake on the trunk of a tree. This mark needed him to look up to see it. It's here. Aoba's advanced paper clone imitated Oman's voice and deliberately spoke out. Then, he spread his legs and stepped on the tree to climb up. When he reached the location of the small snake mark, he took out a kunai from his waist. He gently separated the tree bark. After that, Aoba's advanced paper clone found a scroll inside the tree bark. He quickly took out the scroll. Before he could open the scroll to see what was recorded in it, two figures walked out from the bushes and appeared in front of Aoba's advanced paper clone. Oman, your mission is done well. Hand the scroll over to us. These two figures were dressed in Konohagakure's Anbu uniform and wore masks, so their appearances could not be seen at all. Who are you? Aoba's advanced paper clone imitated Oman's tone and put on a cautious expression. He then held the scroll tightly in his arms. These were all the homework that Aoba had done last night. According to Gen's mission detail, this thing was very important to Kirigakure. He had to use his life to protect it if he got it. In addition, Aoba did not find any information about Konoha having Kirigakure's spy in Oman's memory. Then it could be inferred. Oman did not know these two people at all. Now that such a reaction was just in line with Oman's normal response, it would not seem too much of a misunderstanding. Aoba said. The two ninjas looked at each other and nodded together. Suddenly, the two of them took off their masks at the same time. They revealed their appearance. Of course, Aoba did not recognize these two people. Oman, we are the same as you. We were sent by Elder Gen. You don't know our existence. It was the village's decision to protect us. The ninja on the left said. Yes, it is not easy for us to sneak into Konoha's Anbu, so not many people know our identity. Today, we planned to sneak into Konoha Intelligence Division to rescue you, but we didn't expect you to break free yourself. The ninja on the right said. Who is the same as you? Aoba's advanced paper clone looked at the two of them suspiciously. He did not seem to believe them at all. The expression on his face was especially cautious. Don't even think about digging a hole for me. I am just a thief who stole things. I did run out from Konoha Intelligence Division. At worst, I will go back with you. But you can't slander me as someone from some other village. Isn't this a little too big? Oman, who was simulated by Aoba's advanced paper clone, had no intention of admitting this matter. When he was entangled with these two people, he was also sizing them up. The two ninjas looked at each other and could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. They came to Konoha before Oman. Through the information exchange later, they knew that the village had sent another ninja named Oman to take the scroll that they had successfully stolen and hidden. But they didn't have anything that could prove their identity to Oman. From their perspective, if it weren't for Oman's brain pumping, and have to steal that damn military ration pill, then had made himself into Konoha Intelligence Division, they would not expose themselves at all. As a spy, it was not easy for them to enter the enemy's village Anbu. Oman, you have been targeted by Konoha Intelligence Division. Now you can't leave Konoha with the scroll. The best way now is to give the scroll to us, and we will send it to Kirigakure immediately. The ninja on the left stared at Aoba's advanced paper clone and said. This was also something they had to do, even at the risk of exposing themselves. In their eyes, if Oman left directly after coming out of Konoha Intelligence Division, they didn't need to be exposed at all. Just wait for Kirigakure to send the next Oman over. However, Oman took the scroll out. Then they had to take the scroll away. Otherwise, after Oman was caught again, the scroll would fall into Konoha hands again after Oman was caught. No. Oman, who was Aoba, directly shook his head. His eyes stared at the two ninjas with deep meaning. It was not easy to hook you two. How can I let you get away with it so easily? If I don't play with you guys well, it would be a waste of this plan of acting crazily all the way. After the two ninjas were rejected by Aoba again, they looked at each other again. Oman, sorry, everything is for the village. The ninja on the left said. After saying that, the two of them rushed towards Oman. They were already showing a strong snatch stance. You're going to attack just like that? Aoba looked at the two ninjas who were rushing over. He was not in a hurry to attack, but these two people attacked first, which made him feel dull and tasteless. Boring. You guys are really boring. I tried so hard to deceive you. You actually ignored my superb acting skills. Aoba's advanced paper clone shook his head coldly. His voice had already changed. You. The two Anbu spies suddenly paused. Their charging momentum stopped. They stared at the Oman before them and felt that something was wrong. You didn't expect this, did you? Aoba's advanced paper clone waved his hand, and pieces of paper flew up and rotated toward the two ninjas. The prey is yourself. Chapter 217. The two Anbu were dumbfounded. The change happened too suddenly. Before they could react, they saw pieces of paper circling around them. The papers seemed to be alive and moving back and forth. Not good. The two Anbu were shocked at the same time. They suddenly retreated, wanting to escape from these papers. They had never seen such a scene before. They had no idea what this paper was. In the face of unfamiliar things, they immediately became extremely cautious. Can you guys dodge it? Aoba's indifferent voice rang out, echoing in their ears. He had already regained his original voice and no longer used Oman's voice. Use fire! The two Anbu roared and simultaneously raised their hands, preparing to make a hand seal. Swish swish swish! However, right at this moment, the pieces of paper flew toward the hands of the two and instantly turned into long white paper ribbons, binding their hands. When these white papers were connected together, strange black words appeared on the paper. These strange words were like some kind of seal. They had the power to suppress. Not good. The two of them were shocked. The moment this piece of paper stuck to them, they could no longer form seals. This was not as simple as having their hands controlled, rather, the chakra in their bodies could not flow smoothly. It was as if they were sealed. Their entire body was locked and suppressed. This feeling made them think of the body sealing technique that Anbu often used. However, this technique was used most of the time to deal with wild beasts and summoned beasts. It could be said to be very, very difficult to cause such a suppressive effect on ninjas unless there was a great disparity in strength. Things were troublesome. The two ninjas realized the seriousness of the matter. They did not expect that this Oman was disguised. With their strength, there was no need for too many tricks to deal with Oman. It was to the extent that when the two of them were surrounded by paper, they had no chance to use the body replacement technique or shadow clone technique at all. It was already too late for them to use it now. The two of them were already completely trapped by the papers. This feeling of being completely unable to move made them feel as if the pressure of these papers was like a mountain pressing on them. You are. One of the two ninjas suddenly opened his eyes wide. From Aoba's voice, he determined Aoba's identity. Only. Before he could finish his sentence, his mouth was covered by paper after paper. This white paper was like a sealing tape. After it was pasted on his mouth, it wrapped the entire mouth tightly. In an instant, the white paper seemed to have black ants crawling over it. The black sealing formula quickly spread on it, forming a sealing technique. After the technique appeared, the ninja can't speak anymore. At the same time, another ninja had a white paper pasted on his mouth. And similarly, a black sealing formula appeared. At this point, these two Anbu had already been sealed by Aoba's paper. Those extremely resilient papers were like ropes, tying up these two Anbu. On the surface of these ropes were black lines, completely showing a special binding effect. You two are quite active. You didn't make me wait too long. Otherwise, I really don't know how to find you. Aoba still maintained Oman's appearance. He had no intention of turning back into his real body. He walked toward the two Anbu step by step, and his eyes slightly changed. Actually, you two are quite lucky. To be able to feel my paper seal first in the whole world. Then I will let you live for a few more minutes. Aoba walked directly to the front of the two people and raised his right hand to touch the heads of the two people. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Jig. Jubaku no In, self-cursing seal. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, Mizukagami no Jutsu, water mirror technique. Two electronic prompts rang out in Aoba's head, both of which were ninjutsu he had never acquired before. Aoba carefully felt the sealing technique he had just obtained. If he remembered correctly, this technique was Danzo's technique. He didn't know if Danzo had invented it. Or was it exclusive to Root? At the very least, he had never seen this technique in the records of the Uzumaki clan that Minato had given him. It's just right for me to try. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly. Just in front of him, there were two ready-made experimental subjects. He was ready to try combining this self-cursing seal with the paper sealing technique he had studied. Then, Aoba raised his hands. His right hand stretched out two fingers and made a gesture. His left hand held his right hand and formed a seal. Seal. Aoba spat out a word. In a split second, the paper on the two ninjas changed. One black seal after another crawled out of the paper and covered the bodies of the two ninjas. It was like adding some black tattoos to them. However, this was not a tattoo, but a seal with suppressive force. In a split second, the bodies of the two Anbu trembled slightly. This was their instinctive trembling. It was different from the feeling of being suppressed and completely unable to move. Right now, the two Anbu felt as if their bodies were being torn apart by an incomparably huge force, as if they could be crushed at any moment. This sealing technique doesn't look bad. Aoba stared at the two Anbu, and in his heart, he began to imagine a series of moves. If there was a chance to sneak attack in the future, it was just a piece of paper. Any piece of paper that landed on the ground would be fine. It was that kind of completely unremarkable piece of paper that could directly activate the sealing technique on the paper after it was pasted on the opponent's body. It would instantly hinder the opponent's movements. He would first use the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan to seal the self-cursing seal on the paper. Then he could use the paper to cast the self-cursing seal so that the technique that could play the role of binding and seal could climb out of the paper and cover the enemy's body to achieve the final effect. Very good. Aoba thought about it and felt that it was great. Although he had also achieved the same effect just now, he had used many pieces of paper to control these two Anbu. Now, there was no need for such trouble. One piece of paper was enough. The sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan required a medium to present the technique fully. For example, a complete ground. This way, Aoba could use the paper as a substitute and draw the sealing technique onto the paper, giving the paper the ability to seal. Danzo's self-cursing seal was a different type of seal. It was more like a type of sealing power that needed to be injected. After coming into contact with the other party, a sealing formula would cover the other party's body. This was similar to Orochimaru's curse seal. It was perfectly compatible with Aoba's paper. As for the water mirror technique that he had just obtained, you can use water to create a mirror to copy and reflect. For Aoba, this was a huge problem. It was a little weak. It won't be used as a regular weapon. How to use it specifically? Aoba did not have any thoughts about it yet. Now, let me look at what exactly is the thing you, Kirigakuer, are longing for. Aoba took a few steps back and stood before the two ninjas. He was in their line of sight. He had already raised his perception to the highest level from the moment he entered the forest. There was no one in this forest at all. There is absolutely nothing that is within the distance of being able to perceive him. It could be said that it was similar to him being here alone. It was just that there were two dead people who were still alive in front of him. As Aoba took out the scroll, the two Anbu opened their eyes wide at the same time, their eyes flashing with a strong desire. This scroll was only a short distance away from them just now. When they had come, they had thought that they would immediately return to Kirigakuer after obtaining the scroll from Omon and take credit. However, they hadn't expected such a change to occur. At this time, even these two Anbu were very curious. What the hell is this thing? It could actually make their Kirigakuer's higher UPS Gensama plan for 10 years. Aoba looked at the eyes of the two Anbu. The corners of his mouth curled up into a satisfied smile. Very good. This is the effect I want. The more you want it, the more you can't get it. After sneaking into Konohagakure and becoming a spy for so long, you should have transmitted a lot of information. If you guys died directly like this, it is too easy and comfortable for you. Aoba felt that he had to let these two people suffer some psychological impact. Then, under the complicated gazes of the two, Aoba opened the scroll that had been hidden in the tree trunk for a long time. There was a line of text. It was reflected in Aoba's line of sight. In addition to words, there was also a picture. A chakra path diagram one after another. There was also a clear hand seal gesture. It was an extremely detailed explanation and experience summary. This is... Aoba suddenly widened his eyes. He had never thought that Kirigakure would actually want this thing. It was completely beyond his expectations. But thinking about it, it was also reasonable. On the contrary, he didn't find it strange. All right. Aoba only took a glance before closing the scroll. He casually looked at the two sealed Anbu in front of him with indifferent eyes. You can die now. Chapter 218. Aoba's indifferent voice echoed in the forest. His eyes fell on the two ninjas, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. No matter what position it was. As long as it was a spy who had invaded Konohagakure. Or a spy who had sneaked into another village. This type of ninja. As long as they were discovered. Then there was only death. There was no possibility of forgiveness. In an instant, Aoba walked in front of the two of them. He raised both of his hands, and the sharp chakra scalpel on his fingertips instantly cut open their throats. Swish! Swish! Along with two blue chakra lines. These two Anbu instantly died. They were no longer breathing and completely lost their life. For a moment, the two spies that Kirigakure sneaked into Konoha were all dead. Then, Aoba took out corpse-dissolving water from his ninja pouch. He gently dripped some. When the corpse-dissolving water landed on the heads of the two of them, white smoke instantly appeared and dissolved their bodies, leaving behind a pool of black water that slowly seeped into the ground. This scroll. Aoba's advanced paper clone put the scroll into his bosom, then, with the thought, he immediately locked his perception on the Flying Thunder God formula in Anbu's dormitory. Aoba's advanced paper clone immediately used Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, to disappear and appear in the Anbu dormitory. At this moment, in Aoba's dormitory, there was a young man tied up. The young man widened his eyes and looked at the other him, who appeared in the room with a puzzled face. Not long ago, he was still in Konohagakure Intelligence Division's compartment. It was this person who suddenly appeared. He patted himself with his palm. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared. He suddenly appeared in this kind of place. He could tell. This was a dormitory. However, he was not sure whose dormitory this was. Just as he was confused, he saw a person sitting near the door. That person was wearing the clothes of Konohagakure Anbu, wearing a cat face mask, especially the pattern on the mask, which gave him a sense of familiarity that he was about to vomit. It was this person. This person who had been whipping him all this time. Oman would never forget Aoba's cat-faced mask in this life. The panic he felt was too strong. Almost in an instant, his mood calmed down. There was no impulse to shout or scream. Perhaps this was the discussion of this interrogator ninja. He wanted to find a different place to do something messy. Only, what he did not expect was, as time passed, he discovered a strange phenomenon. That was, the interrogator ninja sitting at the door only stared at him and did not do anything to him. In that case, he was also happy to be idle. After all, once the other party made a move, it might be a terrifying attack like a violent storm. Slowly, More than half an hour passed. All of a sudden, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in the room, and a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was just like when he came here. After Oman saw the figure that suddenly appeared, his eyes widened, and his pupils contracted fiercely. The person in front of him looked exactly the same as him. It was the person who had thrown him over earlier. It's done. Aoba's advanced paper clone walked up to Oman and stared at him. He raised his right hand and patted the latter on the shoulder. The two of them trembled slightly at the same time. They disappeared in an instant. Aoba's advanced paper clone directly brought Oman back to Konoha Intelligence Division's compartment. There was the Flying Thunder God formula left behind by Aoba earlier. Then, Aoba's advanced paper clone tied Oman back to the wooden pillar. Who are you? Oman's breathing became uneven. He felt as if he had seen a huge secret, which made him begin to worry about his own safety. He was a spy that had been cultivated since he was a child. He came to Konoha specifically to obtain information. At the same time, he also understood a principle. That was when the other party no longer hid anything in front of you. It meant that you might die soon. Only when you are dead. Only then would you be able to keep the secret. Bang! Aoba's advanced paper clone didn't say a word to Oman. After he tied Oman up, there was an explosion. The clone had been removed and disappeared completely. At the same time, Konoha Intelligence Division. In Eden's office. The light in Aoba's eyes dimmed slightly. He had already obtained all the information he had just obtained. Brother Eden, what do you think of these 2 chapters? Aoba asked with a smile. He hadn't said anything just now because he didn't want to disturb Eden. The reason why he spoke now was very simple. He wanted to leave this place. Wonderful. Eden nodded repeatedly. His eyes reluctantly moved away from the words. He looked up at Aoba and gave him a thumbs up. Aoba, you are really talented. When you said that you wrote better than Jiraiya-sama, I thought you were just saying. I never thought that you could write such a wonderful story. Look at these 2 chapters. When Eden said this, he seemed a little embarrassed. After all, he couldn't take the other person's book down and slowly transcribe it himself. But if he didn't say it, he was still very reluctant. He really hoped that this book would be completed and published so that he could buy a copy and put it on the bookshelf. This way, he could read it whenever he needed it. Brother Eden, you can use it. I will summarize the inspiration in the next 2 days. You can just copy it and give it back to me. Aoba stood up and waved to Eden. Then he turned and walked to the office door. I have to go to work, so I won't stay here. After that, Aoba didn't wait for Eden to speak. He left directly. After Aoba left, he closed the door of the office tightly. Eden looked at the door that Aoba had left. His eyes flashed with a gratified light. What a sensible subordinate. Eden took a deep breath. Other than him, there was no one else in the office. After a while, his mood became tense. Looking back at the book that Aoba brought over, he quickly immersed himself in the story of Teacher Bai of the ninja school and threw himself into it. Aoba directly returned to his compartment's direction. It had to be said. This accident went smoothly. It could be said to be a perfect success. He even used the emergency plan that he had prepared beforehand. Aoba originally thought that if his advanced paper clone disguised himself as Oman and were noticed when he left Konoha Intelligence Division, then he would directly act like Oman running away. At that time, Aoba's real body was in Eden's office. He also provided Eden with 2 more chapters of Teacher Bai's story. There was no need to even think about it. Eden would definitely not blame him. In this way, he took advantage of the opportunity to avoid this time. Even if someone found out that Oman was pretending, they would not think of Aoba in Eden's office. Konoha Intelligence Division's defense is much weaker than before. When Aoba returned to his compartment, he could not help but sigh. Now, most of the people in the Konoha Intelligence Division were mobilized to interrogate the people sent back from the front line. Some of Konoha Intelligence Division's men even went to the front line. The guards around the compartment naturally weakened a lot. No wonder the two of them had the idea of saving Oman. Aoba thought silently in his heart. When he heard Brother Toka say these things in Ramen Ichiraku, he also thought of this question. How would they save people in the Konoha Intelligence Division? Now he understood. As long as they found the right timing. Just go straight to the rescue. The strength of the village guards had a straight decline. This was indeed a hidden danger caused by war. It belongs to the village's lack of sufficient capacity manpower, which may lead to an increase in the crime rate within the village. Aoba was very clear. This was the benefit of developing military strength. For example, Kumagakur. They were also fighting with Konoha. After they mobilized a part of their strength, it would not affect the village's security at all, because they had stored enough military power. But Konoha was not. The current Konoha was empty. Almost every Jonin went to the battlefield, and Chunin went more than 4/5 of them. The rest of the people who stayed in the village. Except for the old, they were children, or they were really weak existences. At this time, it had to be said. It was too suitable for stealing. When Aoba thought of this, he couldn't help but frown slightly. If he thought of this matter, then did the people from the other villages also think of this matter? Kirigakur. Aoba instantly widened his eyes. He quickened his pace and returned to his compartment. He opened the door and walked in. He then saw Oman, who was tied to a wooden stake. He simply ignored him. Instead, he sat on a chair not far away and slowly closed his eyes. He rubbed his forehead with both hands and began to read the memories of those two Anbu. After his advanced paper clone killed those two people, he read the memories of those two people. After the advanced paper clone was released, all the ninjutsu and information he obtained were integrated into Aoba's body. This allowed Aoba to possess the memories of the two Anbu. Now, he needed to quickly look through the memories of these two people to find the key points that might appear in the near future. After all, the war had already begun. They were even risking their lives to save Oman. Perhaps they had received some information. In an instant, Aoba checks the memories of these two people. Scenes after scenes appeared in his mind. Chapter 219. Oman looked at Aoba with unfocused eyes. The scene just now kept echoing in his head. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. The ninja in front of him must have some secrets. He felt that he seemed to know something, but he did not know anything. To be precise, he only knew that there was some secret in this person. That was all. He had no idea what the secret itself was. Thinking of this, Oman felt a little miserable. He clearly knew nothing. However, he had to pay a heavy price as if he knew something important. 10 minutes later, 3 people were sent to the prison by the guards. They interrupted Aoba's thoughts. However, Aoba had already discovered the most crucial part. Then, Aoba slowly got up. Under the gaze of the 3 prisoners, he walked towards Oman. He took out a kunai. He then began to work. Aoba first gestured at Oman's body. The blood-curdling screams and bloody scenes laid the foundation for the atmosphere of this compartment. He then made those prisoners submit obediently. They wrote down their confession letters. They were afraid of this place from the bottom of their hearts and did not dare to come over again. Then this group of people was taken away by the guards and sent to prison. Only Aoba and Oman were left in this compartment. Aoba was very kind and treated all of the wounds on Oman's body just now. Next, Aoba sat back in his chair again. He began to read the memories of another person. Aoba did not speak throughout the whole process, and neither did Oman. They had even formed a tacit understanding after getting along in this compartment for the past 10 days. Oman did not know that his spy identity was discovered by Aoba. In his opinion, he was the one Aoba picked to be the chicken. It was just a pity. Those people that came were all monkeys. Now he has begun to envy those people who were not selected. Gradually, a day passed. It was time to get off work again. Now, Konoha's prison would no longer send people over. It was a rare quiet day for Aoba. He was still sitting on the chair. While his eye closed, he looked through the memories of the two Anbu repeatedly. Of course. Right now, he was just simply looking at the important points of the recent event. He had yet to carry out a detailed excavation. He planned to set up some shadow clones at night to carefully check what exactly was happening. Kirigakuru's ninjas are really persistent. They actually stared at us for so many years. Aoba looked straight at Oman in front of him and directly said this sentence. In an instant, Oman's expression changed greatly. He finally understood why he had to suffer such severe abuse. His identity was no longer a secret. You don't have to admit it or deny it. I know everything about you. Now I am telling you these things because I will let you go. Aoba's faint voice sounded. In this quiet Konohagakure Intelligence Division compartment, it clearly entered the ears of this Kirigakure ninja, Oman. Let me go. A big question mark appeared in Oman's head. This was very different from what he had imagined. In his opinion, if he knew some secrets, he should have been silenced. Now, the other party had directly said this to him. He actually wants to let me go. What is going on? Just when Oman was puzzled. Step by step, Aoba walked to the front of Oman. He slowly raised his right hand, and a layer of faint green light appeared on his palm, which contained gentle chakra. This was medical ninjutsu. Senjutsu, mystical palm technique. Aoba executed mystical palm technique and gently patted Oman's head. In an instant, the gentle power of the mystical palm technique affected the chakra on Oman's head, creating a chaotic chakra flow in his brain. Oman directly fainted. Aoba's movements did not stop because of Oman's coma. Instead, he slowly increased his strength and controlled his palm to release more chakra. Mystical palm technique chakra completely wrapped Oman's brain and then gradually began to change. Hum. 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 Oman's head trembled again and again. This feeling of trembling caused the neurons in his head to constantly change. His brain was continuously attacked. A moment later, Aoba stopped what he was doing. Oman, who was already in a coma, was ignored. He turned around and left the compartment. After Aoba walked out of Konohagakure Intelligence Division, he strolled through the forest and walked towards the depths of the forest behind the prison. This time, he planned to change to a new place. Almost every once in a while, he would change to another place. This would keep his training place fresh and avoid leaving traces because he stayed in one place for too long. He continued to walk deeper into the forest. He crossed a few hills. He passed through a few small rivers. As he went deeper and deeper, he had entered the depths of the forest. All of a sudden, Aoba noticed a faint shadow of metal fences in front of him. He couldn't help but speed up. As he got closer and closer, he found that there was an unknown area in front of him. Iron fences surrounded it, and there was a crooked sign hanging on it with the words "Forbidden to Enter" written. Judging from the degree of damage this sign had, it had been at least a few years since someone had come here. Suddenly, Aoba jumped into the fence and walked deeper into the forest. Another period of time passed. Aoba found that there were roars of wild beasts in the forest. It sounded quite fierce. However, none of the beasts dared to approach Aoba. These beasts often had a clearer perception than humans. They could keenly distinguish the pressure from their blood. Whether it was a tiger or a wolf pack. They could feel the arrival of intruders in their territory, but they did not dare to approach them at all. This place is not bad. Aoba suddenly realized that if he were to train here in the future, the wild beasts surrounding this place would be a natural protective barrier. There were even times when the barrier formed by Kami no Shishin no Jutsu, paper person of God technique, could be discovered. Slowly, Aoba walked to the center of the area. A tall tower appeared in his line of sight. Wait a minute. Aoba stood in front of the tall tower and suddenly felt that this scene was a little familiar. This can't be the venue for Chunin's exam, right? Aoba thought of the time when he was watching Naruto anime when the protagonist Naruto and the others were participating in Chunin's exam. It was in such a venue full of wild animals. I don't know if this is the venue or the other venue with a similar architectural style. From my current position, I came in from behind. Aoba muttered silently. He knew that there were many such venues in Konohagakure. Each venue was marked with a number. He did not know the number here now, nor did he remember what kind of number it had during the Chunin exam. I think this place is not bad. Aoba nodded in satisfaction and walked directly to the entrance of the tower. He decided to train here in the future. The door of the tower was locked. This was not a problem for Aoba at all. Aoba directly took out a kunao from the ninja bag, then used Kai, Gan no Jutsu, Ultra added weight rock technique, waved the kunao in his hand, and hacked at the lock with a weight of 10 tons. Kaka! The door lock shattered. Aoba pushed open the door of the tall tower, and an old dusty smell immediately emerged from it. It could be seen through this. It had been a long time since someone had been here. There were many spider webs in the corner, and the occasional sound of rats could be heard. Then, Aoba raised both of his hands. He crossed his two fingers together and made a hand seal gesture. Taj! Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Aoba instantly split the chakra in his body into thousands of portions. One by one, people who looked exactly like Aoba appeared at the entrance of the tower. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Let's clean up this place together. This will be my secret base in the future. Aoba immediately said to these shadow clones. He felt that this place was very suitable for training. There were fences and natural beast protection circles around him that prevented people from entering. The only shortcoming was that this place had been idle for too long. If not for cleaning up, or it would be too difficult to stay here. In a split second, as Aoba's voice fell, thousands of Aoba took action at the same time. Some shadow clones used paper to turn into brooms to clean up the debris and garbage. Some shadow clones used wind release ninjutsu to blow away the insects and birds here. A shadow clone used a water release ninjutsu to clean the ground and brick walls. For a moment, everyone was immersed in the cleaning. A person's strength was limited. However, the strength of a group of people was unlimited. In less than half an hour, thousands of Aoba had cleaned up the tower. The tower had 3 floors in total. The first floor was a dojo. The venue was very spacious and could be used for training or to spar. According to Aoba's memories, the preliminaries before the official Chunin exam, it was held in this kind of dojo. There was also a large stone statue on one side of the dojo. There were 2-story stands on each side. The whole area was very spacious and could provide training space for the shadow clones. The second floor of the tower was filled with small rooms. These rooms were empty and there was nothing inside. On the top floor of the tower was an observation tower. There was a telescope set up on it. He could look around with a panoramic view of 360 degrees. This place meets all my requirements for training's location. Aoba stood on the observation tower on the 3rd floor of the building. He raised his hand and pressed down on the wall by the telescope. With the infusion of chakra, A black circle appeared on the wall. It was Aoba's Flying Thunder God formula. This tower was good everywhere, but the distance was relatively far. However, this was also good. Aoba felt that he could directly use Flying Thunder God from Anbu's dormitory to come over quickly. In the past, he didn't have control over Flying Thunder God technique, so he had to rely on walking to the small forest. However, after adapting to it, he didn't change his habits for a while. Now, he could completely come back and forth through Flying Thunder God technique instantly. Aoba pinched his chin and began to think. The rooms below can be used. It can be divided into fitness rooms, medical rooms, prison rooms, and laboratories. Right. The books that Minato lent me can be placed here. When Aoba thought of this, he thought that he could also sleep here if he bought a bed. But it was just a thought. He still had a lot of feelings for the iron bed in Anbu's dormitory. After all, it was the place where he slept when he first came. As for this side, it was completely possible to build it as his studio. Now, it is time to carefully check the memories of these two Kirigakura spies. After a short fantasy, Aoba returned to the first floor. Through the multiple shadow clone technique, he summoned thousands of shadow clones. After these shadow clones appeared, they sat on the ground and closed their eyes, looking through the details of the memories of the two Kirigakura ninjas hiding in the Anbu. This was to dig deep into their memories and see if there were any missing places. As for the recent memories, Aoba had already read through them and clearly knew Kirigakura's plans. From the time, Aoba's eyes flashed with thoughts as he silently thought about how he should treat the two Kirigakura spies' recent memories. It should be about 3 days. Kirigakura's 7 ninja swordsmen will arrive at Konoha soon. A few years ahead of the original plot. Aoba frowned slightly. The village was too empty right now. If they wanted to fight against these 7 people, they would have to pay a great price. Actually, it's not like there's no way. The corners of Aoba's mouth curled up slightly. He knew very well what the purpose of the 7 people was for coming here. They were not going to invade Konoha, nor were they going to participate in the Third Ninja World War. Their goal was to obtain the scroll in Aoba's hands. I can use some small tricks on the scroll to lure the disaster to the east and make the 7 ninjas go and fight Kumagakure to the death. Aoba thought about it and suddenly had a plan in mind. It could prevent Konoha from being attacked by Kirigakure to the greatest extent. As for the other things about Uegakure and Tsunagakure, he didn't care. There were many reasons why he interfered this time. The first reason was luck. He happened to run into Kirigakure's spy in Konoha Intelligence Division's compartment. Otherwise, he would be too lazy to look for any spies. The second reason was due. It resolved Kirigakure's crisis. It was equivalent to alleviating Konoha crisis. Otherwise, if these 7 people rushed in and with Konoha current level of manpower, they would probably force Du to open the 8 inner gates formation to the limit. As for Du, this person, Aoba was still very respectful. Since he had read a part of Du's memory, he should let him be a legendary father for a few more decades. Oh right! Aoba suddenly thought of something. He thought of the thing that the advanced paper clone had placed beside the box in the dormitory. That scroll. Chapter 220. Aoba almost forgot about the scroll. He had focused all his attention on the memories of the 2 Kirigakure spies. Suddenly, Aoba's mind moved. He immediately used Flying Thunder God technique. He instantly disappeared from his original spot and returned to Anbu's dormitory. He immediately looked at the scroll. Everything here can be moved away. Aoba did not immediately pick up the scroll. Instead, he felt that the things in Anbu's dormitory could be taken out. After all, it was much safer to put it in that secret base. Aoba immediately moved. He took out the 2 boxes. Minato brought over these 2 boxes. They were filled with books, and on the boxes were scrolls that he had just brought back. After that, Aoba looked under the iron bed again. He took out 2 scrolls. These 2 scrolls were Konoha Intelligence Division's scrolls. He used them when he emerged as Yuta. Now, he had put all of them together. The next moment, Aoba used chakra to wrap these things together. Swish! Aoba disappeared along with these things and instantly appeared in the secret base. Find a room and put it up. Aoba took these things and walked towards the 2nd floor of the tower. He placed these things in a room on the 2nd floor. After he put them away, his gaze fell on the scroll. I really didn't expect that Kirigakure was staring at this thing. However, it is really useful. Aoba picked up the scroll, placed it on the ground, and slowly spread it out. The scroll was very long. When he completely spread it out, the words and pictures on it all appeared in his eyes. The Water Release Ninjutsu Senju Tobirama. Aoba's eyes immediately fell on the title and looked at the words on the title. The scroll recorded all water release ninjutsu. There were some advanced water release ninjutsu and ordinary water release ninjutsu, but the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama had improved each water release ninjutsu. Aoba looked at the contents of the scroll. This record was very detailed. He had never seen these in anyone's memory, not even in the memory of Konoha's White Fang. Suden, Sujin Haki, Water Release, Water Formation Wall. Suden, Suish, Ha, Water Release, Water Colliding Wave. Suden, Suri, Dan no Jutsu, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Suden, Suidan Ha, Water Release, Water Severing Wave. One after another, water release ninjutsu was recorded on it. It was detailed on how to mobilize chakra, what was the original method of forming seals, what was the direction of improvement. After changing the seal, the number of seals became less. The power of the ninjutsu was actually stronger. Not only that, each of the water release ninjutsu was also marked with the fire release ninjutsu that the target was aimed at. Each water release ninjutsu countered which fire release ninjutsu. Everything should be there. Phew. After roughly sweeping through the scroll, Aoba couldn't help but take a deep breath. The things recorded on it could be said to be an encyclopedia of water release. It had all the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama water release ninjutsu that he had studied in his life. Oh my god! Aoba cried out in alarm. After his advanced paper clone saw the scroll's contents in the forest, he already understood why Kirigakure wanted to obtain this scroll at all costs. But now, he browsed through the contents of the scroll. The more he thought about it, the more he felt how terrifying the 2nd Hokage was. Does the 2nd Hokage not only study forbidden techniques but also study water release techniques? The terrifying thing to Aoba was that every water release ninjutsu had a standard fire release ninjutsu target. In a sense, the 2nd Hokage had a very strong purpose for studying the water release technique. That was to deal with the Uchiha clan. Everyone knew. The Uchiha clan was the clan that Konohagakure was best at playing with fire. The 2nd Hokage was already hostile to the Uchiha clan. It was not a problem to make such a confrontation. Not to mention, even after the establishment of Konohagakure, he had never trusted the Uchiha clan. He studied these water release ninjutsu and constantly improved these water release ninjutsu. He also recorded them in detail to let these water release ninjutsu be passed down so that later generations could use the scroll's contents to target the fire release of the Uchiha clan. I didn't expect it. This scroll coincidentally fell into my hands. If I don't learn this, wouldn't it be a waste of the 2nd Hokage-sama's good intentions? Aoba only looked at it once, and he was very envious. He silently decided in his heart and began to study the water release ninjutsu on this scroll. If this scroll fell into the hands of Kirigakure, it would probably increase their overall combat strength by more than one level. After all, the combat style of Kirigakure ninjas was mainly water release, which was equivalent to directly strengthening the whole village ninjas. Aoba secretly nodded. He already understood the reason why Kirigakure often came to attack Konohagakure. The temptation of this water release ninjutsu was too strong for Kirigakure. If they could obtain this water release ninjutsu scroll, the degree of improvement would be comparable to Kumigakure getting Byakugan. Konohagakure is really full of treasures. Aoba was even more aware of the ancient saying. An ignorant person is not guilty, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. You must keep a low profile. Aoba immediately put away this water release ninjutsu scroll. He absolutely could not let anyone know that he had this kind of thing. Otherwise, once it was spread out, then things would not be simple. Kirigakure's ninjas would probably come to find him in a steady stream. In that case, there would be no more leisure time. After Aoba closed this scroll, a spiritual light appeared in his head. Then, Aoba once again displayed Flying Thunder God technique. He returned to his dormitory. He took off his Anbu clothes and changed into a set of ordinary clothes. He directly walked out of Anbu's dormitory and went toward Konohagakure's bustling area. 10 minutes later, Aoba arrived at the ninja tool store. The ninja tool store had not closed yet, but there were not many people inside. The ninjas who often bought ninja equipment had already gone to the front-line battlefield and fought a bloody battle with Kumigakure. The supplies in this ninja tool store would also be transported to the front lines continuously under the deployment of the village. Creak. At this time, the door of the ninja tool store was pushed open. A young man wearing a cloak that covered his face walked into the ninja tool store. This person was Aoba. However, his appearance was not Aoba. Instead, it was a Kirigakure spy who had just been read by him and sneaked into Anbu. "Boss, I want 10 scrolls and 300 blank paper tags." Aoba imitated the tone and voice of the ninja Anbu. "Rentaro, it's you." The store owner looked up at Aoba and did not seem too surprised. This person was called Satsuma Rentaro, a Kirigakure spy. He was able to successfully sneak into Konohagakure's Anbu. It was mainly because he had a strong point that no one else had. That was that he could draw explosive tags and summoning tags. Talents in this area were rare resources in any village. According to this thought, people did not think that Rentaro could be a spy. How could a village send such a spy? That would be too exaggerated. This kind of talent does not need to be taken out to gather information. Only Konohagakure's people did not realize the level of desire Kirigakure ninja had for that water release ninjutsu. "Why did you suddenly want to make paper tags today?" The store owner handed the blank paper tags to Aoba and asked. "I have to make more explosive tags and contribute to the village," Aoba said with a smile. He felt that this Rentaro's identity was quite useful. But this identity was quite limited. "So, boss, give me another 300 blank paper tags." Aoba waved his hand. Regardless of whether it was normal or not, whether it would arouse suspicion, his current identity was Satsuma Rentaro. If they wanted to suspect, it would be Rentaro. What did it have to do with him, Aoba? "You want that much?" The store owner widened his eyes and stared at Aoba in confusion. He had just ordered 300 blank paper tags and it was already very exaggerated. Now he actually asked for 300 more. This was 600. How long would it take to finish this? "The more, the better," Aoba said with a smile. "Wait a minute. There might not be so many left. Let me see." The store owner immediately walked toward the paper tags counter. He immediately took out the blank paper tags and began to count. 1 box, 2 boxes, 3 boxes, 20 boxes, 30 boxes. The boss had worked hard to gather 30 boxes of blank paper tags. Each box contained 20 pieces of paper tags, which was exactly 600 pieces of paper tags. "Boss, you don't have much left, do you?" Aoba looked at the store owner and asked. Yes, it seems that there are only 4 boxes. During this period of war, supplies are scarce, and I haven't had the time to stock up. The store owner sighed. Give me the 4 boxes too. Aoba waved his hand. This skin was limited to this one time, and the next time he came back, it would make people feel like they had seen a ghost. Then why not just buy it to his heart's content? Even if he buy these blank paper tags, it wouldn't affect the war or anything. The store owner would still deliver the goods as usual. Ah! The store owner stared at Aoba in surprise. He felt that this Rentaro had gone crazy. At the same time, he felt a deep respect for Rentaro. He was using his life to create explosive tags for the village. Good. I sold them all to you. Rentaro. You have to work hard. The store owner did not know what Aoba wanted to do with the blank paper tags. However, after thinking for a while, his blood suddenly surged. It was as if he was on the battlefield, and his whole person was on fire. When Aoba heard the store owner suddenly raise his voice, he was slightly startled and then nodded. I will. Aoba stared at the box of blank paper tags and already had a plan. The production of these blank paper tags. This time, he had to spend more time. He would directly turn these blank paper tags into mutually multiplying explosive tags. Chapter 221. Aoba wrapped up all the blank paper tags in the store and bought 10 scrolls. After paying, he left the store. After Aoba left, the store owner stared in the direction of the door and watched Aoba leave. What an upright person! The store owner was still immersed in his self-indulgence just now. He thought of the ninjas in the village fighting on the battlefield. Rentaro was still silently making explosive tags behind them. They were all making their contribution in different positions. After Aoba left the store, he turned around a corner and disappeared into thin air. The next moment, Aoba reappeared in the tower. This secret base brought him great convenience. Even if he took 34 boxes of blank paper tags back, there was still a place to store them. Aoba was not in a hurry to draw up paper tags. This thing was not something that could be done overnight. The creation of mutually multiplying explosive tags was to give him more trump cards so that he could face all kinds of situations in the future with more ease. He did not need to take it out right now to fight. Aoba took out the scroll he had just bought and spread it out on the ground. The whole scroll was long. I'm really too talented. Aoba could not help but praise himself. Even he felt that his thoughts were too smart, and he did not know how to describe them. He picked up the writing brush. He lay on the ground. He began writing on the scroll. Several large characters were written directly on the title of the scroll. Water Release Ninjutsu. Signed, Senju Tobirama. The tip of the brush in Aoba's hand rubbed against the scroll, making a rustling sound. One by one, water releases ninjutsu appear. It was in the same order as the original scroll, and there was also an explanation and understanding of this water release ninjutsu. These things. It wasn't very important. Any experienced water release ninja could do it if they were to think and makes a summary. However, the next thing. It was the key point. When Aoba wrote down the direction and opinion of the improvement, he made changes to several key points, including the chakram movement and the simplified hand seals. After these essential changes were made, it was like the seasoning in the recipe had changed. Even if it still looked like the same dish. However, the taste was already completely different. If one ate it, it would not bring any improvement to the taste, it might even cause people to have bad reactions. After Aoba changed the key positions of the water release ninjutsu, he also drew corresponding changes in the illustration part. For example, if the chakram movement written in the scroll has changed, then the chakram movement of the human figure was drawn accordingly. Another example was that after the place where the seal was written into something else, the gesture illustration of the seal was also adjusted accordingly. This part was changed by Aoba. but the front and the back part of each ninjutsu was still written correctly. As a result, this modified water release ninjutsu front and back were correct while the middle has changed. There were not many places where changes were made, but they were all crucial. Even if they discovered the problem with the water release ninjutsu that Aoba had modified, they would still feel that everything was correct based on the first and later part. There was only one reason why they did not achieve their desired effect. They didn't practice well. Then they would have to work harder on training. This huge scroll made Aoba write for more than 2 hours. After Aoba finished writing all the contents, he rolled up the modified water release ninjutsu and rubbed the outer skin on the ground, creating some dirty marks. It can be used now. Aoba looked at this modified scroll with satisfaction. He had already begun to imagine the scene of Kirigakure and Kumigakure breaking up. Go back to sleep. After leaving this modified scroll here, Aoba's figure flashed and disappeared. He returned to Anbu's dormitory. After changing his clothes, he fell on the iron bed and went to sleep. The next day, early morning, Aoba changed into Anbu's ninja clothes and put on the cat face mask. Not long after he walked out of Anbu's dormitory, he met Eden, who was waiting for him. Aoba. Eden immediately waved to Aoba. He was standing on the road that Aoba had to pass, and the traces of waiting were obvious. Brother Eden, what happened? Aoba asked curiously. I'll return the book to you. Eden held Aoba's book in his hand. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Aoba looked at the book that Eden handed over and took it. He was thinking of leaving it to Eden for a few more days, but he didn't expect it to be returned overnight. This is still ongoing work. Eden moved to Aoba's side. He raised his hand and patted Aoba on the shoulder and said, Aoba, I have returned the book to you. If you have any inspiration, hurry up and update it. Your story is too amazing. I am really looking forward to it. Ha 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 ha, good, I will update it as soon as possible. Aoba smiled slightly. He could still understand Eden's mood. Anyone who has followed a novel knows the pain of waiting for an update. Before Aoba transmigrated, he was a standard otaku. He played games, read novels, read fandoms, and almost nothing was left behind. He was very clear about how it felt when he read novels, and he wished that the author could directly update the ending in one breath, but this was just a fantasy. Aoba nodded at Eden, then put the book in his ninja bag and walked toward his compartment. Eden looked at Aoba's back as he left, and the expression on his face became more expectant. If this book was not given to Aoba, then even if Aoba wanted to write, he wouldn't have any tools. Now, it was returned to Aoba. If he didn't want to write, then forget it. If he wanted to write, he could write at any time. Wouldn't this greatly increase the efficiency of writing? Eden was already beginning to look forward to what the next update would be like. That plot made him feel excited just thinking about it. He simply couldn't guess what would happen next. He felt like he had returned to his youth, like a virgin boy who had never experienced anything. This kind of feeling was extremely dreamy for him. He thought he was an old driver who knew everything, but after reading Aoba's novel, he suddenly realized that he just thought he was an old driver. Today is really a good day. Eden walked happily in the direction of Konoha Intelligence Division's black room, almost humming a song. When Aoba entered Konoha Intelligence Division's compartment, he immediately saw the unconscious Oman. Aoba directly walked toward Oman and reached out his hand to touch Oman's neck. A hazy halo appeared on Aoba's palm. It was Senjutsu, mystical palm technique. He was using Senjutsu, mystical palm technique, to feel the condition of Oman's body to determine the treatment effect of yesterday. Aoba nodded silently. No problem. The central nervous system had been damaged. Wake up. Aoba raised his right hand and patted Oman's head. Ah! Oman suddenly woke up. His voice was full of confusion, and there was a feeling of incongruity in his brain. Ah! Oman made a sound again. He rolled his eyes slightly, looking like he had dementia. Very good. Aoba suddenly raised a hand and directly stabbed Oman in the heart. Pucci! Aoba's hand seemed to have no obstruction, directly grasping Oman's heart. The next moment, a white paper appeared on Oman's heart. The moment the white paper appeared, black lines crawled on it. It was like a curse mark had wrapped around Oman's heart. Pucci! Aoba took his right hand back. The palm of his right hand contained a hazy light of energy, slowly healing the latter's body. Throughout the entire process, Oman kept his mouth wide open as if he felt no pain. There was no reaction at all. All right. Aoba patted Oman on the shoulder and nodded to the latter. Since you sneaked into Konohagakuer, let you contribute to Konohagakuer before you die. After Aoba finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Oman. A few minutes later, his compartment door was opened. The prison guard walked in and brought 4 people with him. The guards tied the 4 people to the wooden stakes and prepared to leave. Just as the guards were about to leave, Aoba spoke slowly. Take this person away, Aoba said to the guards indifferently. Yes. The guards did not ask much and directly carried Oman out. After the guards left, the compartment was quiet again. The 4 people who just come in look at Aoba with wide eyes. Before they were caught, they had already vaguely heard that Konohagakuer Intelligence Division had a cat-faced devil. When they saw that Aoba's mask was a cat-faced devil, then they saw Oman, who was covered in blood, being carried out. They already had an ominous premonition in their heart. Is this your first time here? Aoba's gaze swept over the 4 people. Then, he slowly said, I usually give people who come for the first time a chance to turn over a new leaf. However, if the person comes for the second time. As Aoba said this part, his tone changed. His deep voice contained a terrifying aura. All of a sudden, the breathing of these 4 people became rapid. No one dared to speak. The person who was sent out just now can't hold on anymore. There is no intact place in his body. I have tortured him for almost 10 days here. Aoba's voice slowly sounded. His voice was not loud, and his words were very calm, but the content of these words made people feel terrified. He actually tortured a person for more than 10 days. Doesn't this kill people? But these 4 people thought of what the man looked like when he was dragged away just now. It looks like it is indeed no different as dead. Everyone who came to my place these past few days watched me torture the person just now. It can be considered as killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Now that chicken is dead, I want to change to a new chicken. If this is the first time you have seen me, then, when you come back in the future, you will have this opportunity. Aoba's tone was extremely flat. There was no threat at all, but when these people heard it, they felt chills all over their bodies. Chapter 222. After Aoba threatened the 4 of them, they had already confirmed that Aoba was the rumored cat-faced demon. Everyone's heart instantly skipped a beat. They all realized their luck was too bad. After Aoba said that, he did not say anything else. Instead, he left the 4 of them here. There was nothing to talk about. Moreover, there was no benefit in dealing with it too quickly. That way, after they left, they would be able to realize their mistake and change their ways truly. Aoba sat on the chair. He slowly closed his eyes. He went back to Rentero's memories to ensure that he missed nothing. Gradually, the prison guards came in again. This time, they brought 3 more people and tied them to the wooden pillar. At this time, there were already 7 people gathered in the compartment. We can start the slaughter now. Aoba immediately opened his eyes, got up from his chair, and walked toward the few prisoners waiting for the interrogation. Immediately, Aoba's actions attracted everyone's attention. They all looked at Aoba with eyes filled with fear. Aoba first walked in front of the first person. He sized up this person. Then he raised his hand and touched this person's head. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, chakra increase. A crisp electronic prompt sounded in his mind, and then memory was added. Aoba did not say a word. Then he walked towards the next person. It was the same action. He pressed his right hand on the head of the prisoner who was waiting to be interrogated and read the latter's memories. Gradually, when Aoba reached the fifth person, his hand touched the person's head. There was no reaction. Then, Aoba realized. This was a person who he had read his memories. This is your second time here. Aoba's indifferent voice rang out, echoing in the dark compartment. Immediately, everyone who Aoba had touched just now felt goosebumps all over their bodies, and they could not help but feel their scalps go numb. Terrified. Great terror. As they listened to Aoba, it was as if they were listening to the whispers of a demon, and they could not help but feel fear all over their bodies. This was a feeling that they had never felt before under the other interrogator. After Aoba finished speaking, he ignored that person and walked toward the next person. He raised his hand and touched the latter's head. Ding dong! Memory reading successful. Obtained, chakra increase. A crisp electronic prompt sounded in Aoba's mind again. Then, he walked toward the last person. The last person tied to the wooden pillar was one of the 4 people who had come in the first batch. He saw that Aoba was getting closer and closer to him, and his heart began to tremble uncontrollably. He felt that his head had become dizzy. Tap! Just as he was frightened, Aoba's head hit his head. This was not the first time he had experienced this feeling. Half a year ago, he had come to Konoha Intelligence Division. The person he had faced at that time was this cat-faced demon. There was a deep mark left on his leg by this cat-faced demon. The more he thought about it now, the more afraid he became. This is not your first time here, right? All of a sudden, an indifferent voice rang in his ears. Instantly, all the hairs on his body stood on end. No, 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 this is my first time. This person hurriedly explained. He felt that this cat-faced demon was even more abnormal than before. You don't need to explain. Aoba's indifferent and cold voice sounded in the compartment. Then his gaze fell on the 2 people he had read before. Now I found 2 new chickens. You will stay here until the next chicken arrives. If you are lucky enough, you may be released in a while. But if you are unlucky, you guys will be carried out just like that person just now. Aoba said coldly. He was not threatening these people, but really thinking this way. Now, after passing through Oman, he found a new interrogation method. That was to kill a chicken to warn the monkey. People often belong to the kind of character who forgets the pain when the scar was healed. The pain in the body was only temporary. After a period of time, they won't feel anything. This way, they would not care so much. But the mental pain was different. Some mental pain. It could be remembered for a lifetime. Aoba wanted to leave a deep mark on them so that they would not dare to commit crimes in the future and reduce the crime rate in this way. Of course. Not only that. A person whose memories had been read. To Aoba, it was no different from a cripple. Even if they came to him again, it would not bring him any benefits. Instantly, Aoba began to torture the 2 new chickens. 2 days passed quickly. One batch after another came from the compartment. As the main force, the Konoha military police force of the Uchiha clan and many of Jonin's clan members had gone to the front line to fight, so the village's security was already somewhat lacking. Among these people who had been sent in, it just so happened that only these 2 people belonged to the ones he had read their memories before. Aoba was not polite to them at all. One after another, the means were displayed on them, and the visual impact was extremely strong, causing the other people in the compartment to be in a state of extreme fear. See you tomorrow. Aoba waved at the two of them and walked out of Konohagakure Intelligence Division's compartment, leaving the two of them here. The two of them waited until Aoba left. Another period of time passed. That demon is too ruthless. One of them said with a trembling voice. You still have the strength to talk, another person said weakly with a pale face. Do you think we can still get out alive? This person asked again. You bullshit, so much, the other person obviously refused to speak. He had already suffered a great deal of pressure here, but now he actually talked about such a despairing topic. After Aoba left Konohagakure Intelligence Division's compartment, he did not return to Anbu's dormitory. Instead, he walked into the forest behind the village. He spread out all his perceptions. After making sure that no one was following him. Then, he jumped into the forest. Like an elf, he flashed through the forest continuously. Swish! A piece of paper appeared on Aoba's body. The paper stuck to his face, making him look completely different. Satsuma Rentaro. What Aoba had transformed into was this person. According to Satsuma Rentaro's memory, they and Kirigakure's ninjas had agreed to be in the southeast direction of Konohagakure. Logically speaking, there was no entrance there. They could only pass through the barrier to enter. According to Aoba's guess, Kumigakure should have provided Kirigakure with the technical support to crack Konohagakure's barrier. In addition, Kirigakure ninjas just wanted to enter Konohagakure to get the scroll of water release. This made the ninjas of the two villages hit it off. Under the influence of common interests, Kumigakure and Kirigakure launched an attack at Konohagakure together. Half an hour later, with Satsuma Rentaro's appearance, Aoba arrived at the agreed location. He waited silently. He still opened his perception to sense all the auras around him. Suddenly, Aoba felt some chakras approaching him. The speed of these chakras was extremely fast. It was faster than anyone he had sensed before. They came. Aoba immediately realized. 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, who were famous in the ninja world, came. These people are very famous. Except for Kirigakure. The whole world has its legends. Just like Konohagakure Sannin and Konoha's White Fang. It could be said that it was something to be proud of. Swish 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 swish. One figure after another flashed through the forest and finally stopped not far from Aoba. They were separated by a transparent barrier and did not directly enter. Satsuma Rentaro. After these 7 people landed on the ground, they all looked at Aoba. These 7 people were all wearing Kirigakure's unique clothes, which were very similar to Haku and Zabuza's styles he had seen before. Aoba looked at these people one by one. Their names and images had been seen in Satsuma Rentaro's memory. Now, he saw them in person. Aoba could already match their names one by one. Biwache, Z, Sukazan Fugyuki, Kuriarari Kushimaru, Akabino Jinan, Munashi Jinpachi, Kurosuke Rega, and Hiramekarei Wielder. TL note, the first generation wielder of Hiramekarai's name has never been revealed. Did you get the thing? Biwache, Z? Asked Aoba. Judging from his posture, he should be the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen. In his hand was the Kyubikaraiba show that he had seen in anime. There is a small problem with the mission. Aoba imitated Satsuma Rentaro's voice and said slowly. He stared at Biwajozo and added, I have found Oman and found the thing's location through the information Oman told me. But I was ambushed by a spy from Kumigakure. A spy from Kumigakure. Biwajozo's eyes suddenly lit up. He immediately realized that the matter was not simple. Yes, a Kumigakure spy. I can be sure that he is hiding in Konohagakure now. The scroll has been taken away by him. I need some time to find him, said Aoba. There is not much time left. Let's help you find it. Biwajozo could not wait any longer. As he spoke, he wanted to enter Konohagakure's barrier directly. At this time, Aoba finally saw through it. There was no technique to break the barrier at all. These 7 purely wanted to barge in and then use their powerful strength to snatch the scroll away before forcefully leaving. Chapter 223. No. Aoba immediately imitated Satsuma Rentero's voice and stopped Bwaj Z, who was about to barge in. Why not? J. Z did not barge in. He stood outside the barrier and stared at Aoba. J. Z was not a brainless person. Otherwise, he would not have become the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen. As for Konohagakure, he was not very familiar with it. However, he knew that this Satsuma Rentero in front of him was familiar with it. After all, he had already infiltrated Konohagakure for many years. That's because Aoba stared at J. Z. He deliberately dragged out his words, affecting the latter's mood, and then took out the words he had prepared beforehand. Now that he saw this person at a relatively close distance, Aoba suddenly felt that it was quite cute. It was different from what he had imagined. He thought that this person would look very terrifying. After Kumagakure's spy attacked me, I already saw his appearance and knew his plan, Aoba said with a serious face. What is his plan? J. Z followed Aoba's words and asked. He will leave Konohagakure tonight and take the scroll to the direction of Kumagakure's battlefield. Then he will return to Kumagakure. Aoba said in a low voice. As long as they were willing to listen to his story, things would be in his rhythm. Why? J. Z frowned. He stared at Aoba in confusion and asked, that thing is useless to Kumagakure. After asking this question, J. Z suddenly felt that something was wrong. He immediately stared at Aoba. His eyes were filled with doubt. Just like this. J. Z stared at Aoba suspiciously for a full 10 seconds. Satsuma Rentero, you're not lying to me, are you? J. Z stared at Aoba. Right now, he could not easily enter Konohagakure's barrier. There was no way to verify the identity of this Satsuma Rentero in front of him. He immediately became cautious. He was the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He absolutely can't be fooled so easily. J. Z Sama, how could I lie to you? Aoba was obviously stunned for a moment, then revealed a bitter smile and said, how about this, you can first confirm my identity so that the next topic can be easier. Who sent you here? J. Z asked directly. Through this question, he could judge half of it. Gen-sama, Aoba answered without hesitation. After he said this, J. Z no longer doubted Aoba's identity. What is the secret code? J. Z asked again, since he had already asked. He has to go through the process, and he has to ask the last half clearly. Snakehead, Aoba replied without hesitation. After he finished speaking, all 7 of the 7 ninja swordsmen nodded, and they had already determined that Aoba was Satsuma Rentero. You know that it is a scroll. Do you know what is recorded in it? J. Z asked again. When he asked this question, his eyes changed slightly because he did not know what was inside. He was just taking the opportunity to get some information out of it. The scroll of water release ninjutsu from the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, Aoba said firmly. He knew that J. Z didn't know anything. He wanted to use this method to ask what this thing was. He also wanted to tell these 7 people. Scroll of water release ninjutsu. The 7 ninjas exclaimed. As Kirigakure's ninjas, they almost all knew that the one who played the best in water release was not Kirigakure's ninjas, but Konohagakure's second Hokage. Is it really the scroll of water release ninjutsu? Sukazan Fubuki exclaimed loudly. He couldn't even believe his ears. His eyes were wide open, and his entire person was in a state of shock. I had previously guessed that Elder Gen had his eyes on the scroll of water release ninjutsu. It seems that my guess was correct. Kuriarari Kushimaru looked as if I had already guessed it. Elder Gen is a member of the Hojiki clan. Their hydrification technique and the scroll of water release ninjutsu can perfectly fit together. Now that I think about it, it's not too much. Akabino Jinan nodded silently. He revealed a secret that even Aoba did not know about. Damn it! The scroll of water release ninjutsu was actually taken away by Kumagakure. On the other hand, Munashi Jinpachi was showing signs of anger. I don't understand. Why does Kumagakure want the scroll of water release ninjutsu? Kurosuke Reiga asked in confusion. These people chimed in one after another. Everyone looked toward Aoba. They wanted to get an answer from Aoba. Satsuma Rentaro, hurry up and tell me what happened, J.Z.? Asked Aoba. It's like this. Aoba slowly opened his mouth, preparing to tell the seven of them a new version of the story with his superb screenwriting skills. After that Kumagakure spy attacked me, I set my eyes on him. I just happened to find out their secrets. As Aoba said this, he looked at the seven people in front of him, his eyes flashing with confidence. I don't know what Kumagakure told us. What benefits did he give us, or what he promised? Aoba deliberately added this sentence. Because according to Satsuma Rentaro's memory, he had been sent to Konohagakure a long time ago, and he had no chance to know about this kind of thing. Therefore, it was right to not know. If he knew, there would be a problem. J.Z. After hearing Aoba's word, he turned to look at Sukazan Fugyuki next to him and nodded at the same time. Kumagakure said that they attracted all the power of Konohagakure to the front battlefield. The back of the village is in a state of emptiness. If we launch a sneak attack now, there is a high chance of killing the third Hokage and taking the scroll of water release ninjutsu. Sukazan Fugyuki said in a deep voice. In his mouth, the scroll of water release ninjutsu was already theirs. This is the problem. Aoba immediately nodded. This was what he had been waiting for. It was no different from what he had guessed. It was that Kumagakure had used Kirigakure. Kumagakure did not betray his allies. The word of Sukazan Fugyuki was completely correct. Aoba was inside Konohagakure. He was very clear about the things in the village. It was like this now. Konohagakure was extremely empty inside. The Jonins, who basically had the strength to fight, had all gone to the front line to fight with Kumagakure. If the seven ninja swordsmen really rushed in and fought against the third Hokage for 300 rounds, even if there were casualties, they might really be able to kill the third Hokage. This was a matter with a high probability of success. Things are not what Kumagakure said at all. Aoba began to display his full acting skill. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes flashed with wisdom. I have always been in Konohagakure. I am very familiar with the situation inside the village. Aoba first told them that he knew Konohagakure's environment to make the seven people believe his words. With this foreshadowing, the seven people nodded their heads. They understood what Aoba meant. None of them had been to Konohagakure before. They were indeed not as familiar as this Satsuma Rentaro in front of them. Ever since Kumagakure's envoy group was attacked by the third Hokage, Aoba continued after seeing that the seven were listening to him. Kumagakure Anbu leader, Harry, was directly caught. It is because of this reason that Kumagakure did not attack Konohagakure too strongly. They have always been holding back. Moreover, Kumagakure is still looking for a chance to negotiate. They want to ensure Hari's life. Aoba began to trick them one by one. The contents of his words were clearly transmitted to the ears of the seven ninjas. They immediately fell silent. Then why did Kumagakure let us come to Konohagakure? J.Z. asked in a deep voice. He had already vaguely guessed the answer in his heart, but he just wanted to hear Aoba say it himself so that he would know that he had guessed wrong. This matter is like this. Aoba was not afraid of them asking, nor was he afraid of asking even though they knew the answer. He was afraid that they would not ask. If they did not ask, it was hard to continue. Suddenly, Aoba slowly opened his mouth and said a series of words that made the 7 people angry. Kumagakuer asked us, Kirigakuer, to sneak attack. In the name of it, they attracted all the main forces away. In fact, they wanted us to be the cannon fodder. Konohagakuer's elite forces are all in the village right now. They haven't been sent out at all. They are guarding Kumagakuer Anbu leader, Harry, in the village. Now, everyone in Konohagakuer knows that Kumagakuer will come to save Harry, so they set up a solid defense, waiting for the people who save Harry to come. The reason why Kumagakuer sent us, Kirigakuer, is obviously to attract Konohagakuer's firepower and exhaust their elite ninjas' strength. Then, they will follow closely behind and rescue Harry in one fell swoop. Aoba directly combined the matter of Kumagakuer's envoy group with the current situation. After several times of editing, this matter indeed sounded like this. How ruthless! After listening to Aoba's words, J.Z. suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He had never thought that Kumagakuer was actually so sinister and cunning. They were using such a disgusting method to make use of them and even pretended to be in an alliance with them. If Konohagakuer's arrangement was indeed to guard Harry, after the 7 of us entered, even if we could come out alive, we might not all come out. Chapter 224. All of a sudden, not only did J.Z. feel a chill in his heart, but even the other 6 people were filled with anger and displeasure. The 7 of them had been famous for a long time. Coming here to attack Konohagakuer was firstly to get the scroll of water release ninjutsu, and secondly because Kumagakuer had promised to attract all of Konohagakuer's strength to the battlefield. In this way, when they suddenly launched an attack on Konohagakuer, it could be said that they would be unstoppable. However, none of them realized it. This was actually a trap. It was obviously a win-win situation, but in the end, it turned out to be the one that was being used. Damn it! Sukazan Fugyuki suddenly stood up with his fat body, and his eyes were filled with anger. I'll go and settle the score with Kumagakuer and the others now. After saying that, Sukazan Fugyuki had the intention of leaving. Don't be hasty, don't be rash. After listening to Rentaro finish what he has to say, I feel that he already has a way to deal with it. J.Z. immediately called out to Sukazan Fugyuki. Among the 7 of them, his words were quite heavy. After he finished speaking, Sukazan Fugyuki sat down again. All right, I'll listen, but I won't let those guys off. Sukazan Fugyuki said coldly. His mind was already filled with anger toward Kumagakuer, and he was in a very bad mood. After Sukazan Fugyuki finished speaking, the other 5 nodded in agreement with Sukazan Fugyuki. They were all in the same mood. But they would listen to what Rentaro said first. However, no matter what he said, it was absolutely impossible for them to let Kumagakuer off. At this time, Kumagakuer was already an enemy in their hearts. Their position far surpassed Konohagakuer's. After all, for them, the main purpose of the surprise attack on Konohagakuer was to get the scroll of water release ninjutsu. However, the scroll of water release ninjutsu was no longer in Konohagakuer. Instead, it had been snatched away by Kumagakuer's spy. All sorts of things. All of them pointed at Kumagakuer. This also caused them to shift their attention to Kumagakuer. Listen to me. When Aoba saw that the 7 ninjas in front of him were close to being completely fooled by him, he could not help but sigh in his heart. He was really a little genius. This was all thanks to his former otaku life. Every day, he held a keyboard and bickered with the cute little ones on the internet. It was because of these experiences. It made him rich in rhythm experience. These experiences were placed in the ninja world of today. Not to mention duping the 7 ninjas in front of him who did not seem to be very smart, even Danzo was not enough in front of him. This was definitely a dimensional attack. If Kumagakuer wants to use our Kirigakuer's people as cannon fodder to attract Konohagakuer's attention, then we can do the opposite. Aoba's voice slowly sounded. After getting to know each other when they first met, he gradually grasped the initiative, allowing the entire incident to enter his rhythm. As soon as Aoba said these words, 7 people including J.Z. They all stared at Aoba. Their eyes flickered with doubt and anticipation. What kind of opposite is that? J.Z. saw that Aoba wanted to keep him in suspense, so he simply followed Aoba and asked. In his heart, he could not help but praise Aoba. As expected of a spy who could sneak into Konohagakuer Anbu. In terms of intelligence, he is holding it tightly. The 7 people all stared at Aoba with their eyes wide open. If it were any other ninja, they would have long been frightened by these 7 people. However, Aoba was not an ordinary person. What kind of scene had he not seen before? Those memories that had been read. It was unusually rich and exciting. Just now, I mentioned that the Kumagakuer spy took the opportunity to sneak attack me and stole the scroll of water release ninjutsu from me. However, I followed him and learned about their information. Aoba's gaze swept over the 7 ninjas and finally landed on J.Z. He had just confirmed the look in their eyes. These people all believed him. Then, the big scene of the Third Ninja World War began to unfold. Tomorrow morning, that Kumagakuer spy will disguise himself as a Konoha ninja. He will bring the scroll of water release ninjutsu out of Konohagakuer and then head straight to Kumagakuer's camp. Aoba continued to speak. As he spoke, he paid attention to the expressions of the 7 ninjas, taking in the changes in their expressions. This Kumagakuer spy will give the scroll of water release ninjutsu to Kumagakuer, and after you attacked Konohagakuer, lead the ninjas to attack Konohagakuer. Aoba told the 7 ninjas the made-up Kumagakuer's plan. He thought about this excuse for a few days, and there was no big loophole. Even if there was. With the intelligence of these 7 people, it was impossible to tell. Wait. J.Z. frowned slightly and immediately interrupted Aoba. He stared at Aoba doubtfully. Rentaro, there is one thing that I don't understand. Why did Kumagakuer take away the scroll of water release ninjutsu? They clearly used us, but they still won't let us get the scroll of water release ninjutsu. J.Z. voiced out the doubts in his heart. This was also the confusion of the other people. Their gazes all stared at Aoba. Everyone had doubts in their eyes. Just as J.Z. had said. Their goal was only to get the scroll of water release ninjutsu. If they could get the scroll of water release ninjutsu, paying some necessary sacrifices was not unacceptable. But why would Kumagakuer prefer to let them be a cannon fodder and don't let them get the scroll of water release ninjutsu? Is there a need to be so extreme in doing things? What good would this do them? This kind of thing that harms people and does not benefit oneself, is what allies should do. Aoba felt the gazes of the 7 people and was very satisfied. The key point of the matter had finally come. He had said so much to pave the way, just waiting for this key to break the game. According to my investigation of that Kumagakuer spy, this is likely to be the plan of Kumagakuer Anbu leader, Harry. Aoba's eyes became sharp and his tone became cold. Kumagakuer not only wants to use us, Kirigakuer, to weaken Konohagakuer's strength but also take the opportunity to weaken our Kirigakuer's strength. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to take away the scroll of water release ninjutsu. In the future, they can threaten us with the scroll of water release ninjutsu at any time. This is a plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Aoba directly described Harry as a very cunning person. Even Harry did not expect this kind of thing. However, if Harry really had this kind of brain, he might really do it. But when it comes to being sinister, Harry was still a bit inferior compared to Aoba. This kind of thing. Harry did not expect this at all. Y. J. Z. was still full of doubts. A lot of question marks appeared in his head. He asks, why does Kumagakure think that he can threaten our Kirigakure with the scroll of water release ninjutsu? Isn't this simple? The corners of Aoba's mouth twitched slightly. He suddenly felt that he had overestimated the intelligence of these 7 people. Especially this J. Z. in front of him. As expected of the man who took the Kyubikaribasho to receive a Bijutama. His brain was completely straight. He had brought the rhythm to this point. The other party had clearly taken the bait, but the problem had appeared. The other party actually did not understand. Because our Kirigakure's thirst for the scroll of water release ninjutsu is too obvious. This time, when Kumagakure made a little scene, Kirigakure sent out the 7 of you. All of this was seen by Kumagakure. They are very clear that as long as they get the scroll of water release ninjutsu, they can threaten us, Kirigakure. Aoba said slowly. He tried his best to maintain a calm tone and patiently explained everything. Isn't he afraid that we will attack Kumagakure? Sukazan Fugyuki said coldly. His tone was full of strong killing intent. It could be seen that Aoba's rhythm completely caught him. Of course, they are not afraid. Aoba grinned with a hint of contempt, but when it entered the eyes of the 7 people, it looked more like self-mockery. What kind of strength has our Kirigakure have? You should know what kind of strength we have. How can we compare it to Kumagakure? Aoba directly said an extremely cruel sentence. As soon as this was said, the 7 ninjas were all silent. There was nothing wrong with this sentence. Kirigakure's strength was on a completely different level compared to Kumagakure. Especially at this time. Kirigakure's 3rd Mizukage was very low-key, and his strength was not comparable to the 3rd generation of other villages. Relatively speaking, they could only develop steadily and would not dare offend the powerful country of lightning which was adjacent to them. What's more, Kumagakure's ninjutsu had a natural restraint on Kirigakure's Hojiki clan's hydrification technique. It was precisely because of these reasons. Kirigakure had always maintained a good relationship with Kumagakure. We, Kirigakure, are no match for Kumagakure. After Kumagakure obtained the scroll of water release ninjutsu, they could use the scroll of water release ninjutsu to force us to do all kinds of things. At that time, we had no way to snatch it from them, so we could only accept Kumagakure's arrangements and be in a very passive situation. After that, Aoba did not give the 7 people the time to think. He began to directly pour down the fierce material. Most importantly, Kumagakure never intended to give us the scroll of water release ninjutsu after using us, but we could only follow because they could say that if we didn't listen, they would destroy the scroll of water release ninjutsu. Destroy the scroll of water release ninjutsu. The expressions of the 7 ninjas instantly changed. They didn't know what Elder Gen wanted before. However, now that they knew that it was the scroll of water release ninjutsu, they were already filled with anticipation. It was as if they had seen the hope that Kirigakure would rise again. One had to know. Kirigakure had been dormant for too many years. Ever since the 2nd Mitsukage's death, the village has always focused on stable development. The 3rd Mizukage never dared to make too exaggerated decisions. After the others heard about the scroll of water release ninjutsu, they had already seen the hope of Kirigakure rising. However, after they heard that Kumagakure might destroy the scroll of water release ninjutsu, it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured on their bodies, as if it wanted to extinguish the fire that was burning in their hearts. We absolutely cannot let Kumagakure destroy the scroll of water release ninjutsu. Sukazan Fugyuki said coldly. He had already realized the seriousness of the matter. That's right, we would rather not get the scroll of water release ninjutsu, but we cannot let the scroll of water release ninjutsu be destroyed. This is Kirigakuru's hope. Kurosuke Reiga nodded and said. In this way, should we start planning again? Munashi Jinpachi rubbed his left eye, which was covered by an eye patch, and took out an explosive tag. Why don't we kidnap that Kumigakure ninja directly? Kuriarari Kushimura's tone was a bit feminine. He was wearing a mask, so the expression of the latter could not be seen. Everyone, don't make any noise. Z's voice suddenly sounded. He waved at the 6 people behind him and then turned his eyes back to Aoba. Let's listen to what Rentaro has to say first. The information in his hands is very important to us. After he finishes speaking, we will consider it carefully. Z said. After he finished speaking, the other 6 people all shut up. Next. Everyone's gaze once again focused on Aoba. Aoba glanced at Z and nodded at the latter. As expected of the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, his words really carried weight. There was such a person who shook the field. He was not afraid that these people would be disobedient. He could relax and sort things out bit by bit, bringing the rhythm with him clearly. Instantly. Aoba continued his rhythmic voice. The scroll of water release ninjutsu is the hope of our Kirigakure's rise. At the same time, it is also the only thing that Kumigakure is afraid of. If we, Kirigakure, obtain the scroll of water release ninjutsu, then the overall strength of the village will definitely increase greatly. This will make it difficult for Kumigakure to form the current suppression situation for us. Coupled with the geographical location, it may put Kumigakure in a situation where enemies from both sides will surround them. Aoba began to stand in Kumigakure's perspective and explain the pros and cons of this matter. Through his words, he analyzed it very clearly and explained it to the 7 people. This principle was actually not complicated. What was complicated was that ordinary people simply could not think of it. After Aoba said these words, every one of the 7 ninja swordsmen suddenly had a feeling of realization. It seemed like Rentaro was right. That was indeed the case. If their Kirigakure's strength increased, the one who would receive the most direct threat would be Kumigakure. This was because the other 3 big ninja villages, Konohagakure, Iwagakure, and Tsunagakure were all located inland. They were too far away from their Kirigakure. Unless they especially ran over here to launch a surprise attack, they would not be able to fight together at all. Of course. Other than a battle maniac like the second Mizukage. It was to the point that in the First Ninja World War, he fought against the second Tsuchikage and did not turn back even when they died together. This indirectly led to the decline of Kirigakure's strength. If the second Mizukage was not so reckless, if he retreated a step and returned alive, then Kirigakure would have a powerful Kage as their leader. Then there would not be an awkward situation. All of a sudden, the 7 ninjas were all brought to a place that Aoba felt regretful about. They felt that what Aoba said was even more reasonable. Kumigakure now dares to be hostile to Konohagakure and Iwagakure like this. In a sense, the country of lightning has a natural geographical advantage brought to them by the sea. They can concentrate their strength in front of them. As long as they can control the country of water that is separated from them, they can be invincible. Aoba saw the understanding in the eyes of the 7 ninjas. After that continued to deepen the seriousness of this topic. Suddenly, Aoba's tone gradually rose. His expression was even more solemn. So, whether in the past, present, or future, Kumigakure never intended for us, Kirigakure, to obtain the scroll of water release ninjutsu. Aoba said with certainty. After he finished speaking, he did not give the 7 ninjas any chance to ease their mood and immediately added. They just want to constantly use us, Kirigakure, to weaken the enemy's strength and, at the same time, weaken our Kirigakure's strength. This way, it will indirectly increase their strength, allowing them to be the overlord of the ninja world. Every word that Aoba said was like a knife, deeply stabbing into the hearts of the 7 people. One must know. The present 7 ninja swordsmen. It's not the 7 ninja swordsmen who defected after being turned into a village of the bloody mist by Obito. These people were the elites among Kirigakure's elites. They were specially assigned to carry out extremely difficult missions for Mizukage. They were loyal to Kirigakure. If there were no subsequent 4th Mizukage and Obito, this group would continue to pass down their legacy, constantly contributing their strength to Kirigakure. Aoba's words just now were rhythmic. In the ears of these 7 people, these words were especially ear-piercing. Rentaro, we understand the severity of this matter. If I'm not wrong, you should have thought of a solution, right? His eyes flickered with anticipation. According to what Aoba had just said, he had already looked at the disguised Rentaro in a new light. This spy who had infiltrated Konohagakure Anbu had a very good brain. In a split second. As soon as J.Z. said this, the other 6 people all looked at Aoba. I did think of a way. Aoba nodded heavily. Now that the 7 big fish had taken the bait, the next step was to reel it. Chapter 225. When Aoba said that, everyone's eyes lit up. As long as there was a way, then there was a possibility of saving Kirigakure's future. As long as there was even a glimmer of hope, they would not give up so easily. Aoba looked around at the 7 people, and then his eyes fell on J.Z. I just said that Kumigakure's spy will come out from the front of Konohagakure tomorrow morning with the scroll of water release ninjutsu and rush toward Kumigakure's camp. We can use this opportunity to snatch the scroll of water release ninjutsu back. Aoba's eyes flashed with a bright light. Now, after his provocation, the 7 had already shifted their attention to Kumigakure. This would no longer pose any threat to Konohagakure. Not only that, with the participation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, it would change the situation of the entire Third Ninja World War. This allowed the ninja world to enter a completely new pattern. It makes a lot of sense. J.Z. nodded. He understood what Aoba meant. The root of everything was the scroll of water release ninjutsu. Everything would be fine as long as they obtained the scroll of water release ninjutsu. Is it that simple? Sukazan Fugyuki was stunned for a moment. He had thought that this Rentaro in front of him had a better way. He had never thought that they would directly rob it. The other people were also staring at Aoba in a daze. They never thought that he would say such a simple and crude method. All of a sudden, these people were all dumbfounded. Ha 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 ha. Of course. Aoba suddenly laughed. If I don't let you steal it, how can you have a conflict with Kumigakure? Can I give it to you for free? But Aoba put away the smile on his face, and his expression instantly became serious. The change in his expression once again affected the hearts of the 7 people. Even if we rob them directly, we must have a strategy. We can't blindly attack. As Aoba spoke, he took out a notebook from his pocket and showed it to the 7 people. Then, Aoba took out a pen. This action immediately made all 7 of them look confused. Their minds were full of question marks. They had no idea what Aoba was going to do. Under the puzzled gazes of these 7 people, Aoba lifted the book, took the pen, and drew a half circle on it. This is Konohagakure's map. Aoba had only drawn a half circle, and there was not even an extra detail. Compared to those painters on the internet, it could be said that there was not even a soul. It was completely an extremely simple map. After that, Aoba drew a vertical line at the back of the half circle and then drew a small square in the middle of the corresponding half circle of the vertical line. This line is Konohagakure's Hokage Rock. This is Konohagakure's entrance. Tomorrow morning, Kumigakure's spy will walk out from this entrance. Then I will follow behind him and send a signal to you when he goes out. Aoba held the drawing in his hand and gestured to the 7 people, giving them no idea what kind of expression to put on. What kind of drawing is this? There was no detail at all. To put it nicely, it was called Konohagakure's map. But to put it bluntly, it was only a semicircle. Could this also be called a map? Z silently cursed in his heart, but he did not say it out. After all, he could see that this Rentaro was doing his best and could not break the other party's confidence. Only this drawing. Forget it. Z gave up on continuing to look at this drawing in his heart. Even if he had never entered Konohagakure, he could still find Konohagakure's entrance. This drawing could be said to have no soul at all. You guys will hide around here. Aoba picked up the pen and drew the line at the front of Konohagakure's entrance. It just so happened that there was a forest outside the main road, so there was a place to hide. When I send the signal tomorrow, let's go together and capture that Kumigakure spy. Get the scroll of water release ninjutsu and then go back to Kirigakure together. Aoba arranged the whole thing. Everything he did was according to his plan. This plan would unfold according to his script. Aoba's idea was very simple. Since it was because of his arrival, this little butterfly that had accidentally entered the ninja world caused the history of the ninja world to change after flapping its wings, allowing the Third Ninja World War to arrive early in such a way. Then, he did not mind adding another piece of material to the Third Ninja World War, making this battle more complicated and intense. He could not let Kumigakure alone make a profit. It was best to pull all the villages in. Both sides would greatly consume their strength. No one will have a good time. When everyone was injured, they would stop. Then everyone began to heal their injuries in peace and entered the relatively peaceful new era of the ninja world. Rentaro, I don't quite understand. Isn't he just a Kumigakure spy? In terms of strength, he is at most Chunin. Do you need us to set up an ambush and attack him together? Z asked in confusion. As Kirigakure's elite jonin, he had his own pride. He did not want to treat such a person with a conspiracy and siege. Z is right. Kumigakure's spy will definitely not surpass Chunin. We can deal with him by ourselves. There is nothing to worry about it. Moreover, what is the point of hiding and waiting for the signal? Tell us his location. We will directly break into Konohagakure tonight and take him down. Sukazan Fugyuki said disdainfully. He was holding the same hata used by future Hoshigaki Kisame. That's right, I think so too. There's no need to carry out any more schemes, right? It's just Chunin. The rest of the 7 people also nodded. They all agreed with Z, that was, there was no need to use a siege posture at all. As long as they made a move with their fingers, they could solve it easily. I think you shouldn't underestimate the enemy. Aoba's voice suddenly became serious. His eyes stared at the 7 people seriously, and he was in a very serious state. If I am not wrong, there is someone behind Kumigakure's spy. That person will go with him tomorrow. I don't know that person's identity for the time being, but I am sure that he definitely has above Jonin's strength. Aoba's gaze once again swept over the 7 people, and finally fell on Z. Sama, we are ninjas. What we need to do is to complete the mission given by the village. We are not here to start a war. Although you are all important figures of Kirigakure, and I am just a small spy. In this situation, I, as a spy, can see more clearly. After all, we were doing it for the big picture of Kirigakure. Aoba's eyes flashed. He had already put himself into the role of Rentaro. He did not make these up, nor were they made up feelings. They were completely obtained from Rentaro's memory. Only those who had truly experienced the life of a spy could experience the most dangerous things that a spy would experience. Every decision and action must be careful, or they may be discovered at any time, thus sacrificing their lives for the village. Actually, for the spies, death was still a small matter. There would be no problem if he could die smoothly and take some medicine to disturb his nerves before he died. He was afraid that if he were a little careless and did not die, he would face a long period of torture that was worse than death. It was very cruel and cold. They all had one common characteristic, whether it was Kirigakuru's spies or the spies of other villages. They were all thinking about the village. The big picture was the most important. No one was selfish and only thinks about themselves. If that was the case, it would be very difficult to survive in the career of a spy. Even if Kabuto were as strong as he was when he was a spy, he would suppress those thoughts at the bottom of his heart and do his best for his current master to complete all the tasks his master had proposed. When Aoba said this, the 7 ninjas including J, Z, all fell silent. The way they looked at Aoba suddenly became different. They became respectful. In the past, they did not care about spies at all. Now they suddenly realized that spies were the same ninja as them, just that their respective roles were different, and they even understood the spirit of sacrifice better than them. Thinking of this, J, Z, took a deep breath. Rentaro, I'm sorry. It was our fault just now. We shouldn't have underestimated the enemy. J, Z, said seriously. This person was quite cute. He was someone who could afford to let go, not someone who only insisted on his own opinion. Aoba glanced at J, Z, and nodded. He needed to vent some emotions to let these people stand on his side. He believed that they were in the same camp for the same goal. My lords, listen to me. Our goal is the scroll of water release ninjutsu. We will complete the mission as long as we get the scroll of water release ninjutsu and bring it back to Kirigakure safely. We will be the heroes of the village. Aoba stared at the 7 people and said seriously. His tone and attitude were very honest, and he looked like an honest man who could not tell lies. That's right. J, Z, nodded. The other members of 7 ninja swordsmen also nodded. They all felt that what Aoba said was very reasonable. We can fight at any time, but now is the best time for Kirigakure to undergo a transformation from his creation. We absolutely can't pull our legs at this time. Aoba began to explain the importance of this task to the 7 of them. Determine the enemy. Determine the importance of it. After these extremely important things were built up in their heart, he has subtly raised the importance of the scroll of water release ninjutsu to 7 ninja swordsmen to a terrifying level. At this time, in the hearts of the 7 people, the scroll of water release ninjutsu was already on par with Kirigakure's future. For the sake of Kirigakure's future, they could pay any price, even if they had to sacrifice their lives. If we rashly break into Konohagakure at this time, no matter whether it poses a threat to Konohagakure or not, we will become Konohagakure's mortal enemy. Aoba continued to explain. He already had the right to speak here, and every word he said was recognized by the 7 people. Right now, the most important thing for us, Kirigakure, is to develop. What we need to grasp is not the gains and losses of a small matter, but the future of the entire village. When Aoba said this, the 7 ninjas nodded. The more they listened, the more they felt that it was very reasonable. There was no need to care about that at all. This made them admire Aoba even more. To be precise, they admired Rentaro. When they looked at Aoba, who was disguised as Rentaro, they thought of a word. Layout. This was a difference in the layout but a different vision. If we offend Konohagakure now, Konohagakure might attack Kirigakure after this period of time. That way, our Kirigakure's development will stagnate, and our strength will weaken, resulting in extremely unnecessary casualties. And that's just because we're unwilling to ambush, but did impulsive actions. Aoba's words were like sharp knives that directly pierced into the hearts of the 7 people, especially Sukazan Fugyuki, who just wanted to fight. For a moment, the faces of the 7 people showed guilt. The flames of impulse in their hearts, all of them were also extinguished. Each and every one of them showed unprecedented calmness. They began to listen to Aoba talk about the plan seriously, then calmly and seriously analyze it. This is also why I said that we should launch a sneak attack. We can't offend Konohagakuer, and we can't offend Kumagakuer. Tomorrow, after you deal with that Kumagakuer spy, I will forge the scene as Konohagakuer's ninja. That way, we will achieve our goal of taking away the scroll of water release ninjutsu and also blame the crime of stealing the scroll of water release ninjutsu on Kumagakuer, then let Konohagakuer bear the crime of killing Kumagakuer's ninja. This way, we, Kirigakuer, can withdraw and get the greatest benefits, bear the lowest price, embrace the future, and develop steadily. Aoba said one sentence after another. From his words, he had already arranged for the Kirigakuer finale. These words directly stunned the 7 ninja swordsmen. Everyone stared at Aoba with wide eyes. They were amazed by Aoba's words. Their brains were not particularly smart. They would not have thought of these things themselves, but after you told them, they could understand it. Wonderful! J.Z. took the lead and applauded. The way he looked at Aoba changed again and again. He finally understood why this spy named Rentaro could become an Anbu ninja. This talent was overflowing. With such wisdom, no matter where he was, he could shine. J.Z. couldn't help but start to rejoice. He thought that Kirigakuer had such a person. It was simply the luck of the village. Rentaro, you are really amazing. I have never seen anyone's wisdom reach your level. You have wisdom and a layout. You can understand the situation and be the calmest in carrying out missions. I really think you should return to Kirigakuer. He had already seen the shadow of Elder Gen on Aoba. Perhaps. A few years later. The spy in front of him was called Rentaro. It was very likely that he could become the new generation of higher UPS in Kirigakuer. With such a person overseeing Kirigakuer, why would he worry that Kirigakuer would not have a bright future? Now, J.Z. felt that it was a waste for Rentaro to continue being a spy. Kirigakuer, who had obtained the scroll of water release ninjutsu, needed this kind of talent to come back and develop. There was enough room for development there. This is all taught well by Gen-sama. Aoba instinctively threw out the benefits and maintained a humble posture. This was a habit that Aoba brought over from modern society. Since ancient times, anyone liked to listen to nice words, which was the eternal truth. Aoba had no interpersonal communication ability, nor was he an EQ master. Whether it was in modern society or in the ninja world, he only had 1 or 2 friends and guarded his own small circle. But he was rarely hated and got many opportunities because he had mastered a core password flattery. If there were a chance, Aoba would shoot, and he will never raise the bar if he can say something good. Of course. This point. Except for when he was online. Although Aoba and many people were just acquaintances, especially when it came to working, he was definitely a subordinate that higher UPS and bosses liked very much. For Aoba, he didn't mind saying something nice at all. He could make others feel good just by moving his mouth, and others could make him feel comfortable when they felt good, so why not? After Aoba skillfully transferred J.Z.'s praise to Gen, his expression became serious again. Listen to me. Tomorrow's mission must be extremely fast and accurate. If you can ambush and win, you must not fight head-on. If you can kill him in one hit, you must not leave the opponent any time to breathe. Take away the scroll of water release ninjutsu and retreat immediately. Do your best not to expose your identity. Everything is for Kirigakuer. Aoba clenched his fists and instilled his theory into the 7 ninja swordsmen. After these people heard it, they couldn't help but nod their heads, feeling that it was very reasonable. Tomorrow, I will come out with that Kumagakuer spy. When I feel that the time is right, I will call out. When Aoba said this, his voice suddenly paused. He wanted to find a suitable special secret signal, but he did not think of anything at the moment. Aoba felt the gazes of the 7 ninja swordsmen and immediately blurted out. Za Warido. Chapter 226. What Rudo? J. Z. Was stunned for a moment. When he suddenly heard this, he did not react in time. His widened eyes were full of confusion. Smash what? TL note? ZAW, means smash. Sukazan Fugyuki also asked doubtfully. He did not hear the latter part very clearly, but he heard the front part. For a moment, the 7 people all looked at Aoba. They only heard a small part. Smash what? Everyone looked at Aoba with doubt in their eyes, but none of them felt that Aoba was spouting nonsense. After listening to Aoba's explanation just now, they already understood. This spy called Rentaro was not simple at all. Although he was now just a small spy, in the future, he might not be a spy. The development of this person was only limited by his identity as a spy. When the time for the spy mission was up, Rentaro returned to his seat. He would definitely do something big in Kirigakure. Za Warido. Aoba repeated this name indifferently. Then, he did not say anything else. He felt that he had already explained everything he needed to do. All that was left was to wait for tomorrow. This would be an annual drama that would change the situation of the Third Ninja World War. Aoba could not help but look forward to it. Everyone, this is the situation. Go to the ambush location. We will start Kirigakure's revival plan tomorrow morning. Aoba said in a trembling voice. This feeling was as if he had become the leader of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and unknowingly, his words had already taken the initiative. Understood. J. Z. Nodded. He looked deeply at Aoba. He was very clear that he could not measure the value of this person in front of him with his current status. In the future, this person's position in Kirigakure would definitely not be weaker than Elder Gen. J. Z. Was excited just thinking about it. That was a legendary figure who became an elder from a spy. At this time, everyone, including J. Z, had already identified Aoba as the legendary figure of the future Kirigakure. Just from what Aoba had said just now, it was obvious. Apart from the elders, there was no other person in Kirigakure. All right. Aoba nodded at the 7 people. He had completely completed his task of fooling them. After talking for so long, he was also thirsty and felt that it was about time. I'm going back. Listen to my secret code tomorrow. You must be cautious and careful. Don't easily expose Kirigakure's identity. Everything is based on Kirigakure's future. We, Kirigakure, will rise again. Aoba clenched his fists at the 7 people and made a gesture to everyone to try their best. All of a sudden, the 7 ninjas all clenched their fists to greet Aoba. At this point, through Konohagakure's invisible barrier, Aoba successfully fooled the 7 ninja swordsmen. Then, Aoba turned around and left in the direction of Konohagakure. His figure disappeared into the forest shrouded in darkness under the gaze of the 7 ninjas. The 7 ninjas did not move after watching Aoba leave. They continued to stand there. Rentaro is the talent that our Kirigakure truly needs. J. Z. Looked in the direction that Aoba left and could not help but sigh. It has been a long time since we, Kirigakure, have had such a leader who can control the whole situation. I really saw the shadow of Elder Gen on him. I even feel that Elder Gen may not have such a scheming ability at Rentaro's age. J. Z. Stared straight in the direction that Aoba had left. Even now, the words that Aoba had just said still echoed in his mind. It could be said that every word was engraved in his heart. It made him, a person who had no plans for life and the future, clearly see the direction of Kirigakure's future development. His heart was full of excitement, and he deeply believed that Kirigakure could rise again and be proud at the top of the world. He is really strong. Sukazan Fugyuki nodded. He agreed with J. Z. words. What I admire the most about him is his view of the big picture. If a person cannot be controlled by emotions and can make the most favorable and correct choice every time, then that person is terrifying. Sukazan Fugyuki said in a deep voice. His gaze shifted from J.Z. to the forest where Aoba had left. He was a typical person who would be influenced by emotions. It was very easy to get angry. It was easy to get mad. But, he didn't care. It was precisely because of this that he had messed up many of his missions. Rentaro is such a calm person. Sukazan Fugyuki gave Aoba a very high evaluation. The point that really poked him was what Aoba had said at that time. Their goal was only to get the scroll of water release ninjutsu, not to start a war. There was no need to involve themselves in unnecessary trouble. This made him feel ashamed of his inferiority. Moreover, he felt that what Aoba had said at that time would benefit him for life. After we get the scroll of water release ninjutsu back this time, I must recommend Rentaro to the third Mizukage-sama. I feel that this person is very talented, but he lacks some opportunities. J.Z. said. Just as he said, he felt that Rentaro could be sent out to be a spy because he does not have very high resources and lacks some referrals. Let's go together. Sukazan Fugyuki smiled and said, We, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, recommend Rentaro together. Presumably, the third Mizukage-sama will look at him differently. As long as we give him a chance, he will show his talent. I think so too. I agree. I agree too. The 7 ninjas expressed their agreement to this matter and were willing to recommend Rentaro together. Then this matter is decided. J.Z. nodded. He felt that this was indeed the best way to treat Rentaro. After that, J.Z. put away the smile on his face. His gaze swept across the faces of the other 6 people. His expression suddenly became serious. Now, let's go to the location of Konohagakure's main entrance and prepare for ambush. Just like what Rentaro said. Now is not the time to celebrate. When we get the scroll of water release ninjutsu and finish this mission, we can wait for Kirigakure's development. J.Z. said to the 6 people. Now he had completely entered the rhythm of Aoba and was seriously thinking about the problem of ambush. Ambush was a simple matter. But now, Konohagakure was fighting with Kumigakure. The front-line battlefield was not too intense. The two sides were still testing each other. After all, the Kumigakure Anbu leader, Harry, was still in Konoha's hands. Kumigakure did not act too strongly. They were also considering Hari's safety. J.Z. did not understand before, but now he understood. Rentaro, who had just chatted with him, gave him a feeling of being resourceful. Then what kind of wisdom would Harry, who had supported Kumigakure's development for many years, have? This made him unable to imagine. Kumigakure was much more extreme than Kirigakure. Over there, almost all of them were simple-minded ninjas with well-developed limbs. If they were to fight with brute force. In the entire ninja world, there was no village that was a match for Kumigakure. However, Kumigakure had always been developed in an orderly manner. After losing the Gold and Silver Brothers in the First Ninja World War, they entered a dormant period of rapid development. Especially after the Second Ninja World War, Kumigakure took the opportunity to make preparations. After the other 3 villages were continuously consumed, they successfully stood at the peak of the ninja world. J.Z. now understood. If there were no people like Harry, just Kumigakure and the other big and strong people would not be able to achieve this effect. If Kumigakure and the other ninjas who specialized in physical skills were the villagers' fists and feet, then Harry was Kumigakure's brain, commanding these punches and kicks to hit the right position. Now, Kirigakure was also going to welcome the brain that belonged to them. That was Satsuma Rentaro. Let's go. As soon as J.Z. gave the order, the figures of the 7 ninjas disappeared simultaneously. They directly disappeared from the spot and rushed towards the direction of Konohagakure's main entrance. On the other side, after walking away for 10 minutes, Aoba instantly used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. Swish! Aoba's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was and appeared in the tall tower in the forest. Whew! Aoba sat on the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. He felt very tired. The 7 ninjas that he had been fooling with earlier seemed to be handling things with ease. There were no problems, but in fact, he was also on a high level of vigilance. After all, the other side was 7 top elites Jonin. A barrier only separated the two sides, but there was no actual obstruction effect. If there was anything wrong with what he said, and made the 7 ninjas suspicious of his identity, or dissatisfied with what he said and thus showed the situation of breaking in and attacking him regardless of the barrier. In this regard, Aoba still could not let his guard down. He had always adhered to the principle of caution. Fortunately, the entire process went extremely smoothly. The 7 ninjas were much easier to talk to than he had imagined. Aoba was not afraid of those who were reasonable. Under the foreshadowing of the theories and information he had grasped, no one could defeat him in terms of reason. He was afraid of those who were unreasonable, fearless, and the kind of people who want to kill you. In fact, Aoba's action could also be regarded as a kind of talk no jutsu. It is just that it was different from Naruto's talk no jutsu. He is fooling and inducing based on the information difference and then using the control of the situation to affect the progress of the matter. Naruto was. I can understand you. Phew. Aoba let out another long sigh of relief. After taking 2 deep breaths, he had already recovered from his nervous state. This was the tower. A secret base that belonged to him. He could already relax his hanging heart. Aoba had always been a cautious person. This had nothing to do with his strength. Even if he was playing games, it was the same. Even if he had already killed a super god, he would still steadily expand his advantage. He would never leave any chance for the other party to turn the tables because of the waves. The situation was the same now. Aoba was not particularly clear about the strength of Kirigakure's 7 ninja swordsmen. He only knew that a few of them had been killed by Do when he opened the 8 doors. In short, he had to be careful and not be careless. Aoba lay on the ground that he had cleaned up. He raised his hands, pressed his temples, and recalled what had just happened. Now, he wanted to do a simple review in his mind to make sure that he did not miss anything or say anything wrong. This was still very important. Caution was the parent of safety. Half an hour later, Aoba slowly opened his eyes. He recalled everything that had happened and confirmed that there was no problem. If my birthplace was Kirigakure, I might be able to accomplish something big. Aoba couldn't help but sigh. The words he had used to trick the 7 ninja swordsmen were not just a casual remark, but a strategy suitable for Kirigakure's development. Don't make enemies easily. Develop steadily and quietly. Guarding the island topography and befriending the country of lightning across the sea. This way, as long as there were no major decision-making accidents in the village, such as the matter of the village of Bloody Mist, then they could be the strongest in the ninja world on the island of the country of water. The natural environment of the island made the fighting strength of the water release ninjas almost double. The conditions of the dense fog were the natural protection and barrier of the water release ninja. However, it was just Kirigakure. Aoba's birthplace was Konohagakure, so he must revolve around Konohagakure and develop in a wretched way, concealing all his strength in a low profile and nipping apart the bud of threat to Konohagakure that no one noticed. Everything is ready now. I just need to wait for tomorrow morning. Aoba got up from the ground of the tall tower and then used Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. His figure flashed and then he appeared in Anbu's dormitory. Aoba directly lay on the iron bed, closed his eyes, and entered a state of rest. If it were another person, he might not be able to sleep in this state. However, Aoba was not an ordinary person. He understood that the more important things were going to happen, the more he had to rest, conserve his energy, and adjust his energy to the best state. This can also be said to be the actor's self-cultivation. He would forever present his best state to the audience and the people who cooperated with him to perform. The night passed quickly. The first ray of sunlight shone on Konohagakure's ground in the morning. The people in the village gradually woke up. As for Aoba, who was in Anbu's dormitory, he has long disappeared. However, he still very cautiously left a shadow clone in Anbu's dormitory. Although Hirei Shin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, could let him return to Anbu's dormitory quickly, who knew if there would be an accident, such as, Eden could not hold back and came to ask him for the latest chapter and found no one after entering the room. Wouldn't it be terrible? Konohagakure, the main entrance. At this moment, the main entrance of Konohagakure was wide open. The village was guarded by patrolling ninjas. It was now a time of war. The village's inspection of entering and leaving the crowd was much stricter than before. There were 2 ninjas standing at the village gate. They were wearing Konohagakure's ninja clothes and Uchiha's clan badge on their arms. They were obviously Konoha military police forces people. On the outside of the village gate stood 2 fat ninjas. They did not wear Konohagakure's traditional ninja clothes, instead, they wore their clan uniform. From the clan badge, they belonged to the Akimichi clan. They were the people in charge of Konohagakure's gate defense. The defense of Konohagakure's gate was 2 completely different kinds of division. To a certain extent, this also reflected the importance that Konohagakure attached to entering the crowd now. At this time, 2 ninjas appeared on the road in front of the village's main gate and walked towards the village gate. These 2 ninjas were both wearing cloaks and Anbu's masks. They covered themselves so tightly that their appearances could not be seen. Among them, the one on the left was very tall and burly. The black cloak could not hide the muscles on this person's body. The one on the right was an ordinary figure, and he looked a little thin in comparison. The 2 of them walked side by side towards Konohagakure's entrance. Their steps were not fast, but there was a sense of oppression everywhere. Suddenly, the 2 Konoha military police force members guarding Konohagakure's gate saw the 2 people walking toward them. The 2 Konoha military police force people looked at each other and could see the doubt in each other's eyes. They had never seen someone like this in the village. Something was wrong. The 2 Konoha military police force immediately focused their attention on the 2 ninjas walking toward them. Step by step, under the gaze of the 2 Konoha military police force ninjas, the 2 ninjas wearing masks walked to the Konohagakure's gate. Stop! One of Konoha military police force's ninjas shouted loudly. His voice was very loud and clear. He was deliberately trying to attract the attention of others. He had already smelled danger from the 2 people who were walking toward them. We are Konoha military police force. Who are you? Please tell us your names. The other Konoha military police force ninja also roared. His eyes were fixed on the 2 people walking toward them, and his mood instantly became nervous. As the 2 Konoha military police force ninjas roared, many people around them looked in the direction of the gate, including Akimichi and the other ninjas who were guarding the gate. All eyes were focused on the 2 people wearing masks and cloaks. All of a sudden, everyone present realized that something was about to happen. You are asking for my name. The tall and sturdy masked man's indifferent voice rang out. Just his voice alone revealed a sense of majesty. There's no harm in telling you. This person's voice was filled with deep contempt and disdain as if he was the invincible person in this world. My name is Gasui. Chapter 227. This person's voice echoed in front of Konohagakure's entrance and clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone near Konohagakure's entrance. Gasui. The expressions of the Konoha military police forces group changed greatly. They looked at the man with especially cautious eyes, and they all assumed the posture of facing a mortal enemy. This Gasui name. It was no longer a cold name. It has long been resounding through the Konohagakure as the ninjas of Kumagakure invaded Konohagakure. In the ears of the civilians, it was a familiar existence. Not to mention that the two people in front of him were people of the Konoha military police force. You have to know. The reason why Gasui was so famous in Konohagakure was that he had killed Sekai of the Uchiha clan. You don't have to be nervous. The thin figure next to the tall ninja who called himself Gasui said lightly. His tone was light, as if there was no emotion, giving people a feeling of a robot. Suddenly, this person stretched out his hand, and a few explosive tags appeared in his hand. All of you can go and die now. This voice rang out. Explosive tags flew out of his hands and flew toward these people at an extremely fast speed. Then, the two Konoha military police force ninjas held a kunao in their hands and throw it toward the explosive tags. The Uchiha clan was generally more proficient in ninja throwing technique. The explosive tags flew out from this person's hand. It was instantly pierced through by the kunao. Boom! 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 The explosive tags that were pierced through by kunao exploded in the air. A series of sounds were heard. These explosive tags exploded in such a simple manner. They did not have any effect at all. This made the two Konoha military police force stunned for a moment, and small question marks popped up in their heads. He was so fierce when he said those words just now. Just this. It directly exploded. Is it only to this extent? Can you stop embarrassing yourself? At this time, the well-built man who called himself Gasui picked up the person who had just thrown the explosive tags next to him and clamped it under the armpit. His relaxed posture was like holding a chicken. We are going to break out now. We are not playing here at all. Don't mess with them. The ninja who called himself Gasui said in a loud voice. His tone was as if he was deliberately telling the people around him what their goal was. Then, Gasui carried the person next to him and directly rushed in the direction of Konohagakure's main entrance. In an instant, a lightning current appeared on Gasui's body, which was full of lightning chakra. He was using Kumagakure's lightning release ninjutsu. Only, this lightning chakra looked very exaggerated. But in fact, there was not much effect. It was just a simulation of the appearance. This Gasui. It was not the real Gasui. It was formed by Aoba's advanced paper clone. It wasn't just Gasui. There was also the person who threw out the explosive tags. It was also Aoba's transformed advanced paper clone. It wasn't that Aoba didn't know how to use the explosive tags. He simply wanted to add some noise to this place so that Konohagakure's people would notice the movement here. Just as he expected. First, he swaggered in front of Konohagakure's main entrance, then he claimed that he was Gasui. Finally, he ignited the explosive tags. This series of actions. It had already attracted the attention of many of Konohagakure's people. Instantly, Aoba's sprinting speed was directly displayed to the extreme. He also used Kij, Gan no Jutsu, ultra-lightweight rock technique, on his body. Swish! Almost in an instant, Aoba rushed out before Konoha military police force, and other guards could react. Gasui ran away. A ninja from the Akimichi clan suddenly roared. They could not catch up with Aoba's speed at all. They quickly chased him 2 steps, but they did not even see his shadow. You stay here and guard the entrance. I will report this to Akira-sama. The person from Konoha military police force immediately said to his companions. Then, he quickly ran in the direction of the Konoha military police force headquarters. All of a sudden, because of these sudden changes, there were a lot of people gathered at Konohagakure's main entrance. Many people came to see what was going on, but no one could catch up with Aoba. However, There was a piece of information that was spread out. It was that Kumagakure Gasui had run away. Chase him. At this time, another figure ran toward Konohagakure's main entrance. He was also wearing Anbu's clothes and a mask. He quickly chased in the direction where Gasui disappeared. Who are you? Hello. Don't run. Wait. Who are you? The Konoha military police forces guard was stunned when he saw an Anbu run out again. These people were all very fast. Another very sudden breakout. They saw it, but their bodies could not catch up. Not only that. Right now, they still had no way to leave their posts and chase after him. This Konoha military police force ninja felt that he was a piece of trash at this moment. He actually allowed someone to leave in front of him. Even he had no way to explain this situation to himself. At this moment, a deep sense of frustration rose in his heart. My name is Satsuma Rentaro. I'm going to chase this Kumagakure now. Hurry up and send someone to chase after him. Aoba's advanced paper clone transformed into the appearance of Rentaro and imitated the latter's voice as he shouted towards the entrance behind him. Not only could his voice reach the ears of Konoha military police force and the other guarding ninjas. It could also reach the ears of the 7 ninja swordsmen hiding in the woods not far away from the barrier outside the entrance. For a moment, the 7 ninja swordsmen, who BYJ-Z led, suddenly became nervous. They all recognized that it was Rentaro's voice. They all understood that the plan was about to begin. Everyone began to wait. A moment later, 2 figures appeared one after the other at the place where they were lying in ambush. Suddenly, the figure in front stopped and turned to look at the figure behind him. Satsuma Rentaro, you still chased after me. I let you live. You don't know how to cherish it at all. Gasui, return scroll of water release ninjutsu to me. Rentaro said with a cold and dignified face. Return it to you. Gasui sneered and looked at Rentaro with disdain. He said indifferently, the second Hokage Senju Hashirama created this scroll of water release ninjutsu. It doesn't belong to you, Kirigakure. How can it be returned to you? You took the scroll of water release ninjutsu from me. It belongs to me. Rentaro didn't give in and argued. You said it yourself. This scroll of water release ninjutsu was snatched away by me, so it is mine. Things are like this. Whoever gets it will have it. Do you have any objections? Gasui said coldly. The smile on his face became even more disdainful. The dialogue between Rentaro and Gasui was clearly transmitted to the ears of the 7 ninja swordsmen lying in ambush nearby. When they saw this scene, everyone held their weapons in their hands and was ready to attack. J.Z., shall we go? Sukazan Fugyuki asked J.Z. from the side. His face was full of anger, especially when Gasui said that whoever got it could get it. He was so angry that he was about to grab it. Don't worry. We are waiting for Rentaro's signal. He hasn't said the secret code yet. He might have plans. Let's wait and see. J.Z. stopped Sukazan Fugyuki. His eyes were fixed on Aoba, who had changed into Rentaro. He was waiting for Aoba to shout out the secret code. Understood. Sukazan Fugyuki nodded. He held the same hata in his hand. His eyes were slowly turning red, and he looked at Gasui with killing intent. He wanted to kill this arrogant guy directly. Not only Sukazan Fugyuki but even the other people were looking at Gasui with cold and murderous eyes. They were not good people to begin with. Everyone's hands were stained with the blood of countless people. Now that they had encountered such a thing, they were even more unhappy. After the crazy output of Aoba the night before, they now understood the significance of the scroll of water release ninjutsu. In their eyes, Gasui had not simply taken away the scroll of water release ninjutsu. Instead, he had taken away Kirigakure's bright future. This could be said to be great sorrow. Don't forget what Rentaro said. We have to focus on the task. As long as we get the scroll of water release ninjutsu, we will leave immediately. Don't get entangled with Gosui too much. We only want things. We are not here to make enemies. J.Z. felt the killing intent of the other people. As the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, they were very familiar with each other. Just a little change in aura made him feel that something was wrong with his companions. Understood. The others, including Sokazan Fugyuki, were stunned for a moment, then nodded reluctantly. Sokazan Fugyuki once again focused his attention on the Rentaro that Aoba's advanced paper clone had transformed into. When will Rentaro say the signal? Sokazan Fugyuki muttered in confusion. He felt that this was the best time. Could it be that there was a better opportunity? Right now, on the field. Aoba's 3 advanced paper clones were all present. What changed were 3 different characters and identities. It was a completely self-directed act. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist was his audience. Apart from them, there were also some random audiences, that was, those people from Konoha. Aoba specially arranged a signal for the 7 of them last night. That signal was not used to call the 7 ninja swordsmen to act. On the contrary, it was the exact opposite. That signal was used to keep the 7 ninja swordsmen from acting. Aoba continuously gave the 7 ninja swordsmen a concept through caution, situation, and other reasons. Before hearing the signal, don't take action until you hear the signal, and everything was for the bigger picture. Because of this, once they accepted this concept, before Aoba said the signal, the 7 ninja swordsmen could act as his audience and watch him perform the whole story. This was a very important link. Suppose Aoba had not set up the signal. The 7 ninja swordsmen suddenly rushed out, then, everything would easily fall short. Aoba's 3 advanced paper clones all felt the gaze of the 7 ninja swordsmen. They knew that these 7 people were already waiting here, quietly waiting for the signal to be said. Now things were easy to handle. Aoba's 3 advanced paper clones looked at each other. In the eyes of the 7 people, it looked like they were confronting each other. But in fact, they exchanged a look and understood that they were going to start to take out the plot that they had planned beforehand. Gosui-sama, it can be said that there is no benefit for your Kumagakuer to take away the scroll of water release ninjutsu. You can give this thing to our Kirigakuer. In the future, we, Kirigakuer, will forever become friends with Kumagakuer. Rentaro put on a sincere attitude. It seemed that he wanted to solve it in a friendly way through negotiation. This scene fell into the eyes of the 7 people. Even though they were a little anxious and impatient, they understood that doing so was indeed the best choice. Just like the impression Rentaro gave them the day before. This person was someone who could bend and move freely to achieve his goal. If they directly used the method of snatching, they would inevitably clash with Gosui. In order to avoid the matter being exposed, they needed to kill Gosui. But if they could get the scroll of water release ninjutsu in a peaceful and friendly way with Gosui, not only would they avoid the possibility of being discovered in killing Gosui, but they would also have a powerful ally like Kumagakuer. They calmly analyzed. It was still Rentaro's current choice that was the most appropriate. However, this kind of method required him to put down his face. Ordinary people simply did not have that shrewdness and simply could not hold it in, but Rentaro could. For a moment, the eyes of the 7 ninja swordsmen changed again when they looked at Aoba. They were even more convinced that Aoba was their Kirigakuer's future and could lead Kirigakuer to a higher peak. If such a leader were to lead Kirigakuer forward, there would be no need to worry about development. Allies. After hearing Rentaro's words, a thick look of disdain appeared on Gosui's face. From his expression, it seemed that he did not put Kirigakuer in his eyes at all. Rentaro, I'm not afraid to tell you that we, Kumagakuer, don't put Kirigakuer's people in our eyes at all. And don't think that you don't know what you have done. Gosui's voice became louder and louder as if he was afraid that others could not hear him, especially the ninjas of Kirigakure who were hiding in the dark. After that, Gasui put down the ninja who was in his arm. The two of them looked in Rentaro's direction. According to our agreement, Kirigakure sent the 7 ninja swordsmen to attack Konoha, but what about them? Gasui's tone was full of questions. Anyone could clearly feel the blame in his words. Don't think that I don't know anything. Did you say something to the 7 ninja swordsmen? They didn't attack Konoha just now. Gasui narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes flashing with coldness. The dissatisfaction in his tone was getting stronger and stronger, almost overflowing from his voice. Some people were naturally annoying when they spoke. Just the opening of his mouth was enough to make people very uncomfortable. This was exactly what Gasui was feeling right now. The eyes of the 7 ninja swordsmen were all fixed on Gasui. Everyone's hands were tightly gripping the hilt of the ninja blade in their hands. Their chests were heaving up and down. All of them wanted to go up and give Gasui a good beating. However, they all held back because of the big picture. I was indeed the one who told the 7 of them. Rentaro was very frank, and there was nothing to hide in his words. He directly admitted this matter. The 7 of them are the very elite forces of us, Kirigakure. I don't want them to fall into this trap that is obviously a trap. That's why I am standing here to discuss this with you. I hope that you can give the scroll of water release ninjutsu to us, Kirigakure. In return, we can attract the elite forces of Konoha for you, Kumigakure, so that you can go and save your Anbu leader, Harry, more easily. Rentaro said slowly. He spoke clearly, and he persuaded Gasui with reason and emotion. His words also reached the ears of the 7 ninja swordsmen. When the 7 ninja swordsmen heard that Rentaro directly admitted this matter, they were still a bit nervous. However, when they heard the latter part, they could not help but give Rentaro a thumbs up in their hearts again. Rentaro's train of thought was simply too clear. It was reasonable and well-founded. It was convincing. The performance that Aoba had simulated had completely conquered the 7 ninja swordsmen, making them respect this spy called Rentaro from the bottom of their hearts. *T. Gasui roared angrily. This explosive voice instantly broke all the beautiful expectations and fantasies of the 7 ninja swordsmen. If not for you meddling in other people's business. If you just let the 7 ninja swordsmen go in and attack directly. I already rescued Harry-sama last night. Now you actually dare to mention this matter to me. Do you still have any shame? Gasui said coldly. From his expression, he had never intended to talk nicely to Rentaro from the beginning. Didn't you want the scroll of water release ninjutsu? When Gasui said this, he suddenly revealed a cruel smile. His right hand reached into his bosom and directly took out a scroll. The moment the scroll appeared, in an instant, it caught all the eyes of the 7 people. The strength of each person holding a ninja blade increased a bit. This feeling was like a hungry wolf pack seeing food stained with blood. Their eyes began to shine with green light. This is the scroll of water release ninjutsu. You ruined my good thing. Do you believe that I will tear this scroll of water release ninjutsu apart in front of you? Gasui said with a cold smile. As he spoke, he made a move to tear the scroll of water release ninjutsu apart. Calm down. Rentaro immediately raised his hands, palms facing Gasui. It looked like he was telling Gasui that he was not in any danger. Calm down. Rentaro's voice rang out once again. This voice clearly entered the ears of the 7 ninja swordsmen. For a moment, the 7 ninja swordsmen suddenly realized. Rentaro's words were not directed at Gasui in front of him. Instead, it was directed at them, telling them not to act rashly. Suddenly, the 7 ninja swordsmen stopped what they were doing. Gasui, since you have already taken out the scroll of water release ninjutsu, it means that we still have something to talk about. If you destroy this thing, it won't do you any good. Why don't we talk about the benefits you can get? Rentaro said clearly. Unconsciously, Even the 7 ninja swordsmen did not realize it. Their emotions had already been led away by Rentaro and Gosui in front of them. Their thoughts were on the mental frame that Aoba had imposed on them the night before, as if a rule had formed that restricted them. Within this rule, they received a strong psychological hint. It seemed that the Rentaro in front of them was someone extremely important to Kirigakure. And that Gosui was the culprit that caused all of this. Chapter 228. Benefits. Gosui's expression became even more indifferent, and his eyes were filled with dense disdain. You are just a spy that Kirigakure planted in Konohagakure. What kind of benefits are you qualified to talk to me about? Gosui shook his head. As he said this, he patted the ordinary ninja beside him. Let's go. Gosui turned to leave. The moment he turned around, the 7 ninja swordsmen were filled with killing intent again. They were already tempted. It had to be said. During the conversation between the two of them, there had been too many opportunities. But they all maintained the ideas they had discussed with Aoba yesterday. No one acted rashly. They were all thinking about the big picture. After all, they only had one goal, the scroll of water release ninjutsu. As long as they got the scroll of water release ninjutsu, they could return to the village and let Kirigakure develop vigorously. I can help you save Harry. Rentaro stood where he was, a confident expression on his face. He said something that made Gosui stop. What did you say? Gosui turned to look at Rentaro, his eyes flashing with doubt. I said, I can save Harry. Did you hear me clearly? The corners of Rentaro's mouth curled up in a confident smile. When he said this, the 7 ninja swordsmen lying in ambush on the side were suddenly moved. Even they knew. Such words were too impactful. If they were Gosui, even they couldn't help but stop. They would definitely ask Rentaro. This was a great killing weapon. Only a huge question mark appeared in their hearts. Was Rentaro really confident in saving Harry? How are you going to save him? Gosui seemed to be moved by Rentaro's words. He immediately stopped what he was doing and turned his head around again. He stared at Rentaro with a meaningful gaze. His eyes were filled with curiosity that could be seen with the naked eye. Not only was Gosui curious, but even the ninja beside Gosui and the 7 ninja swordsmen hiding in the dark and waiting to ambush them were all very curious. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were focused on Rentaro. They wanted to know what Rentaro would say. Ha ha ha. Rentaro immediately raised his head and laughed. His laughter was full of ridicule and contempt. Anyone could see that Rentaro had the upper hand in terms of momentum. Gosui-sama. Do you think I am a fool? If I tell you now, then you will know what to do. I will use the method of saving Harry to exchange for the scroll of water release ninjutsu in your hands. This is not a loss to you at all. Isn't your mission to rescue Harry who is locked up? Rentaro said one sentence after another. Rentaro had already gained the upper hand from the negotiation between the two and began to take the initiative. Such a scene. It immediately gave the 7 ninja swordsmen, who were hiding in the dark, great confidence and strength. They were very familiar with this part. The night before, this was how they were persuaded by Rentaro bit by bit. Now it was Gosui's turn. Are you playing tricks on me? Gosui stared suspiciously at Rentaro in front of him. However, from his eyes, he could tell that he was thinking about this matter in his heart. It was obvious that he was very tempted. Gosui-sama, your mission has not been completed if you return now. You can only use the scroll of water release ninjutsu as compensation. But if you cooperate with me, you can become the hero of Kumigakure who saved Harry. I believe that it is not difficult for you to choose. Rentaro displayed an orderly and clear appearance. How can I believe you? Gosui frowned. It could be seen that he already had some confidence in his heart, but he did not completely believe it. You have no other choice. Whether you give it to me or not, your mission will be a failure when you go back. Rentaro shook his head and said. It was as if he had taken hold of Gasui's lifeline. His whole body began to become more and more relaxed. You. Gasui's aura instantly became less imposing than before, and he fell into deep thought. A moment later. Gasui nodded. Then we will do as you say. You save Hari-sama for me, and I will give the scroll of water release ninjutsu to you. Gasui agreed with Rentaro and then said, now you can say how to save Hari-sama, right? The 7 ninja swordsmen, after hearing Gasui's words, the serious expression on their faces eased up. Rentaro was too powerful. With just a few words, he took down Gasui. As expected of the person they thought highly of. At this time, the 7 ninja swordsmen became more confident in Rentaro. In their eyes, Satsuma Rentaro was like Kumigakure's Hari, who could play a decisive role in important events. Speaking of how to save Hari, everyone's eyes became more curious. No. Right at this moment, Rentaro still shook his head and rejected Gasui's words. Instantly, Gasui's face became gloomy. Are you playing with me? Gasui's tone became even more manic. At the same time, he was also using his own words and emotions to express an obvious thing to the 7 people. He really wanted to save Hari. Otherwise, he would not have said these words to Rentaro. I am not playing with you. I am avoiding you playing with me. Since we are making a deal, I need you to give the scroll of water release ninjutsu to me. Rentaro shook his head. There was almost no fluctuation in his expression. Facing Gasui's angry roar, he showed no fear at all. He seemed to be arguing with reason. You are stronger than me. If I tell you the method, but you did not give me the scroll of water release ninjutsu, I have no way of dealing with you. But on the contrary, if you follow me, I will cooperate with you to save Hari. This way, even if I am playing with you, with your strength, you can snatch the scroll of water release ninjutsu back in minutes and kill me at any time. I think my request is not too excessive. I am doing this to prevent you from going back on your word and not giving me the scroll of water release ninjutsu, or destroying the scroll of water release ninjutsu. Rentaro said in a deep voice. Everything he said was exactly as he had said to the 7 ninja swordsmen the night before. Everything was based on the overall situation. Everything was for the sake of Kirigakure. When the 7 ninja swordsmen saw such a person who had been sent out by the village to be a spy standing in front of the powerful Gasui and fought against him for the sake of the village's future. This was a loyal man. The 7 ninja swordsmen were all convinced by Rentaro's boldness. Gasui seemed to be in deep thought. His eyes stared at Rentaro, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It seemed that he did not put Rentaro in his eyes at all. Come here. Come to my side. I'll give you the scroll of water release ninjutsu. But you must go with me. I will release you after I save Hari-sama. Gasui waved at Rentaro. His attitude was undeniable. If Rentaro refused to go with him, he would never give the scroll of water release ninjutsu. As long as the scroll of water release ninjutsu was still in Gasui's hands, then there was the possibility of being destroyed. I got it. Rentaro made a decision without hesitation. He walked towards Gasui and slowly put his hands behind his back. He waved his hand at the 7 people behind him, indicating that they should not act rashly. This kind of signal was instantly caught by the 7 people who had been watching them. They were not fools. He understood that if he were to snatch it now forcefully, there would be a risk of damage to the scroll of water release ninjutsu. However, if Rentaro managed to obtain the scroll of water release ninjutsu, then everything would be another story. Now, they were unsure if Rentaro really wanted to save Hari for Gasui or use this as an excuse to snatch the scroll of water release ninjutsu back. In short, all 7 of them were ready to fight. Suddenly, under the gaze of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Rentaro slowly walked toward Gasui step by step. Each step made their hearts more nervous. Hurry up, don't waste time. Konoha Gaku's ninjas will catch up soon. Gosui immediately urged. I know. Rentaro responded. He seemed to be affected by Gosui's urging. He moved a little faster and walked directly to Gosui. Suddenly, Gosui raised his right hand. He grabbed Rentaro's shoulder. His big hand grabbed Rentaro tightly. Very good. Gosui seemed to think that Rentaro was very honest. He picked up the scroll of water release ninjutsu with his left hand and stuffed it into Rentaro's arms. This is the scroll of water release ninjutsu you want. If you can really save Harry, then you can take this scroll. Gosui said coldly. His eyes were fixed on Rentaro, and his tone was very cold. No one could tell whether he was really thinking this way or just saying it. Beside Gosui. At the moment when Rentaro held the scroll of water release ninjutsu with both hands, his eyes shone brightly. It was as if his entire body was burning. He directly looked in the direction of the 7 ninja swordsmen. These 7 people hid very well and could not see their figures at all. However, Rentaro knew that they were there. Zia Werado! Rentaro suddenly roared. His voice was loud and echoed in the forest. The moment he shouted, he directly raised his hand and threw the scroll of water release ninjutsu in the direction of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It was very strong. The scroll of water release ninjutsu drew a beautiful parabola in the air and landed in the direction of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Almost at the same time, the 7 ninja swordsmen jumped out, and J.Z. grabbed the scroll of water release ninjutsu. When he saw this thick scroll, his eyes could not help but shine. Return to Kirigaku quickly! Rentaro suddenly roared, stopping the 7 ninja swordsmen. The moment they came out, they had a very tacit understanding. J.Z. was rushing toward the scroll of water release ninjutsu. The others were directly rushing toward Rentaro. They planned to save Rentaro from Gosui, but Rentaro stopped them. Do you want to fight? Gosui's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He stood tall and straight on the spot, not taking 7 ninja swordsmen seriously at all. He could even fight at any time. Satsuma Rentaro, I knew you were a cunning person. I didn't expect you to have the 7 ninja swordsmen set up an ambush here. Do you, Kirigaku, want to make an enemy of us, Kumigaku? Do you think that you, Kirigaku, are ready to bear the anger of our Kumigaku? Gosui said coldly. His voice was very heavy, like a bell, ringing in the hearts of everyone. Gosui-sama, why would I go back on my word? I said that I would help you save Harry, so I would definitely do it sooner or later. I handed the scroll of water release ninjutsu over to J.Z. because I was afraid that you would go back on your word with me. Rentaro said with a smile. Gosui firmly held his shoulder, but there was no fear at all. His whole body was filled with a sense of righteousness. We, Kirigaku, have no intention of becoming enemies with Kumigaku. And according to the agreement we made earlier, we, Kirigaku, will be the best ally of you, Kumigaku. Speaking of this, Rentaro stopped speaking, and his gaze fell on J.Z., who had already gotten the scroll of water release ninjutsu not far from him. J.Z.-sama, you can go back. We have achieved our goal. Now, I have to fulfill my personal promise. I want to help Gosui-sama rescue the trapped Harry-sama. My decision has nothing to do with the village, so you don't need to worry about me. Rentaro shook his head at the 7 ninja swordsmen and said a lot of generous words, directly stopping them. Then come with me. Gosui's eyes flashed, and he grabbed Rentaro's shoulder, then picked up the ninja next to him. Swish! After that, Gosui's figure flashed and disappeared. Only the 7 ninja swordsmen, who were standing in a daze, were left. At this point, the small play that Aoba had arranged for the 7 of them had already been played. After Aoba's 3 advanced paper clones quickly left, in a place where no one was paying attention, 3 bang instantly rang out. They carried the information that had happened here and returned it to Aoba's body. From then on, in this world, there was no Gasui. There was no Rentaro. Their departure was only to leave such an impression on the 7 ninja swordsmen. In the woods. In J.Z.'s hand was the scroll of water release ninjutsu, who Rentaro threw over, and he fell silent. A moment later, J.Z. took a deep breath. His mood was extremely complicated. The other 6 people among the 7 ninja swordsmen were also in an extremely complicated mood. At this moment, none of them spoke. Weren't we too cowardly just now? J.Z. thought for a moment and said it. He raised his eyes and looked at the place where Rentaro disappeared, and a vexed expression appeared on his face. Rentaro did so much for Kirigakure, but we watched helplessly as Rentaro was taken away by Gasui. We didn't save him at all. If something happened to Rentaro, I will never forgive myself. J.Z. said in frustration. He was a person who valued relationships, especially those who he recognized. He had only interacted with Rentaro twice. But in his heart, he had completely recognized Rentaro. He felt that Rentaro was the kind of person who could revitalize Kirigakure. J.Z. Sukazan Fuyuki looked at J.Z. and nodded. The expression on his face was also very ugly. I understand your feelings. My mood is no different from yours. But I calmed down just now. I think Rentaro is right. If he really has a way to rescue Hari, then he will be Hari's savior if he follows Gasui. I think that with Rentaro's wisdom, he should have thought of what will happen next. As Sukazan Fuyuki said this, he did not know why, but he, who had always been impulsive, calmed down at this moment. He carefully thought about what Rentaro had done and came to this conclusion. What you said makes sense. J.Z. suddenly swept away the haze and stared at Sukazan Fuyuki beside him with wide eyes. You can even tell this. In that case, Rentaro has already seen the next step. This is to pave the way for the relationship between Kumigakure and Kirigakure. J.Z.'s mood instantly improved. He immediately understood that Rentaro had already seen the 3rd level. Chapter 229. Anbu Dormitory. Aoba slowly opened his eyes. He lay on the iron bed and the corners of his mouth slightly curved up in a proud smile. Everything went well. Aoba was very satisfied with his arrangements. The whole process was much smoother than expected. In order to act well this time, he had made many emergency plans, but none of them were used. The whole performance process, all of them were completed by advanced paper clones. Aoba's original body had never gone out at all. Even if there were an accident and were seen through by the 7 ninja swordsmen, he would only become a pile of waste paper if he suffered an attack that was difficult to resist. It would not expose his appearance at all.